The Undetectable Strongest Job, Rule Breaker 5. Side note: Volume 5 has 2 parts. Thanks for the support, bro. Covering chapters 178 to 216. Her blue cloak stood out in the white-themed building. As she walked down the halls, people wearing grey clothes bowed their heads respectfully. "Lady Konya, you look great today." "You too." When the woman named Konya answered the greeting, the people in grey bowed even deeper. Upon closer look, it wasn't just her cloak that was blue. Her sleeves and trousers were blue as well, including the cross on her chest, a symbol of the church. The ornament on the grip of her sword hanging by her waist was blue. Anyone would realize that this color meant something. The Blue Knights. Knights who protected this tower often used the color. Fewer and fewer people used the color blue the farther the temple was from Bios. "Miss Konya." "Hello, Father." Konya quickly kneeled on the spot. Her long, purple hair tied to the back hung straight down. "Please be at ease." "May I have a bit of your time?" the priest asked. "Of course," she answered. The woman got up her feet and followed the priest. Her purple eyes beamed with intelligence, and her narrow chin and tiny lips made her face look small. Knights evoked an image of a mighty warrior, but she gave off an aura of a brilliant beauty. Despite still being in her teens, she could walk around the tower as a Blue Knight. That just showed how skilled she really was. "What's the matter, Father?" "Please, come in." "Thank you." The priest led her to a small room. It appeared to be a lounge where people could take a break. On the table was a tea set, suggesting that the man who called Konya was just resting here. The man wore a long, red robe, a sharp contrast to her attire, not the bright kind, but a dark, subdued red. It wasn't too gaudy overall, although the embroidery on his cuffs, collar, and belt looked intricate and sewn using expensive threads. His square cap rested on the table. The Red Priests were a rank higher than the Blue Knights. The people Konya passed by earlier were the Grey Deacons, the lowest among the ranks of people allowed to enter this tower. Above the Red Priests were the Purple Aristocrats, and the White Pope stood on top of them all. This was Bios's 5 divine ranks system that had been in place for a long time. Of course, there were other professionals in the tower as well, like the Pope's secretary, who were not part of the hierarchy, but still given special permission to enter the tower. "Have you heard the news?" the man asked. "His Holiness will mediate in the Ponsonian Civil War." "I have. The conflict between the Crown Prince and the Princess, I believe," she answered. "Their representative would be here soon, and I was asked to be part of security. Is there a point for this arbitration?" The priest muttered in a low whisper, as if he didn't want anyone else to hear. "I'm not sure I follow." "What are your thoughts on the Ponsonian Civil War?" "I am inexperienced in the world of politics, but I heard the late king had not chosen his successor." After his death, the princess quickly gained control of the royal capital, and many nobles sided with her. The prince left with only a few troops and he's currently holed up in Leatherelka. "Are you saying the prince should surrender?" "No." "Really now?" "Even if the king failed to choose a successor, other countries know the prince is the apparent heir to the throne. He should take his rightful place and soothe the citizens who are most likely in a state of panic after receiving word of the king's sudden death." "That is a very interesting opinion. But most royalty and nobility worry about themselves first before the citizens." "I see." "My question is, what does His Holiness hope to achieve by mediating in this conflict?" "I cannot possibly imagine what His Holiness is thinking." "Indeed, I feel the same, but sometimes we have to think hard so we can walk the right path." "I believe you're always on the right path, Father." Her straightforwardness made the priest smile wryly. "You are marvelous. Marvelous indeed. You're like Saint Rusalka's knight." "I am honored. My parents taught me to strive to be just like Saint Rusalka." Saint Rusalka's knight was a great figure from the past. They protected Saint Rusalka at all times, putting their life on the line, as she went around places, preaching the teachings of the church, but their name was never known. The knight believed the saint to be a magnificent person, and was content in remaining in the shadows, disliking for their name to be remembered. I'm sure you will uphold the sanctity of the doctrine. May I ask what you mean by that? I apologize, but I don't have deep knowledge about the doctrine, unlike you, Father. It's fine. Forget what I said. Thank you for your time. The priest ended the conversation, picked up his cap, and stood up. He then strolled out of the room, leaving behind a confused Konya. What we need right now is not the Knight of Saint-Tru's Orca. She would be needed once everything was over. Right now, the priest walked down a deserted hall, in an area that only few people entered. There were places in this huge tower that were open only to a select few individuals. We need someone to scrape out the darkness lurking in the white tower. Before him was an overlapping wall. The white color and the light made the shadows disappear, so one had to strain their eyes to see it. If you simply walked down the corridor, you wouldn't notice that there was a passage there. The priest eyed his surroundings to make sure no one was around. He then pressed his hand on his chest, as though to quell his heart's throbbing. He then started walking towards the hidden passage. 7 days later, Konya Mercury learned that the red priest she talked to had left Agiopol for missionary work in a distant land. He'd walked the path of hardship himself. How admirable! Konya was deeply moved. We talked about Saint Rizalka's knight. What did he mean by that? Does he want me to accompany him on his journey? Ah, what have I done? I didn't realize that soon enough, and now he's gone. She felt disappointed. But this isn't the time for being down. I have to show him how I've grown the next time we meet. I must focus on my duties. Konya quickly stood up, nodding to herself. Then a monk arrived with news. An emissary from Ponsonia? I see. So the kingdom had gotten in touch. What? An adventurer? Okay, I'll check the papers. Wait. Konya stopped the monk as he was about to leave. This adventurer, Hikaru, was it? Where is he right now? Konya, a blue knight, arrived at the tower along with 3 other knights. They stood in attention in front of a stout man dressed in purple, a purple aristocrat. Aristocrats, as the word suggested, were nobles in this country. The man's cap was also purple, its shape lost from the jewels embedded on it. Disheveled hair stuck out from under. Oh, I see. The emissary has arrived. Yes. The aristocrat said in his shrill voice. He accepted the documents from Konya and began leafing through them. There were 30 papers all in all. This world's paper-making technology was considerably inferior to that of modern Japan's, resulting in thick papers produced. The way he flipped through the pages was more rustling, rather than casual shuffling. Over here, the man called, and a maid appeared. For a maid, she wore an above-the-knee skirt, and her cleavage was greatly exposed that one would assume she was a prostitute. This didn't bother the man, even ogling at the woman's breasts like it was nothing as he handed her the documents. Give this to Katana. Okay. The maid said in a sweet voice, casting a flirtatious glance as she walked away. Men wouldn't be able to resist following those swaying buttocks with their eyes. The knights beside Konya watched her intently as she left. Only Konya had her brows raised. Well, then, you will be in charge of security. Yes, sir. You will split into 2 pairs, one for the princess and one for the prince. You may use the temple knights however you want. Understood. Beneath the blue knights were the temple knights who also wore blue here in Agiopol, but only the former was allowed to don blue cloaks. It was the easiest way to distinguish between the 2 groups. Only the Grey Deacons didn't have any hierarchical relations among each other. They were allowed in the tower, but only in a section of the place of worship. They needed special permission to enter other areas. You will be informed of the conference date at a later time. You may now leave. Yes, sir. The 3 other knights were about to leave, when Konya spoke up. May I ask a question, sir? What is that? There was a hint of displeasure on the aristocrat's face. To him, blue knights were nothing but his subordinates who said yes to every command. Asking a question like this was unthinkable. The other knights felt nervous, wondering what Konya's question was. "It's about the emissary. I heard the princess was asked to send one within 10 days. Why is that?" Konya had scanned over the documents that she submitted. The preface, its contents mostly just roundabout and beating around the bush, looked like it could have been better if they had more time. 10 days from Ponsonia's royal capital to Adyapol was too tight a schedule. Even the crown prince hadn't arrived yet, and he was closer to Adyapol. It was His Holiness's decision. His Holiness, we cannot comprehend what he is thinking. Does that answer your question? Yes, sir. Now that the Pope had come up, there was nothing else she could do. Konya left with the other knights, deep in thought. Wait a minute. The documents were received yesterday. That means the emissary arrived in just 7 days. Konya stopped walking. Lady Konya, let us hurry. One knight said. What's wrong? Another asked. Konya shot a glance at the aristocrat's room once more, but the door, crude and covered with gold, was already closed. I have a question, Konya said. How long would it take for a horse to travel from here to Ponsonia's royal capital? This is about the 10-day limit, yes? You seem too hung up on it. 10 days is enough. My favorite horse can run a whole day without rest and it still wouldn't be exhausted. We're not asking about your favorite horse. Let's go. Miss Konya. Prying into His Holiness's plans is tantamount to questioning him. Why, you're right. Let's go. Konya resumed walking, and so did the other knights. To them, 10 days was tough, but doable. But if they realized it took the emissary only 7 days, they would surely think it strange. I don't think there's any point in explaining to them. Even if they thought it was strange, they would probably only think, so what? It had nothing to do with the church's teachings and the duties they were given. It might be a good idea to meet with the adventurer. It could all just be some trivial trick. No, wondering too much about His Holiness's instructions is disrespectful. Konya shoved the doubt into a corner of her mind. The maid handed the documents to the senior secretary, Katanimacpaulia, who in turn submitted them to the Pope. Did you read the contents? The Pope asked. Yes, their reason for taking the throne is within the realm of expectations, but the part about the previous bloodline is quite creative. The problem is how fast this was delivered. Indeed, it's not normal. Exactly. There is no other word for it. Just like Konya, the Pope also noticed the abnormal speed of the delivery. Although, he imposed a time limit for exactly this reason. So Princess Kudyastoria sent her very own trusty elite without hesitation. I think so. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made it past the checkpoints. If they came here through normal means, our men would have stopped them. I believe this emissary is some kind of a stealth user. You do have their name, yes? I do. An adventurer named Hikaru. I have not heard of the name before. He's rank D apparently. D? Look him up. Understood. I knew you would say that, so I already sent someone. If this Hikaru works directly for the princess, what should we do? The Pope rubbed his beard as he pondered over the matter. You can never have too many skilled personnel. Understood. I'll prepare some money. If he didn't accept, then we will leave his fate to the heavens. Yes, Your Holiness. It was code for kill him. As for the arbitration, just do whatever works. Whether they clashed or divided the kingdom is none of our concern. The church will not get involved. I understand. Who should we choose as arbitrator? The purple. No, the reds will do. Just pick some red who does not have anything better to do. But make sure it is not the nosy type who likes to snoop around. I understand. After Katana left the room, the Pope hid the documents on the table. A civil war? How foolish. The kingdom is nothing but dregs. Its technology long lost. A shadow of its former self. How is bringing up the previous king's bloodline creative? Kudyastoria is a legitimate princess. Good grief, the Pope thought as he rang the bell. A maid came to take the papers away. The Pope got up his seat and moved to the window. He could see the streets of Adyapol below. Thanks to his strict leadership, no garbage littered the roads. There weren't any filthy slums, either, although that was mostly because he got rid of them through force. The poor had turned to burglary outside town. Such a beautiful sight. I need this scenery to spread all over the continent as well. No one heard the Pope's musings. For that, I, a servant of God, need power. Power even greater than the ancient city of Poenxinia. The Pope didn't know that Katani mentioned only the previous bloodline to cut her report short. To be more accurate, it was the previous dynasty's bloodline which referred to Poenxinia. Ponsonia never brought up Poenxinia ever since its foundation. It made sense. After all, the kingdom was built by someone not descended from the real royal family. Had Katana been more specific, it would have drawn the Pope's attention. If the Pope himself studied the documents carefully, he would have noticed the name Poenxinia, but in the end, he didn't. As such, he didn't care about the arbitration. At this point, not one soul knew what kind of effect this would have, not even the Pope. The day after Hikaru accepted the special request. That's it? Are you sure? Yup. It's done. It doesn't look like anything's changed. I said it's done. For real? You don't trust me, do you? Well, you do look like a gluttonous, drooling, bizarre creature. Hikaru and Drake the White Draken were in a forest located in the middle of Pond and Leatherelka. They came to this place since the latter said a Draken passage was here. It was starting to get dark. Worst case, they might need to make camp for the night. There were barely any vicious monsters around, so Hikaru believed they'd be safe. In the middle of the forest stood a hill with a hole in it, too small to be called a cave. An experienced hunter might think a bear was hibernating in there. Drake said the hole was the entrance to the Draken passage. The Draken mumbled some incantation and that was it. It was dark inside, but Hikaru's life and mana detection didn't pick up anything. Hikaru, let's try going in, Lavia urged. Okay. Drake wrapped himself back around Lavia's neck. Hikaru took out a magic lamp shaped like a flashlight. The hole went surprisingly deep, although Hikaru had to crouch down just to enter. You two wait for my signal first before going in, Hikaru said. You really don't trust me, huh? Drake looked dejected. For a Draken, he sure is expressive and cocky, Hikaru thought. As soon as he entered the hole, the path quickly turned to a downward slope. Hikaru proceeded onward, half sliding down. The passage, made by simply boring through the ground, grew wider midway, and he could now stand straight up. The whistling of the wind indicated that the passage was connected somewhere. This isn't a dungeon, is it? Hikaru wondered. There would be life around if it was, but he didn't detect anything. Soon the slope turned into level ground. Hikaru noticed the air had turned warm. It felt like winter's chilly grip loosened just a bit. As he advanced deeper, this time the slope turned upward. The feel of the earth seemed to have changed, but he couldn't explain exactly what had changed, since he wasn't a geological expert. Stairs? Nicely shaped rocks set on the ground formed stairs, though some part of it had long crumbled. When Hikaru made it out, he found himself inside a small building. A shrine. He had no idea what kind of god was enshrined here, but a stone statue stood inside. On the entrance to the shrine was a double door, one side rotten and on the ground. From there, he stepped outside. No way. Hikaru stood there blankly, dumbfounded. He was in a deep forest just a while ago, and now he was on top of a hill. A town sprawled out below. Houses made primarily of sandstones lined the streets. The place looked just like the town where he freed Drake, Ingenstadt. There was still time before sundown. The sun set a little bit higher in the sky than when Hikaru entered the hole, as if it climbed back up, and they managed to secure themselves rooms at an inn. Asking at the checkpoint would only draw suspicion. So instead Hikaru casually asked the owner of the inn where they were. As it turned out, they were in Nordenstadt, a town in Einbeast. Here you go. Eat up. Yahoo! Deep-fried bread coated in sugar. One of my favorites. Hikaru brought Drake a bag full of deep-fried bread. Lavia and Paula already made themselves at home. After asking for tea from Paula, Hikaru turned his attention to Drake. So, what was that? Like I keep saying, it's the Draken Passage. Hikaru knew already. But after seeing the real thing, he couldn't help but ask. With those things, border checkpoints are pretty much useless. I told you, holy mana is needed to activate the passage. A normal human being can't use it. Drake talked as if these things were common knowledge. Verifying every single one of them was a pain. The Draken Passage was a series of pathways that dragons used to travel all over the world. They were basically shortcuts. In this world, mana accumulated under the earth, running from one place to another. Hikaru didn't warp through the hole, but rather for a moment, space was bent, allowing for short-distance travel. Holy mana was more powerful than ordinary mana, able to perform things magic and sorcery couldn't. Humans couldn't accumulate this inside their bodies, but it was possible to seal it inside using a catalyst. How much mana did you use, then? You're getting mana from Lavia, right? Lavia provided Drake with excess mana which the Draken converted to holy mana so he could recover his strength. I used up every last bit I got today, he answered, his mouth covered in sugar. So you can only use it once a day. I can use it more than once if I got more mana. Lavia, have you tried giving him all you've got? I haven't. Should I try it? Yeah, go ahead. Of course. You don't have to give every last drop you have, just give him enough. Okay, are you okay with that, Drake? Sure. Lavia placed her hands on Drake and closed her eyes. The Draken simply munched on his food without a care in the world. Hikaru crossed his arms, while Paula watched them with great interest. Here goes. Her hair seemed to stand on end. Then, the mana oozing from her body ballooned. This is just like what happened when I first met her, Hikaru thought. In the cell underneath the Morgstad residence, Lavia showed him her absurd amount of mana. How she was not normal. He could feel the immense power even from outside the cell, but watching it up front was a whole different matter. The tea-filled cup clattered on the table. Windows cracked. Huh? Drake's eyes widened. Wait. Hold it. That's too much. What? Hearing Drake's protests, Lavia's mana quickly shrank. Incredible. I didn't know you had that much. I thought humans only had a tiny bit of mana, so I'd been holding back. Maybe I should have absorbed more. That was amazing. Lavia-chan, I thought you had incredible mana capacity since you could use powerful spells, but I didn't expect this much. Even Paula was surprised. Lavia had 11 points on mana. The average mage wouldn't be able to hold a candle to her. Among the people Hikaru had met, Lavia's mana capacity was off the charts, save for one person. Silica had a ridiculous 19 points on hers. But that was only because she consciously tried to level up. As such, she was an exception. Her fellow party member Sophie only had 7 points on mana. Showered by compliments, Lavia stared at her hands. Hikaru felt worried. He thought Lavia would recall the times when people treated her as a terrifying tool. Hikaru. Lavia called his name. What is it? It's strange. I never thought there would come a day when I'd feel happy about people complimenting my power. Hikaru didn't need to worry. After all, I'm proud of your power too. Hikaru said. Thank you. I'm glad you feel that way. A smile blossomed across her face. If I can have this much mana, I might be able to do a lot more. Drake said. Exhausted from opening the Draken Passage, Drake retired early. Surprisingly, he left more than half of the deep-fried bread untouched. After that, Hikaru went around Nordenstadt to see the sights. They had plenty of time to reach Agiopol. The Pope and Konya were surprised that Hikaru arrived in 7 days. What they didn't know was he had to visit the royal capital for the first day and they actually arrived 2 days earlier. So in reality, the trip only took 4 days. We're not entering Agiopol yet? Paula asked. They were staying in an inn town just outside of Agiopol to kill time. Hikaru took a sip of his tea as he flipped through the book that he borrowed from Lavia. Yeah. They'll be too cautious of us if we arrived too early. But 7 days is still not normal, right? But it's possible, is what they would think. They would assume I was an extremely skilled adventurer, or someone with a means to travel fast, like say, I tamed a swift monster and used it to travel instead of a horse. I am sorry, Hikaru-sama. I don't follow at all. If you didn't want to draw attention, you could show up after exactly 10 days. I'm trying to see how the Pope would react. He's testing the princess. His methods don't sit right with me. I have a right to test him as well. Test the Pope? Hikaru flashed a meaningful grin. A pacifist would probe for information without laying a hand on me. A go-getter would try to recruit me to their side. And a cool-headed tactician would try to kill me right away. After taking another sip of tea, Hikaru placed the cup on the table and turned his eyes back on the book. This should be fun, he said. When Hikaru arrived in Agiopol, the first thing that captivated him was the whiteness of the cityscape. White wood was used for the roofs and even coated in white paint. It reminded Hikaru of Santorini Island in the Aegean Sea. I think they just painted the line rocks white over there. Here though, the wood itself is white. The color white reflected more light from the sun, resulting in an overall cooler temperature. Bios's capital, Agiopol, was located further south than Ponsonia's royal capital. Putting on an overcoat during winter was not necessary. Summer must be hell here. Incidentally, Santorini's lime rocks weren't just for lowering temperature, but for sterilization purposes as well. In this city, however, that didn't seem to matter. Wow. So this is Agiopol. I've dreamed of this place. Paula was deeply moved. Lavia's eyes darted all over the place. They were both fully prepared to go sightseeing, but there was something they had to do first. Before getting a room, Hikaru made his way to his destination to complete his task. In order to deliver Princess Kagyatoria's official letter, he would need to see the Pope. So he headed to the tower. Let's see. Hikaru arrived at the remarkably huge tower without getting lost. A moat clearly surrounded the building. There was clearly a castle gate. Soldiers were clearly guarding the place, yet people referred to it as a tower. As he passed through the gate, a voice called out to him. An old grey deacon. Me? Hikaru asked. You can't just come here. This isn't a tourist spot. I have important business here. Sightseeing isn't important business. I'm not here for sightseeing. Those girls seem to be giggling a lot, though. Hikaru turned around to see Lavia and Paula making comments as they pointed at the building. From his perspective, they absolutely looked like tourists. That's not good. But really, I have business here. Hikaru showed the Adventurers Guild request certification. It served both as identification and a pass. The old man glanced at it. I see. In that case, you may give me the letter. I have to give this to the right person. Can you inform them of my arrival? Now, I said I'll take it. Hand it over quick. I need to know if it makes it to His Holiness the Pope. His Holiness? The old man looked surprised, covering his mouth with his hand. He was clearly exaggerating. What's wrong? A hooded soldier guarding the gate approached them. Chain armor covered his body, and he carried around a lance. This boy says he has a letter from Ponsonia. The old man said. He says to inform the Pope. That is absurd. Why, you're an adventurer. The soldier remarked. Hikaru gave a shrug. Is this how you treat someone delivering a letter from a princess of a nation? Ha ha ha. You think you're an emissary or something? Just give me this letter you're talking about. I'll take good care of it. Looks like I misunderstood something. I never thought Bios was this too egoistic. Alright, then. I'll hand it over as long as you give me attestation that you received it. Hikaru said, fed up from dealing with the two. Either of you will do. The soldier was surprised from Hikaru's change in attitude. What? You're not getting one, he said. I need proof that says I delivered the letter within the allotted time so I can get my reward from the guild. The Adventurers Guild is none of our concern. Okay, then. I guess I'll just have the Adventurers Guild file an official complaint. I still have 3 more days. That's plenty of time. If there's a complaint that concerned 2 nations, let's just say a few soldiers might have to kiss their jobs goodbye. Hikaru turned around. The soldier panicked. Wait. Okay, I'll ask a Blue Knight to write a proof of receipt, he said. What are you saying? You can't trouble a knight for something like this. You know this is not something a mere grey can handle. Hikaru heaved a sigh as he watched the 2 men arguing. Hierarchical societies are everywhere, he thought. The soldier left in a hurry and came back with the proof of receipt. Hikaru checked its contents. After confirming that everything was good, Hikaru handed over the letter. All right. I'll give this to the Blue Knights. You can leave. Is there something else? Nothing. The civil war plunged Ponsonia in a state of chaos. This arbitration might solve the kingdom's problem. Yet the soldiers had no knowledge of a messenger coming. And they didn't give them a warm welcome either. Instead treating them roughly. Soon the real emissary, Ponsonia's delegate, would be arriving. How can they act like this? Is this common in this world? Or is Agiopol's an exception? Hikaru turned his back to the soldier. No, please let me go. Are you serious? Lord Jalop here is talking to you. Paula moved in front of Lavia, as if to protect her. A grey monk grabbed her arm. Not too far away, a fat monk was watching them with an indecent look. Hikaru wondered which part of him was religious. They call me Guru Jalop, the closest person to the Reds. Behold, my sleeves. What elegant 3 lines, Lord Jalop. I can feel the virtuosity emanating from you. The man's sleeves were embroidered with 3 lines. His followers either had 1 or none at all. You look cute, Jalop said. I'll personally preach to you about the teachings of God. I said, let me go. Come here. Lord Jalop is. The man grabbing Paula grunted in pain. A hand was gripping his wrist tight. Oh, you look like monks. I thought for sure you were thugs. Hikaru-sama. Hikaru. The monk looked at Hikaru. At first, he appeared to be surprised it was just a kid, then suddenly his face contorted. The grip on his wrist was too strong. He had no choice but to let Paula go. His wrist made creaking sounds. Hikaru had 1 point on strength. He was as strong as people who did manual labor. Oh ouch. That hurts. Hey, what are you doing this time? The soldier came running over. Hikaru let the man go and shot a glare at Jalop, whose face was red from infuriation. So men of faith take girls by force now? Bastard, you better not make Lord Jalop mad. What happened? The soldier cut in. Hikaru ignored him and started walking, grabbing both Lavia's and Paula's hands. Jalop kept his eyes on them, but didn't follow. What is wrong with this place? I am sorry, Hikaru-sama. I got too carried away. It's not your fault. If getting too excited is wrong, then I'm at fault as well, Lavia said. Even Hikaru when he gets a ton of money. Wait a second. You make it sound like I get excited when I get money. It sure looked like it when you defeated Senkun and won 100 million. He couldn't deny it. Their order arrived. Hikaru decided to go to a cafe before giving his report at the guild. They needed to get their minds off of things. They ordered the city's famous product, souffle pancakes topped with fresh cream and white sugar. The table was white, but the plates were green, making for a bit of variety. But like Lavia said, it's not your fault, Paula. It's those idiots' fault for ganging up on you. Ah really? Just be honest, Paula. Lavia said. You thought Hikaru would come to your rescue, right? You were delighted he saved you. Wah, you. Yes. Paula was fidgety, tapping her 2 forefingers together as she looked at Hikaru. With her completely new look, her mannerisms struck a chord in him. I blame Dodorano for all this. It's his fault for making you look too pretty. Hikaru said. What? No, I'm not. Nice one, Hikaru. I think so too. People keep staring at her. That's not true. It's because you're cute, Lavia-chan. No, it's you that's cute. Nua. It's true. Alright, Break it off. This might go on forever. They've been getting along too well lately that their conversations seem to not go anywhere. Hikaru was glad, but also felt a bit sad that he was being left out. Anyway, I've been wondering, people here are ranked based on colors, huh? Yes, it's called the 5 divine ranks. The white pope stands at the top, then purple, red, blue, and gray. But what about that guy? What was his name again? Fatty. I don't think that's his name. Whatever, he said he was a guru or something. Apparently there's hierarchy among the Greys as well. Even thought they're all the same Greys? Yes, but it's not official. Hikaru heaved a sigh. He'd been sighing a lot today. You know what they say, if 3 people gather, you can create 2 groups. Do they really have to put a ranking in everything? Do you hate this city? Levi asked. Hikaru thought about it for a bit. My first impression is awful, at least, but it looks beautiful. Beauty is useless when you're rotten on the inside. We still have a few days before the foreign minister arrives. I say we go sightseeing. We might find some great spots here and even good people. Hikaru wondered. He made sure to arrive in 7 days. I just hope there's someone out there who knows what this means. He took a spoon and took a piece of his pancake. Sugar spread in his mouth. It was sweet enough to cover up slight cooking errors. Just to be sure, Hikaru reported to the Adventurers Guild that he'd completed his delivery task to the tower. The guild in Agiopol was far smaller compared to other nations and well organized, but the receptionists were beautiful women all the same. Apparently, the church's temple knights dealt with monsters, so only escort and harvesting jobs were available to adventurers. And since no adventurer would come to a guild with few requests, it became smaller and smaller. I've logged your arrival here, Sir Hikaru, the receptionist said, but Bonsonia's foreign minister will be the one to verify the completion of the request. Okay. Where are you staying in Agiopol? I haven't checked into a place yet. I heard there's a Grand Hotel here, so I'm thinking of staying there. Grand Hotel, a hotel chain with branches all over the continent. First class and huge. The cost of staying was expensive. I see. What are your plans today? The receptionist asked, smoothing down her hair. She realized Hikaru was loaded enough to stay at such a grand place. Even rank D was considered high in this guild. Lavia and Paula were staring daggers at them from behind. Hikaru gave vague answers, and they left the guild. Grand Hotel Agiopol had vacant rooms. After checking in, they went out once again. Finally, it's my time. Because Drake was too persistent, the Draken was annoyed that only he didn't get to eat pancakes at the cafe. Food stands, here we come. Yeah, about that. I don't see any food stand. What? After walking down the streets of this white city, Hikaru noticed it was too organized. Food stands, which always filled the streets of other cities, couldn't be found here. There was nothing wrong with being organized, but too much, and it seemed like the place was devoid of life. No way. My food trip. We didn't come here to eat, you know. Must be nice being you. You had that white, sweet stuff earlier. Ah, that was delicious. I didn't know they had white sugar actually. This nation was too obsessed with the color white that they developed a technology to remove impurities from brown sugar to produce white sugar, even using magic. Don't they have anything better to do? But I guess it's just one of those things. I wanna eat. I wanna eat. I wanna eat. Hey, keep it down. Hikaru covered Drake's mouth, who happened to be on Lavia's chest. My bad. They had just stepped out of the hotel. Passerbys stopped, wondering what was going on. Let's go. They left in a hurry. After asking around, they found out that there were food stands in this city. Not only that, but also a market. Except they were all indoors. Wow. I didn't expect all of them to be indoors. Before them was a huge, white warehouse with a high, dome-shaped ceiling. Rather than a warehouse, it was more of a gymnasium, only 4 times bigger than normal. Its giant doors facing the street were wide open. High-spirited voices of people doing business rolled from within. Waves of people entered and left, carrying purses and the goods they bought. Oh, the inside was far warmer than outside from the crowd of people. Various scents hung in the air, mixing together: the aroma of grilled fish, fat, and spices, the smell of old furniture, and the scent of people, which made them dizzy. The Pope did not allow doing business out on the streets, so the city had to build an indoor marketplace. It looked both like a flea market and a food stand street. The presence of beastmen indicated that even foreigners came here. There were 13 of these places all throughout Tajipol. Then, Hikaru's nose caught a familiar, sweet aroma. He hadn't smelled it before in this world. Don't tell me. Hikaru discovered something. I'm exhausted. Spending 30 minutes in the indoor market made them sick. Lavia threw in the towel, while Paula didn't have the energy to say anything, their hands full of groceries. They stepped out of the building. The Pope also prohibited eating outside. Instead, a food court was built next to the market. They sure love their proper manners. The food court wasn't as crowded. They were able to take vacant seats and relax. Drake didn't waste time in devouring the dried fish. Every bite made a cracking sound as though he was eating dead twigs. I wasn't expecting them to have this, Hikaru said. For him, weaving through the crowd was worth it. Your eyes seemed to light up when you bought that, Lavia said. What's that white thing? Paula asked. It's staple food, kinda like bread. You cook it in water and it turns like this, ill-shaped, round, white food. The wave of nostalgia made him buy 5 of it, even though he didn't really eat that many at once. Back in Japan, it's rice, and this dish is called onigiri. Actually, I'm not sure if you could call it a dish. Is it really that good? Try one, Hikaru urged. The girls, wearing doubtful expressions, took one each. They frowned as the rice stuck to their fingers. Of course this world would have rice. Hikaru had already tried noodles made with rice flour, but not actual rice. Hikaru asked the seller why they were serving this and they answered because it's white. Apparently, it wasn't really popular among the people. This one moment made Hikaru thank this country's obsession with the color white. Hikaru took one as well. It was cold and hard. He took a bite and chewed. It wasn't cooked enough and was still hard. The rice itself didn't have the sweetness that Japanese rice had. It was long and thin and had a particular odor to it. If this was served in a restaurant in Japan, one bite and it would have been returned to the kitchen. Hikaru? Hikaru-sama. The girls watched Hikaru eat quietly. It's weird. I have not once felt homesick ever since I came here. I never even felt happy while eating such horrible onigiri before. Lavia cautiously took a bite. She frowned and immediately returned the food in the bag. Paula, on the other hand, forced herself to eat hers. Hikaru couldn't help but laugh. You don't have to force yourself. If it weren't for the memories, I wouldn't eat it. I see. You have precious memories about this food, Lavia said. Yeah, I used to eat this a lot. Then, Lavia took her onigiri back out and started eating it. You don't need to. I'm not forcing myself. I want to know more about you. Ugh. She choked, so Hikaru handed her some juice. The sweetness of the fruit juice didn't complement with the onigiri well. So you have this kind of food back in your hometown, Paula said. They're much tastier back home, though. Is that so? It's my first time having one, Paula said with a hint of regret. Hikaru understood how she felt. I want to know more about Hikaru-sama, too, is what she was probably thinking, but she hesitated. Hikaru didn't like people prying too much. I did consider telling her about myself soon. I know. Once this is all over and we get back to Scholazid, I'll tell her how I came to this world. Hikaru ate the last piece of onigiri. There was actually one more. Drake's leftover. Tastes awful, the dragon said. Hikaru and the girls left the indoor market. The wind was chilly, but with the sun out, plenty of people milled about on the streets. As they walked down the road, Hikaru heard something. Many pedestrians stopped short and glanced at a man standing on a platform in an open space. He wore a grey habit, and there were no white lines on his sleeves. He had short, green hair and cool-looking features, a handsome man. The man seemed to be using some sort of a magic megaphone as Hikaru could hear him from afar. Saint Rizalka said, "Even if you feel superior to others, you must not be arrogant. People have limitless potential. If you believe in God and walk down the path of faith, you will receive His blessings." It is said that soon, someone in that village received a great blessing. They then wished to hear more from the saints, so they came to Adyapol. But Saint Rizalka didn't wish for them to come here. There are many theories as to why. It was dangerous, or the saint wanted to spread the teachings far and wide. Among others, I believe the believers made their way to Adyapol no matter the hardships that awaited them. He was preaching about the church's teachings. Hikaru listened for no particular reason. So these teachings are not from God specifically. The church simply preaches the stories of the saints. Hikaru muttered. It made perfect sense. In this world, God manifested himself on soul cards. While his existence could be verified, communicating with him was impossible. It's strange, though. God doesn't speak, but dragons do. They're messengers of God, but they don't know what he wants. Drake said that when he was back in his home, the heavens, he could feel God's presence. But down here, that presence felt weaker. He could also feel evil. After all, humans could either walk the holy or evil path. Saint Rizalka seems to be the most popular among the believers. Paula said, "I like Natalia more than Rizalka." Lavia said, "I see you're quite the enthusiast, Lavia-chan." Saint Natalia's stories mostly involve dialogues with peculiar people. I think the dialogues hold some truth. If God exerts his will in this world, then plucking the fruit of a tree is also his will. But why does God let the fruit rot? You're not even interested in Saint Natalia's words, but the oddball. The church raised Paula and the bookworm Lavia started talking about religion. Hikaru didn't read as much as Lavia, all the more so when it came to religious books. He felt it unnecessary. He'd only read books that contained information about job classes and magic items. In other words, practical books. But watching Paula and Lavia having fun made him want to read other books too so he could join the conversation. Hikaru noticed the man on stage looking in their direction with eyes wide open. The sermon ended after about 5 minutes. Such preaching was an everyday occurrence here in Adyapol. Indeed, Saint Rizalka's stories were interesting with its ups and downs. In this city, the stories of saints were used frequently in conversations. Learning about them would be of benefit. The people listened in earnest, and they left once it was over. I didn't expect Rizalka's night to do that in the end. Rizalka's night is so cool. Do you like devoted men, Lavia? Hikaru asked. No, I like you. Hikaru was taken aback from her straightforward answer, his mouth gaping. Thanks for the treat, Paula said with a wry smile. Excuse me, are you perhaps Hikaru? Hikaru turned around to find the man preaching just now. He knows my name. Hikaru watched him cautiously, but immediately relaxed. Soulboard Shuva Bloomfield, age, 18, rank, 1116. Vitality, perception, hearing 3. Willpower, mental strength 1. Faith, holy 3. Charisma 1. Appeal 1. He opened the man's soul board. Hikaru knew the name Bloomfield. The stranger looked just like her, with his green hair and cool features. I heard about Saint Natalia when she shouldn't even be related to my preaching, so I was wondering what it was about, he said. Apparently, he heard the girl's conversation. It must be the 3 points on his hearing. Then I saw you, an adventurer with black hair and black eyes. My sister has told me a lot about you in her letters. Hikaru. Sister? Hikaru feigned ignorance. Sophie Bloomfield, an adventurer with the 4 stars of the East. So he really is Sophie's younger brother. I see. I've met Sophie a number of times. What does she say about me? Shuva gave a strained laugh. She says you're extremely intellectual and perceptive for a boy. Okay. I thought for sure she wrote that I'm a sophistic, cocky brat. This must be Lavia, and Lady Paula. Oh. He just referred to her as Lady Sophie. Probably told her brother about Paula's extraordinary healing capabilities. Perhaps Sophie suggested they go to Agiopol because her brother was here. It was definitely possible that she pushed him to recruit Paula to the church. It is an honor to meet you. Shuva quickly closed the distance to grab Paula's hand, but Hikaru moved in front of her. Seeing Hikaru's menacing eyes, Shuva panicked. I'm sorry. I don't plan to do that. What do you mean by that? It is up to the person if they want to join the church or not. I don't have the right to say anything. My sister, who's known as one of the best healing magic users in the church, said Lady Paula possesses rare abilities. I couldn't help myself. I'm sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable. Shuva said, bowing. He's an honest guy at least, unlike his sister. It's clear that I'm younger than him, but he's polite. Most people might say that Sophie herself was an honest and wonderful woman, but for Hikaru she was as enigmatic as cell eyes. It was hard to imagine what went on their minds. I'm honored by Lady Sophie's words, but by Hikaru-sama's side is where I belong. Paula said with a smile. It sure looks like it. Shuva said, Hikaru, if you have any problems while here in Agiopol, don't hesitate to tell me. I'll do anything I can to help. And then he left. It felt like a refreshing wind just blew past. Hikaru was wary of him at first, but in the end, he didn't have a bad impression about the guy. Even though he's a monk, he still treats me with an adventurer, with the proper etiquette. In this country, hierarchy was clear through the designation of colors. Monks were the lowest ranked people, but merchants and adventurers were treated as someone with even lower status. Usually, monks, who were always bossed around by the reds and blues in the tower, would be acting more arrogant in front of normal citizens. Yet not a trace of such behavior could be seen from Shuva. He was humble, just like Saint Ruzalka. There's good people here too. Paula said, my impression of this city improved somewhat. Hikaru couldn't help but admit that. The next day, a red priest nodded satisfactorily as he watched the things brought to his room. Finally here. From now on, I live in the tower. There's no higher honor than this. I completely agree, Jalop said, laughing together with his lackeys. By the way, I heard this room belonged to a priest who got fired. SSH. The red priest raised his forefinger to silence him. Choose your words carefully. Said priest embarked on a long journey, resulting in less personnel to spread the word of God. And so I was chosen. Yes. Exactly. Be more careful from now on. Understood. Good. I must say, you brought some good stuff. The priest regarded the beautiful bookshelf by the wall. Of course. It's a congratulatory gift for your ascendance to Red Priest, so I got you a fine quality items. The things brought in were Jalop's donations, in other words, bribe. Just keep this up. The priest said. He meant give me more bribes. Is the priest here? A woman with deep blue hair that swayed as she walked entered the room. Lady Katana. It was the Pope's senior secretary, Katana. Jalop knew her, but his followers didn't. Since she wasn't wearing any gray, red, or purple, they assumed she was an ordinary citizen. On your knees, you fools. Jalop ordered his men. Jalop himself hung his head low. Katana was one of the people closest to the most powerful person in this country. A person beyond reach. What brings you here? The priest seemed to be panicking as well. He might have expected a purple to come, but certainly not Katana. First, I wish to congratulate you for your promotion to priest. Thank you very much. I will do my best to serve. I have a small request. Katana cut him short. The priest couldn't possibly refuse her. What would that be? If there's anything I can do, I'll give it my all. I want you to meet an adventurer. She didn't let him finish again. His name is Hikaru. He has black hair and black eyes. I want you to recruit him to our side. In other words, make him your pawn. In the Grand Hotel, guests could have breakfast in the wide lounge facing the entrance. There were plenty of spaces between tables. The breakfast menu consisted of white bread and white sausage. As always, the city's obsession with the color showed. The vegetables, at least, had varied colors, but the main dish was definitely white. This hotel chain sure is amazing. They incorporate the local features and specialties, and everything that should be standardized is standardized. Really? Lavia and Paula didn't seem to understand, but Hikaru was deeply impressed. You can say they're just hotels that open business in large cities, but there's more to it. It's difficult to incorporate other countries' culture while maintaining their standard of quality. Sharing information across borders is not easy, but the quality is the same for all the branches. Thank you for the compliment. A waiter came and poured water on their glasses. He wore a strained smile, perhaps because it wasn't some old wealthy man who gave praise, but a teenager who acted like an expert. May I ask how this hotel maintains this quality of service? Hikaru said. He felt embarrassed that the man heard him, but he took the opportunity to ask a question. Whenever a new branch is opened, experienced staff from other branches stay for a year to teach the local employees about the Grand Hotel's creed. I see. If you have more questions, please don't hesitate to ask. The waiter bowed and left. Hikaru, what's a creed? It basically means management philosophy. In this case, it might refer to their fundamental values in providing service, or something along those lines. Oh, how do you know that, Hikaru-sama? Have you worked at a hotel before? Of course not. I can't imagine Hikaru being a hotel staff. Lavia chuckled. What's so funny about it? Hikaru thought. Is the adventurer Hikaru here? A loud voice came from the entrance. It belonged to a monk wearing grey habit, and he came with 4 other men. Merchants mostly stayed in the Grand Hotel, so their garments stood out. Oh, crap. Hikaru was at a loss for words. The familiar man threatened hotel staff, asking them where Hikaru was, and walked with heavy steps towards his direction. So you're Hikaru. You should be honored. A red priest has sent me to. Wait a minute, you look familiar. It was Jalop. You got me mixed with someone else. Please leave. Bullshit. You're the only adventurer with black hair and eyes round here. Hikaru sensed trouble. Jalop regarded him with disgust, recalling the time they had a dispute in front of the tower. A red priest has summoned you. Come with me. What does he want? Just come and you'll find out. I'd say no. Then what? Jalop's eyes widened. What did you say? He repeated. I said no. Why should I go when I don't even know what he wants from me? Besides, they messed with Paula before. Hikaru's anger from back then still hadn't subsided. Damn you! Jalop shouted, his face red with rage. The people in the lounge looked at them, wondering what was going on. Hotel staff ran towards them, but they couldn't say anything against the Greys. The other men were stopping them from interfering as well. It's an honor to be summoned by a red priest, yet you refuse? And I, a guru, personally came to fetch you. As you can see, I'm not affiliated with the church, and I'm from Ponsonia. You can't use your power over me. Drop the tough guy act, lowly Ponsonian, and come with me. Jalop reached for his collar, but Hikaru grabbed the man's wrist. Hikaru was stronger with his 1 point in strength. Jalop's hand wouldn't budge. Strength sure comes in handy in situations like this, Hikaru thought. Maybe I should put more points on it in the future. I'll say it again. I'm not part of the church. I'm just an adventurer. Tell me what this great red priest wants. If you don't, I suggest you leave. You think you'll get away with making an enemy of the church? So you're not telling me? Then leave. Hikaru stooped up and pushed Jalop with all his strength. The monk fell on his backside. He looked up at Hikaru, fright all over his face. Jalop's followers, who stood dumbfounded for a moment, helped him up in a hurry. The fear vanished from Jalop's eyes. and his face turned bright from shame and anger. How dare you? I'll tell the Red Priest about this. Go ahead. No one's stopping you. Hikaru didn't intend to stay in Ajapal for long anyway. If they wanted to harm him, he had his detection and stealth to count on. Once the foreign minister had verified the completion of the request, they could leave right away. The Grey Deacons assisted Jalop out of the lounge. A hotel staff watched the whole scene blankly. I apologize for the disturbance, Hikaru said as he tried to give a huge tip. The staff, however, didn't accept and simply grasped Hikaru's hand. Did you tell anyone that you were staying here? The man asked. What? Well, I told the Adventurers Guild receptionist. That man, Fatty, I think he asked there. The staff looked relieved. He might have been worried that someone from the staff leaked a guest's information. I'm glad you're okay. We're supposed to inform the guest as soon as possible of a sudden visit, but unfortunately, we can't stop those persons of virtue. Wait a second. This is a completely different reaction from what I imagined. In this country, the church was absolute. Hikaru expected them to dislike him for picking a fight with a Grey Deacon. Not to mention it was Jalop, one of status among the Greys. We got some entertainment first thing in the morning, huh? Goodness gracious. Have a feeling business will be great today. The other guests were abuzz, even clapping their hands. I guess. Nah. I'm pretty sure that guys hated around here. The people didn't loathe everyone from the church. Of course, there were good people among them too, like Sophie's brother. But as Hikaru sensed, there were some twisted people among the higher ranks. It feels weird. I just made a scene, but people are happy. People like that are everywhere, huh? Lavia, who kept on eating her breakfast even though there was trouble, said as she sipped her post-meal tea. Ponsonia has some rotten nobles too. What? He didn't even hear you out and told you to leave? And he even resorted to violence. I deeply apologize I couldn't fulfill your orders. Jalop bowed deeply. One monk behind him had a swollen face. The priest thought the adventurer named Hikaru hit him, but it was actually Jalop's doing. He needed to vent out his anger. You unforgivable. This is blasphemy against the church. Someone call a Blue Knight. The priest was greatly agitated, mostly because he recently just got promoted. He felt he was being mocked for being a newbie Red Priest. You called, Father? Oh. Miss Konya Mercury, a Blue Knight, arrived. The priest quickly explained the situation to her. He told her about the adventurer who delivered a letter from Ponsonia's princess and how he disrespected the church. Katana asked the priest to recruit Hikaru, but if the boy had problems with character, he was ordered to arrest him. He hit a monk. The adventure arrived from Ponsonia at an incredible speed. Konya found it hard to believe that such a capable person would hit an unarmed monk, but seeing the monk's swollen face, she frowned. I'll see him right away. I'm counting on you. Konya left the tower with 10 knights. In the reception room of Ponsonia's Adventurers Guild, the submaster was at wit's end. Sir, I've called for the 4 stars of the East. Aurora said. Thank you. The submaster took out a pill from his pocket and tossed it into his mouth. He then picked up a glass of water to wash it down. The 4 stars leader, Selise, entered first, regarding the submaster. What's wrong, sir? You look worn out. Only superhumans can keep their calm at a time like this. The submaster gestured them to sit. Sophie, can you please heal the submaster? Selise asked. Okay. Why you don't have? This service is free. We won't ask for payment, so you can relax. The submaster, who was about to get up, returned to his seat. Sophie went behind him, placed her hand on his shoulders, and started chanting. Wow, what incredible skill. My stomach ache's gone. I can't restore fatigue, so make sure you get plenty of sleep. Sophie smiled before returning to Selise's side. The submaster now understood why she was called a saint. He once stole a job from them. the one that involved escorting Count Morgstad's daughter to the capital. The 4 stars had not forgotten about that, but they'd gotten along better now. Most of it was because of the ongoing civil war, which also caused the submaster's incessant stomachache. "So what did you want from us? Did Hikaru fail the quest?" Celica blurted out. 9 days had passed since Hikaru left Bond. There was only 1 day left until the deadline. "No, that's not it. Actually, Hikaru's already in Agiopol. The Adventurers Guild over there contacted me. I knew he could do it." Celica was not surprised at all. Her 3 friends, however, were astonished. The submaster didn't tell them that Hikaru arrived 2 days ago, though. Aurora poured them tea. Celica waited for her to finish before speaking again. "If this is not about Hikaru, then is it about protecting Pond?" "That's not it either." "This concerns you ladies." "Us?" The submaster nodded, taking a sip to moisten his lips. "Einbeast's king, Gerhard Vatex Anker, has sent a message through the guild, inviting you to the royal palace." The 4 stars of the East borrowed a private room in a restaurant to discuss whether or not to accept King Gerhard's invitation. "First, let's sort out the details." Celica began. "The Adventurers Guild received a message from King Gerhard, who invited the 4 stars of the East to his palace as visitors. Visitors were 3 levels lower than a state guest, although it's usually how nobles from foreign countries are designated. This guarantees the 4 stars' safety. The purpose of the invitation is to gain knowledge from exceptional adventurers. The Adventurers Guild suspected this might have something to do with the Civil War, since Einbeast itself is involved in it. However, the king promised that while the 4 stars were in Hopestadt, his troops would be on standby. There's no reward for the invitation. This is to show that no one was bought, or no one bought anyone, for that matter. "The question is, why does the king want us in his palace?" Sarah said as she tossed candies into her mouth. "I want to hear your unbiased opinions on this." "Sophie, I heard the Beastman King extremely despises underhanded tricks. So I don't think this summons have anything to do with the Civil War. Perhaps he knows that we're leaving Ponsonia and wants us to work in Einbeast." "I see. What about you, Sarah?" "Let's see. He wants more wives." "Wives?" "The king has more than a dozen wives already, but that's still not enough. Maybe he's looking for beautiful women who can fight, like us?" "Yes." "Celica, any thoughts?" Celica had her arms crossed and eyes closed. "Celica, I don't know why he wants us there, but I think we should go anyway." "You just jumped straight to the conclusion, huh? But why do you say that?" "There will be ceasefire if we go. As long as there's no progress, the prince's side will have a harder time maintaining its forces. The only place under their control is Leatherolka." "Yes. They shouldn't have a lot of supplies left." "It only became a trade point because of commerce between Ponsonia and Einbeast. If Ponsonia stopped trade, the prince would have to procure supplies from Einbeast." It was unknown how far Einbeast would help Austrian, but his request for an arbitration meant he was low on funds and resources. If a talk is needed to end the war, then they would be best. "What is it? I just didn't expect you to actually give a sound opinion." "I can do it if I try." Celica puffed proudly. "Great job," Sarah said as she patted Celica's head. "Einbeast's Adventurers Guild is the biggest in the whole continent. I'm sure the king will pay the proper respect to us." "Celica's right. I think we should go." "Sophie?" "Sarah?" "I don't mind," Sophie said. "Sure." Then off we go. To Hopestadt. The submaster was surprised to learn that the 4 stars accepted the invitation. Ponsonians must be wondering why they were to such a dangerous country filled with demi-humans. But the temporary ceasefire gave the submaster a huge relief. The ladies didn't feel worried at all about going to Einbeast. Adventurers like them crossed national borders a lot, and an invitation from a king was a great honor. Celica, however, had a lot on her mind. It feels strange. Celica didn't have a point on instinct, but the moment she got transported in this world, she went through a lot trying to survive. In the midst of it all, She learned spirit's affection. Sometimes, Celica, who was loved by the invisible beings known as spirits, had these types of hunches. But I don't think the king will give up if we rejected the invitation. In that case, we'll take the initiative, Celica thought as she listened to the silent spirits. I'm sure Hikaru would do the same. Even her. The images of her brethren who was in the same situation as her, and her best friend flashed in her mind. The Adventurers Guild in Adyapol had a training ground. Unlike a small town like Pond where there was plenty of ground outside, going out of a huge city like Adyapol would be too much effort. As such, a training ground, although small, was built next to the guild. Hikaru was loosening up his muscles there. With no other adventurers around, he had the place all to himself. He was reviewing the lessons about footwork that Professor Mill taught him. When Lavia was kidnapped during the UNL Porton crisis, Hikaru increased his power burst to 5 points. With only a point on strength, the balance was awful, so he'd been training every day, figuring out how to use his power burst without putting much stress on his muscles. I think I'm getting better at this. Hikaru's foot bored into the ground, dirt flying behind him with each step. Such traces were all over the training ground. His technique of drawing near a target with stealth on had improved a lot. Wiping his sweat, Hikaru sat on the bench to rest. What's this? The Adventurers Guild doesn't even know how to maintain their facilities? Voices came from the entrance to the training ground. Uninvited guests, Hikaru thought. He knew that just because he sent Jalop back didn't mean the church would just give up. He was always sure, like a hunch, that fighters would come next. As expected, temple knights armed to the teeth entered the training ground. I'm glad I didn't bring Lavia and Paula with me. Hikaru told the hotel he was headed to the Adventurers Guild, so it shouldn't be too hard to find him. Depending on how the discussion went, there could be more trouble. Lavia would be fine, but Paula looked like she belonged to the Grey Deacons. In order to not make things more complicated, Hikaru told the girls to take a stroll in the city. He also asked them to find the library. Information, after all, was the lifeline of adventurers. That's him. Lady Konya, over there. Konya? Hikaru wondered. Then a woman appeared from among the temple knights. She left her purple hair untied today, letting it hang over her blue breastplate. Her calm demeanor made her seem like a grown-up, but upon closer look, she didn't seem to be that much older from Hikaru. Blue cloak fluttering in the wind, she made her way towards Hikaru. For a moment, Hikaru couldn't say a word. The Blue Knight looked just like someone he knew. In an early afternoon, a girl stood there by the window with her back against the light, smiling, and said, "People say you're arrogant, don't they?" His feelings were too immature to be called love, but it still remained in his heart, like words that couldn't be erased by any eraser. Hazuki-senpai. ha.zu.ki.sen.pi? The Blue Knight said blankly. It's nothing. Please forget about it. Anyway, what's going on? Looks like serious business, with you bringing temple knights. I'm so stupid. Why did I say that? The knight indeed looked very similar to Hazuki, but only with regards to appearance. Hazuki's hair wasn't even purple, and the colors of their eyes were completely different. But she really looks like her. They're the same age too, Hikaru thought as temple knights surrounded him. My name is Konya, a Blue Knight who serves the tower. You are the adventurer Hikaru, correct? The one who delivered the letter from Ponsonia's princess. Yup. That's me. You really are just a boy. Konya's eyes widened in surprise. So what's going on here? I must say, it's shameful to surround a mere kid like me with 10 temple knights. You brat. How dare you? Please stop. Calm down. A knight responded to Hikaru's cheap provocation, but Konya's words made him back down. 10 knights had Hikaru surrounded, with no openings. Under normal circumstances, this would be a huge problem. I think I can handle this many. Hikaru didn't plan to kill them. If they made one wrong move, he would use his revolver to fire a warning shot, and while they were distracted by the explosion, He would then activate his stealth to slip past them. With 5 points on power burst, it wouldn't even take a second. Hikaru kept his mana detection on, so he could keep tabs on the knights behind him. He placed his right hand over the revolver hanging by his waist. "You shouldn't talk to grown-ups like that," Konya said out of the blue. "I'm sorry, what?" Her words caught him by surprise. "Saints say to respect your elders, for they are wise, and their wisdom is far more precious than any knowledge," she continued. Hikaru didn't expect to get lectured. "Okay, so what do you want?" "Adventurer Hikaru, you are suspected of assaulting Deacon Jalop's attendant. We'll listen to what you have to say in the tower, so please come with us." "Hell no, I'm not going." Kids will always be kids." "He doesn't understand the situation he's in," one knight said, eliciting scornful laughter from the others. "Adventurer Hikaru, I'm asking for your cooperation. Violence against a Grey Deacon is a serious crime. We need to investigate the matter as soon as possible." "So you want to bring me to your tower, which is basically your headquarters? How can I trust you guys? How sad it is to mistrust the church. Blue Knights have the right to investigate. I can take you away." "Did you say a Grey Deacon?" "No one seemed to be injured when they came to the hotel. Same when they left. I wonder, then, who could have hit the guy? If you ask me, that hot-blooded Jalop is suspicious." "Bastard. You dare falsely accuse a Grey Deacon?" "Lady Konya, we don't have to listen to this kid. Let us punish him." The knights drew their swords. Hikaru himself gripped his revolver. "No, punishing someone without undergoing trial before God is the way of ruffians." Konya rebuked them. But Lady Konya, your attitude towards him just makes him more arrogant." "Yeah." Even the knights seemed to regard Konya with contempt. "We are knights. We follow the protocol taught to us by the saints. Protocols that God himself created. We cannot violate the church's teachings in any way." Konya didn't give in. On one hand, she was morally upright, but on the other, she was also stubbornly honest. Is her head made of steel or something? Hikaru thought. Is this gonna take long? Can I go? You damned brat. A knight reached his tipping point and took a step towards Hikaru. He didn't dare swing his sword at an unarmed boy, but he tried to grab Hikaru's collar with his free left hand. This is legitimate self-defense, by the way. Hikaru pounced forward into the knight, grabbed the man's left hand, and threw him. Letting out a groan, the knight spun in the air and slammed to the ground. A one-armed shoulder throw. Unable to perform the proper technique to land safely, the knight lost consciousness. I only learned a bit from middle school, but I guess with power burst and strength, I can somehow manage pull it off. Hikaru was also fortunate that the knight underestimated him just because he was a kid. What did you do just now? Why, you little... The other knights started to move. I said stop. Konya shouted. The knights froze in place. Even Hikaru jumped. A blue knight, ordered you to stop. You do know what happens to those who disobey, right? We didn't mean to disobey. Konya exuded intense aura. The knights sheathed back their swords all at once, except for the one who fainted. The lady knight glared at her men and sighed. Adventurer Hikaru, it seems we have committed a grave mistake. We will make sure the offending knight apologizes and receives appropriate punishment. No, it's fine. How about you let me go in exchange? These are two different matters. Can you come with us to the tower? I just told you I'm not going. Konya seemed to be a stickler to the rules. I don't think she'll ever back down. So Hikaru tried change his approach. I'm a messenger who delivered the Ponsonian princess's letter. I know. Shouldn't I be treated like a diplomat, then? Yet I'm being surrounded by temple knights who are trying to take me away. Is this the tower's way of doing things? Not at all. However, the moment you delivered the letter, you returned to being an adventurer. We cannot treat you like a diplomat afterwards. Yeah, about that. My duty is still not over. The Ponsonia foreign minister will have to verify first that I have indeed delivered the letter. Do I not retain my status as a messenger, then? Konya stroked her chin. It seems we need to look up if there was any similar case like this in the past," she said. "Very well. I'll check with the tower and come back tomorrow." Damn, she's persistent, Hikaru thought. "One more thing. You are suspected of assault, so you will be monitored." "Monitored? Am I not a provisional messenger?" "Being a diplomat doesn't prevent them from being monitored if they assaulted someone. All right, then. Someone. Wake him up." Konya left the unconscious knight to her other men and left the training ground. The knight's shot glares at Hikaru as they streamed out of the place. Once he was alone, Hikaru heaved a sigh. She was a lot more annoying than expected. An observer sounds like a huge pain. "I guess I should solve this problem myself." Hikaru started walking. As he turned on his stealth, he slowly vanished, as though becoming one with the air around him. The Pope, the man standing on top of the country and the only one with the title white, was slumped down on his seat, tapping his forehead with his fist as he regarded his secretary kneeling before him. Not only did the Grey you sent fail in persuading this Hikaru fellow, he even assaulted someone. When a Blue Knight went to arrest him, he cited his diplomatic immunity. Furthermore, a Temple Knight was no match to him. Now his watcher lost sight of him and we don't know where he is. I deeply apologize, Your Holiness. Did you forget what I said? No, Your Holiness. If possible, get him to our side. If not, get rid of him. Did I tell you to let him go out of control? I don't think so. Am I right? Katina hung her head even lower. What will you do next, then? The Pope asked. Apparently, the adventurer is wary of the tower. We will try to bring him to a different place to talk. I will be there myself. Very well, then. That is fine. We have 5 days left. What do you mean by that? Your Holiness. Ponsonia's foreign minister's ship has entered our territorial waters. It should take about 5 days for them to reach the capital. Once the minister is here, getting our hands on the boy will be much more difficult. Ah, really? According to the Blue Knight, once the foreign minister arrives, he'll lose his status as messenger and will return to being just an ordinary adventurer. Think about it for a bit. We gave him 10 days to get here, which is a tough time limit by itself, but he managed to arrive in just 7 days. The foreign minister won't neglect someone as skilled as that. I'm guessing the boy will be present in the meeting and will be protected on his way back home. Ah, I see. Do you get it now? Then go. We don't have much time. You understood? Your Holiness. Katina got up in a hurry and left the Pope's room. Am I surrounded by nothing but incompetent fools? The Pope heaved a deep sigh. He was seriously wrong about Hikaru, but Katina seemed to believe in him firmly. Firing his secretary would be easy. But she knew too much about the Pope's secrets already. He had to make good use of her despite his complaints about the woman. Curious. I heard this adventurer is only in his mid-teens. Could someone so young really toy around a knight and deacon like it was nothing? Perhaps he is a messenger-related job class. Around the same time, Hikaru had made it to the entrance of the tower. Monks and merchants came and went, passing through the drawbridge. Luxurious carriages drove inside. Hikaru could tell there were plenty of people riding them. Konya should be inside already. Hikaru actually went back to the Grand Hotel to leave a note for the girls, telling them to change hotels since people could come after them. Agiopol, being the capital of Bios, was a megacity. Only Ponsonia's royal capital, Ponsonia, could match it in terms of size, at least. Based on Hikaru's memories, there should be hotels of the same quality as the Grand Hotel, including the inns at the outskirts of the city. There were countless places they could stay in. Giving the Temple Knights a slip would be an easy matter. Let's see. First, I need a good idea of the place's layout. Just to be sure, Hikaru wore his silver mask and pulled his hood low over his eyes. With his stealth activated, no one could notice him. As he passed through the gate and into the tower grounds, he could see that the place was a bit different from a regular castle. There were turrets to fire arrows from, and military stations were fully equipped. There were lawns surrounded by white buildings. Most of the monks walking past were carrying either scriptures or books. The place felt like a university. As Hikaru went deeper, he didn't find any particular place that stood out. The Pope's residence stood at the center, a building that looked like an actual castle. The moment Hikaru crossed the moat, the ambience suddenly changed. Gorgeous curtains hung by the windows. There were works of art like vases and paintings. The place resembled a noble's mansion, except the overall tone was white. So it looked like a museum as well. The temple knights guarding the place donned shiny armors. Most of them were good-looking men too. Same goes for the female maids. Didn't Saint Rusalka preach about giving excess wealth to the poor? Hikaru walked the fancy halls feeling disgusted. He noticed two temple knights coming towards him. They were among the men Konya brought along to arrest him. Man, I hate how that girl acts all high and mighty. Now, calm down. Nothing we can do about it. We can't disobey our superiors. I know, but that was just too much, to them. We temple knights are nothing but blockheads, both inside and outside the tower. If only they made us graze. Hey, keep it down. Criticizing the 5 divine ranks constitutes lack of faith. And you will be charged with a serious crime. I know. That's why that girl can be so arrogant. The 2 knights walked past Hikaru. He checked their soul boards only to find out they were weaker than the Ponsonian Knight East. While he couldn't remember it clearly, he was sure Konya had similar stats. I'll check her soul board properly if we meet again. I gotta say, even temple knights aren't entirely devoted to the faith. After seeing that side of them, Hikaru realized that it didn't matter if they were in Bios, a suzerain state. They were human all the same. Hikaru walked further ahead. As he gathered information here and there, the country's shady side gradually became clearer, although still vague overall. He heard a conversation between maids. I heard the new Red Priest already laid a hand on a maid. The one who replaced the other Red Priest? Doesn't he belong to the Pope's faction? Isn't that an article violation? It is. Half of the priests in the tower should have at least 10 years of experience serving in the countryside. Plus a recommendation is necessary. What about the new priest, then? He's lived in Agiopol since forever. Apparently he's the second son of a merchant. Huh. You can probably live a luxurious life if you become his mistress. No way. Ha 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 ha. Hikaru also heard a conversation between a blue knight and a temple knight. I haven't seen those suspicious fellows today. Apparently they need breaks from their research. They won't be here today and tomorrow. If only they stopped coming. Why are they even doing their research in the tower? I have no idea. A conversation between a headmaid and her subordinate. We're done moving all his things. Good. The merchant will come tomorrow, correct? Yes. I have a question. That room became vacant after a Red Priest left on a long journey to do missionary work, right? Yet he left a lot of valuables behind. Listen carefully. Said priest gave up on material things, and went on a journey with only the bare minimum of necessities. He said to dispose of his personal effects and donate all the proceeds to the church. He's like Saint Rusalka reincarnated. I see. So that's what happened. Hikaru planned to go anywhere as long as there wasn't any locks or traps, but rooms that belonged to the Pope, the aristocrats, and the priests had tight security that employed automatic locks. The empty rooms might not actually be locked. I should go check them out. I might find out how the locks work. I really need knowledge on how to unlock locks and disarm traps. Hikaru headed to the room of the Red Priest who disappeared. It wasn't locked, or rather, they just left it open. After checking his surroundings, Hikaru studied the doorknob. I see. Turning it like this moves the spring like this. Completely different from locks in modern Japan. My mana detection's not picking up anything, so it doesn't use magic either. Hikaru arrived at 2 conclusions, either to duplicate keys, or pick the locks using wires. He took a peek inside the room. The bookshelf was empty and the bed didn't have a mattress. The room was furnished with a relatively big desk. They really did move all of his things out. But Hikaru's mana detection picked up something from inside the desk. He placed his hands on the drawer and managed to pull it smoothly without making a sound. It was empty. Of course, at least at first glance. There's a false bottom inside. He pushed the tip and the plank came off, revealing a single notebook. Bingo. The chair crashed with a bang as Konya stood up. Look. The stipulation to politely treat a foreign messenger who arrived in advance is not absolute. Once done with his task, he should return to his own country immediately, or join the diplomat who will arrive later. Staying in the country is a breach of etiquette. In other words, him staying in Ajapol is not a part of his job and there's no need to treat him like a diplomat. Why, you finally found it. That's great, Lady Konya. Before her was a long table with tons of books piled on top. Most of them were about laws and regulations related to diplomacy and past cases. The maids and grey deacons who browsed with her were exhausted, faces down on the table. Thank you, everyone. Konya's innocence brought smiles to everyone present. They all loved her character. They were here because they wanted to help her. I'll go see the adventurer Hikaru tomorrow. Konya didn't know that Hikaru simply spouted random nonsense about his rights. It would, however, be better for her and her friends that they never knew. Hikaru drew his dagger of strength from its sheath and poked the notebook. He was ready to run if anything happened, but nothing really occurred. He then reached for the notebook, and after checking that no one was around with his mana detection, he moved to a corner of the dark room. Hikaru turned on a magic lamp and started examining the well-thumbed, leather-bound notebook. A red string was wound around it 3 times and fastened with a metal clip which had traces of mana in it. A hidden notebook with a magic seal. I'm guessing it'll burst into flames or something. He was not interested in the priest who left and what kind of person he was. There was no need to put himself in danger by reading the notebook, but my curiosity is killing me. Once again, Hikaru drew his dagger. All right, here goes nothing. He cut the string, but nothing happened in particular. The clip didn't do anything. Phew. He tilted the notebook and let the string and clip fall on the floor. His mask was in the way, so he removed it and shoved it into his pocket. As Hikaru opened the notebook to its first page and read the contents, he pressed his hand on his forehead. This notebook has a magic seal on it. If someone other than me moves it for even a little, it'll burst into flames. If the trap doesn't activate, you may assume that I'm already dead. So if the priest was still alive, it would have burned the moment I poked it with my dagger. Man, I really need more knowledge about traps. Hikaru decided to have a professional in disarming traps teach him. But that won't be for another time. I already opened it, so might as well read it here. I would like to believe it is my friend Dennis who opens this notebook. But if it's not, could you do me a favor and send this to him? His full name is Dennis Lugram and he serves as a priest in Virashin's capital, Vilzentra. He will surely give you a huge reward. I advise you not to read the contents as it would put your life in danger. Scott Fairs. He sure is thorough. Hikaru muttered as he flipped to the next page. He showed no concern of the warning at all. He didn't really care about the rewards since he wasn't in any financial difficulty. No mana reaction from the notebook anyway. There shouldn't be any problem if he checked the contents. Hikaru continued reading. The contents were written in a diary format which changed drastically midway. It's been 2 years since I came to the tower, but I still don't know what goes in the Pope's mind. 80% of the red priests in the tower come from Ajapol even though the articles state that 50% should come from other regions. I've taken over budget implementation duty since spring. I'm glad I took the job. My only regret is that I have less time to preach outside. Budget implementation is the last frontier of the priests who come from other regions. I came across a strange entry on the budget list. His Holiness says it's research funds for studying sacred relics. But studying these things is not the church's job. We should only manage them. Some unfamiliar traders and researchers have been frequenting the secret passage. What's going on in there? My colleague, Further Gravy, has been dismissed. He was ordered to go to the countryside as a grey deacon. He said, "I'm glad I only got dismissed." Scott, the tower is not the only place you can walk the path of faith. He further quoted Saint Beyond, "You'll feel God as long as you're alive." How sad. How, oh it's so sad. Where did the money go? Failure to make this clear would be betraying the trust of the believers. I have to investigate this research facility. There are still pure and innocent people like Miss Konya. The church can still start over. The notes ended there. Now that was worth the read. In the end, Hikaru had no idea what happened to Scott, but it was clear that the priest stuck his nose where it didn't belong. The next few pages contained a blueprint of the tower and some notes regarding the suspicious budget. A spot on the map was labeled Research Facility Entrance. No doubt that Scott entered there. I'm sure he was a good guy. Hikaru could tell from the notes that he was worried about the church's future. He could see that Scott stayed true to the saints' teachings. He could have asked for help from others, though I guess that could also be dangerous. It sounds like everyone on the Pope's faction is an enemy. A struggle between the priests from the Pope's faction and those that came from other regions. Regional priests came to the tower after recommendations from respected people. From their perspective, the priests belonging to the Pope's faction were nothing but corrupt people who bought their status. Conversely, priests in the Pope's faction found the regional priests' adherence to the saints' teachings annoying. Agipol's residents were not idiots. It was clear which kind they revered. Power struggles wherever you go. Humans truly are sinful creatures. Hikaru shoved the notebook into his pocket and turned off the lamp. It's not like I owe you anything, Mr. Scott. I haven't even met you. Hikaru thought about it for a bit. So far he only knew a few people from the church, Konya, Jalop, and Shuva. It was clear who belonged to which faction. Then again, Hikaru started walking towards the location on the map labeled Research Facility Entrance. I'll expose what the Pope is up to in your stead. I just don't like these guys. Hikaru put on his mask once more. The lights on the corridor reflected dimly on the mask. The path was hard to see since the walls and floor were white. Only authorized personnel could enter this area. Even the maids and guards' numbers were kept at a bare minimum. Their official reason for the place was that it led to an archive for rare books and documents. In fact, there was a storage for books, which provided for good camouflage. When Hikaru made it to the end of the secret passage, the one that Scott entered the other day, a wooden door stood before him. It wasn't locked. He opened the door to find a spiral staircase that led underground. Without any window, the way down was completely dark. Fortunately, magic lamps hanging here and there provided enough light for a safe descent down. There were 4 levels underground with a small room midway that people who came here probably didn't notice. At least one person was always inside, checking the people who passed through a peephole. The only people who would know about it were the watchers, the person who ordered for the room to be built, and those who had detection-type skills. There was a device in the room that notified the guards underground right away of any intruder. I guess they got Scott with this. Hikaru walked past the room. The person inside didn't react. After all, he couldn't see Hikaru. He made it down and into a dimly lit corridor made of stone. There was no need for white here anymore. The passage branched 3 directions, front, right, and left. To the left was a path that went deeper underground. A large room seemed to be at the end of the path ahead, and to the right stood doors that led to smaller rooms. Alrighty, then. Here goes nothing. Hikaru took a step forward. First, Hikaru investigated the rooms to the right. I knew it. A nap room. There was nothing else but beds. Hikaru checked the soul board of the man sleeping in one, but he didn't have any high stats, and there was nothing odd about his name. He seemed to be just a researcher. Next, Hikaru opted to check the large room up front. He could feel the presence of people from beyond the double door. He opened it slowly. What the? The room was even bigger than he expected, almost like a gymnasium. Although not that bright. Magic lamps hung high above the ceiling, shining light down below. There were huge desks everywhere, separated by bookshelves. Researchers wearing white lab coats were walking about. The mana reaction from this thing is very faint. It's said to emit a similar light to that of a blue-eyed fish's scales, but the principle seems to be different. We're running low on stocks. A peculiar kind of commotion reverberated inside the room, from whispers to soliloquy. The people were of different races: humans, demi-humans, elves, and demons. The only thing they had in common was that they wore the same white coats. There were at least 40 to 50 people about. Fully armed men stood in attention by the wall in equal intervals. They didn't appear to be temple knights. What are they studying here? While it was a little dark, the light still shone on the room. Even with stealth on, Hikaru hesitated to get close. Black's clothes suddenly slipping into a sea of white might actually draw their attention. What now? Then, a bell rang out. The researchers all glanced at Hikaru's direction. What? How? I didn't sense traps here. I'm not even moving right now. Do they have something that can see me? Food is here. The door opened behind him. Someone brought a cart carrying a pot filled with soup and heaps of bread. Wow! Hikaru quickly leapt aside to the wall. The cart went straight through where he was standing and into the middle of the room. The researchers were actually looking at the cart. Don't scare me like that, sheesh. So that was a bell to signal dinner time. Hikaru's whole body almost went limp. He only had himself to blame. However, he focused too much of his attention in surveying the room that he neglected his mana detection. Now's my chance. Both researchers and the armed men, most likely guards, flocked towards the cart. Go on, eat, all of you, a man said as he pushed on the researchers' backs. We don't want you collapsing from hunger. Hikaru used the opening to get closer to the tables to check the reagents and pieces of paper. He had no idea what some of the reagents were, but most of them seemed to be rare. Isn't this a branch from the world tree that's said to be found in a hidden elf village? What extraordinary amount of mana. These branches, each able to fetch at least 1,000,000 gallons, lay sprawled about. Hikaru looked at the papers. Most of them contained writings by the researchers or past theses. Wait, all of this is related to one thing. He didn't expect the words to come up here. Hikaru felt a bit pissed. I should have brought Drake with me. If only I knew information about holy mana would be here. The term holy mana frequently appeared among the notes. Hikaru surveyed the room once more. After receiving dinner, the researchers sat down to eat at the center of the room where it was spacious. Are they all oddballs? Hikaru wondered how they were selected. This is only a guess, but I think these people only lived for research. They didn't care about anything else as long as they can do what they love. Katie's face popped up in Hikaru's mind. She was obsessed about studying holy mana as well. Upon closer look, he saw people who appeared to be from Kotobi. They carried gaudy precious metals in their person and had tattoos on their faces. If these people who loved research were told they could study holy mana with an unlimited budget, they would come with pleasure. There were even maids who saw them as creepy, which was understandable. After all, they didn't care much about grooming. So the question is, why are they studying holy mana? Hikaru was strolling around the room when he happened upon a door hidden by a bookshelf. There were spots in the room where air could pass through besides the entrance, but he didn't expect to find another door here. The double door seemed to be locked most of the time, as evidenced by the lock hanging by one side. But right now it was open. An armed man stood by it, shooting glances at the center of the room. He too wanted to have dinner. Hey, when can I eat? Come, get your food. Now we're talking. Another guard seemed to have prepared a plate for him. The man hurried away from the door. Now's my chance. Hikaru removed the lock and slipped past the door and into the room. With the lock on, they shouldn't be able to shut it from outside. What is this place? A dreary, small room with nothing but a carpet and podiums at the center. There was no one else around. This looks familiar. There were two podiums, each with a magic lamp hanging from above them. He had seen this before. The items on the platforms were most likely extremely valuable. This looks like the treasure room found in the deepest part of Poinxinia. Hikaru placed the lock on the floor and started walking towards the podiums as though being sucked in. One was a jet black cloth and the other was a giant scissor. Two of the 4 holy mana items that Lugans, one of the greatest magic item specialist in history, created. The first one is called the Blade of Severance. It is said to be able to cut anything with the use of holy mana. Once usable, it would be an extremely valuable item. People believe it can even undo an evil god's seal. The other item is called a Dark Knight Cloak. By using holy mana, it can hide anything. This one has lower priority. It is unknown what kind of materials were used to create these. The other 2 items are the Almighty Pipe and the Holy Grail of Dawn. That was what the paper beside the podium said. The Dark Knight Cloak seemed to be nothing but an ordinary cloth. Hikaru's mana detection didn't pick up anything, but its blackness was bizarre. It absorbed even the light from the lamp, leaving only a strange darkness. The Blade of Severance, on the other hand, looked just like a scissor, except it was huge, almost a meter in length and could be fitted on one's arm. I remember a video game I played. I was wondering what a huge scissor was, but I guess it looked like this. I must say, though, except for its size, I see nothing but a scissor. I suppose this is what it looks like without holy mana. Hikaru took out his revolver from its holster. I think I read the name Lugans back in the treasure room too, and that this was one of the 4 or something. So I guess this is the Almighty Pipe. With its ability to absorb and release any type of magic, it was no wonder people called it almighty. Storing healing and support magic into the bullets was even possible. He hadn't tested accursed magic. However, Hikaru couldn't tell exactly what the last item, the Chalice of Dawn, was for. Circumstances separated the 4 items and 2 of them ended up here. So the Pope is studying items that could be used for military purposes. They're researching holy mana so they could use these things. The huge scissor can even undo an evil god's seal. What are they trying to do? Hikaru glanced at his feet. He'd felt it for a while now. Does it have something to do with the immense mana down there? Hikaru could have taken the Blade of Severance and Dark Knight Cloak, but he decided to leave them for now. It wasn't as though the researchers would make sudden progress in the next few days, making the items usable. Right now, he wanted to gather information without getting distracted. I'm sure the Pope treats these holy mana items as top secret stuff. I think it's safe to assume that Father Scott Fairs found out about them and got killed. When Hikaru stepped out of the room, he saw the man guarding the door eating with his colleagues. Relieved, Hikaru returned the lock back to its place. Next stop, underground. Hikaru only came to the tower to get information he could use to outwit the condescending priests and monks who picked a fight with him, but instead he stumbled upon greater spoils. He moved by the wall, wondering what to do with this information. He had completely mastered the movements he learned from Professor Mill. Each step he made was silent. As he made it to the entrance, he checked to see if anyone was around before stepping outside. After returning to where the paths split, he proceeded deeper underground. The stairs made for an easy descent, gently curving downwards, away from the laboratory. Such immense mana. I can't really tell how many people are down there. The incredible amount of mana hindered Hikaru's mana detection. There should definitely be people in there, but he could also be wrong. The stairs eventually led to a cave. What the? It looked like a naturally made pit, with a high ceiling that couldn't be seen from the bottom. A magic circle. So this is the source of the mana. The cave had a diameter of about 100 meters. almost elliptical in shape. In the middle was a magic circle at least 50 meters in diameter, with a twofold golden light spinning gently at its outer edges. Geometric shapes spirit language filled the circle, and at its very center was an octagon. I thought the magic circle that Lavia creates when casting her spell was dreadful, but it looks adorable compared to this one. What's this magic circle for anyway? The magic circle seemed to be blocking the huge hole on the ground, or at least that's what it looked like. Why close off this huge hole, though? Who even made this magic circle? A magic circle was a manifestation of magical power, used to tell the spirits what kind of phenomenon the spellcaster wanted to produce. That is why spirit language was embedded in the magic circle. However, not one person could decipher the language. Spirits were, after all, beings that couldn't be seen nor felt. They could only be accessed when casting spirit magic. There are armed men here too. Huh? Is that a blue knight? Just like the laboratory, this place was guarded by armed men as well. No torches illuminated the cave. The only light came from the glowing magic circle. The men weren't temple knights. Their supervisor, however, was a blue knight, a middle-aged man with short, brown hair. They were on the opposite side of the circle, so Hikaru couldn't hear what they were saying. I should get close. Then, as Hikaru moved his feet, a booming roar came from the huge hole, followed by a slight trembling. Oh, crap. This place is dangerous, man. It's fine, as long as that magic circle holds. No monsters will come out of there. Hikaru heard the exchange of the men closer to him. Monsters? In this hole? As Hikaru glanced at the hole, the blue knight stepped into the magic circle and sauntered inside without any problem. Beside him was a set of stairs that led down. Peering into the hole, the knight descended slowly. Is this what I think it is? Hikaru was taken aback. If his guess was right, then he just stumbled upon something incredible. He heard the other men talking. I shouldn't have taken this job. Sure, the whole confidentiality thing is a pain, but it's an easy job with pretty good pay. We just have to watch this place and pray nothing comes out of there. How many have made it up here before anyway? No idea. Although I heard a few knights who went down there went missing. Damn, that's terrifying. Their conversation just proved Hikaru's guess to be true. Is this an entrance to a dungeon? Hikaru returned to the hotel late that night. While it was one step inferior to that of the Grand Hotel, all they really needed was a place to stay, and it served that purpose well. What's more, there were plenty of hotels of this class, so they didn't have to worry about being found. I'm back. Oh, you're still up? Hikaru said. Welcome back, Hikaru. What happened, Hikaru-sama? A number of books about this country's church lay scattered on the table. Lavia pretty much read anything. The room was considerably smaller than the one in Grand Hotel, but talking among themselves should be fine. Hikaru paid for a separate room. Actually, Hikaru then proceeded to tell them everything that happened today. After finding the note that Hikaru left, the girls moved to this hotel. They should be able to hide here until the foreign minister from Ponsonia arrived in a few days. As soon as they met with the man, they should be able to leave the city without any trouble. A huge magic circle, Lavia muttered. She looked really interested. Hikaru stayed for a few more hours underground to determine what time the laboratory closed and what time the guards changed shifts. He was starving, so he munched on an apple-like fruit in the hotel room. Do you remember what the magic circle looked like? Lavia asked. I knew you'd ask, so I made notes. Hikaru handed a piece of paper to Lavia, who stared at it intently. Ah, Hikaru-sama. What's a holy mana item? Oh, right. Paula knew about the revolver, but Hikaru hadn't told her how it came into his possession. It was the perfect time to tell her about the underground city of the ancient gods. What? You cleared that dungeon? Apparently, this was news to her. Hikaru. This magic circle. Lavia finally raised her head. It's different from the ones I know. This is just a guess, but I don't think you'll find something like this anywhere. What do you mean? Normal spirit magic uses only one element, but there are people who can combine two elements at a time. In that case, the magic circle becomes a bit more complicated. So does this one use two elements? Lavia shook her head. I think it combines all four elements. A mage who can control all four elements at a high level might know what this is. One person came to Hikaru's mind. A girl with black hair tied in a pigtail. She possessed a special skill called Spirit Affection and had 5 points on each element on her soul board. Silica might know something, Hikaru said. Hikaru thought Silica might know something about the huge and complex magic circle that could be blocking the entrance to a dungeon. However, she was hundreds of leagues away. I got an idea. We could get in touch with her through the Adventurers Guild. They have a means of communication between guild branches. Although since it uses an expensive catalyst, it'll cost a bit of money. But then the guild will find out about the magic circle. Lavia said. That's a good point. The Adventurers Guild's an independent organization, though. They won't leak info to the church, I hope. Not that it matters if the church finds out I know about the magic circle. We'll be fine as long as they don't catch us. Okay, wanna go there tomorrow? Yeah. I also wanted to ask Drake about some holy mana-related matters, but the pure white and fluffy white dragon was fast asleep on the bed, his stomach exposed. I guess I can ask him tomorrow. The next day, on his way to the Adventurers Guild, Hikaru asked Drake about the holy mana items he found yesterday. I don't think weapons that use holy mana are that rare, the dragon said. In the meantime, Coney Mercury of the Blue Knights was getting ready to leave the tower. Are the Temple Knights ready? Okay, then let us go. She was about to leave with the same number of knights as yesterday. Lady Konya. A guard came running towards her. What's wrong? A knight from Ponsonia is waiting by the gate. He's requesting an audience with His Holiness, saying it's an urgent matter. A Ponsonian knight. Very well. I'll go see him. Thank you. The guard clearly looked relieved after knowing a Blue Knight would deal with the issue. Konya eyed the Temple Knights who were hell-bent on bringing in the cocky adventurer from yesterday. The latest development, however, caused their expressions to turn stiff. As Konya made it to the gate, she spotted a man being stopped by the guards. I said I need an audience with His Holiness. I am East Lengs of Ponsonia's Royal Order of the Knights 6th Squad. I have my identification right here. The man's clothes were dirty, frayed in places. He looked rather uncouth with his unshaven face. What's going on here? Lady Konya. The knights opened a path for her. Lady Knight. I have here a letter for His Holiness from the Princess of Ponsonia. I know. East carefully held the envelope containing the letter. Konya frowned, wondering how he ended up looking like such a mess. You ran into some trouble on my way here. Trouble? With our men? No. And beasts. Yes. That makes sense, Konya thought. He must have taken the direct route that cuts through Iron Beast, and they're on the prince's side. They were buying time and won't let me through the checkpoint. They even tried to restrain me. So I ditched my horse and gear and climbed the mountains to deliver this letter. I see. Konya couldn't help but admire the man. He did everything he could just to carry out his mission. The Temple Knights, however, had a different opinion. They were whispering behind Konya. He's a complete mess. There's no way he can enter the tower looking like that. To east of Ponsonia, Konya said. Coney Mercury of the Blue Knights, have confirmed your arrival. Thank you, but the time limit is 10 days and I'm already a day late. Will His Holiness still accept the letter? It's fine. I see. In that case. No, that's not what I meant. His Holiness has already received the princess's message. What? There was a knight who arrived earlier than me? No, it's not a knight. A request was sent to the Adventurers Guild as well. No, his name is Hikaru and he is already here in Agiapol. East was overcome with surprise at first that someone could be faster than him. That's good, then. I should be glad this Hikaru arrived within the time limit. East said. Indeed. East nodded in agreement. To him, it didn't matter who fulfilled the task, whether it was a knight or an adventurer, as long as the mission was completed. Konya thought he was a wonderful knight. Lady Konya, we should go. Talking with a dirty knight will also put dirt on our reputation. One temple knight said. The temple knights, on the other hand, held a different impression, judging East from his appearance. Konya wanted to heave a sigh, but controlled herself. Sir East, we have work to do, so I'll be taking my leave, she said. Oh, of course. Thank you for giving me the peace of mind. Make sure to take the letter anyway. Konya ordered a knight. May I ask something? East said. What kind of person is this Hikaru? A boy with black hair and eyes. What? To be honest, he doesn't feel like a skilled adventurer at all. Anyway, if you'll excuse us. Oh, okay. Konya left. East stood there blankly. A boy with black hair. East muttered as he watched Konya's back. The boy who beat me badly had black hair too. I couldn't tell what color his eyes were since he was wearing a mask back then. Nah, it's probably just a coincidence. The receptionist insisted that only adventurers ranked C and above could use Linger's quill. But after handing her a gold coin, she led them to the back. The world indeed runs on money. Linger's quill pen was a combination of a huge stone slab and a quill pen. After erasing the words written there before, the receptionist turned to Hikaru. You may fill the whole slab with your message. It's 10,000 galans per transmission. We will charge you for the erasure of the guild's confidential information as well. No problem. Is there a word limit per transmission? 12 syllables. Okay. Can I send figures? That would cost at least 100,000. It's fine. I see. I'll compute the fee, then. The receptionist stood in a corner of the room. It seemed they were already connected with Pond's Adventurers Guild. Gently, the pen started floating above the stone slab. White powder lay scattered on it. The powder changed color where the pen ran. This is Hikaru, sending a message from Magiapol's Adventurers Guild. Then, the pen started squirming, prompting Hikaru to let it go. It started writing words on its own. Hikaru? What are you doing? Hikaru facepalmed. The receptionist approached him to see what was happening. It must be Jill, she said. Wait, she's famous? And isn't each transmission expensive? I'm moving on, Hikaru said. Please do state your message as succinctly as possible. Otherwise, they'll be using up a lot of catalyst as well. Hikaru felt a bit sorry for the receptionist. Please call Celica of the 4 Stars of the East. If she's not around, please set up a schedule and I'll contact you back. For a while, no reply came. Maybe Celica's already in the guild and Jill went to fetch her. The 4 Stars of the East left Ponsonia for Iron Beast to answer the king's summons. All in all, Hikaru paid 80,000 galans. I apologize, the receptionist said. I knew the 4 Stars of the East were heading for Iron Beast, but I didn't expect that your message was related to that. The king of Iron Beast, Gerhard Vatex Anker, had invited the 4 Stars of the East as guests. A circular was already distributed among the guild branches about it. The king gave his word that no harm would come to the Rank B party and promised that while they were in Iron Beast, his army wouldn't move. I see. Thanks a lot, Hikaru said. I might have requests later. I hope I can count on your help, then. If there's anything I can do, just tell me, the receptionist replied, smiling brightly. Hikaru and the girls quickly left the guild. He knew Konya and the knights were coming. He had no intention of meeting them here. What now? Levi asked. I'll go gather some more information, Hikaru said. Come here, Drake. Oh, come on. I want to go on an eating tour. Do some work first. This might have something to do with dragons. Drake wouldn't leave Levi's neck, so Hikaru had to tickle him, and then wrapped the dragon around his own neck. Levi shivered a bit, feeling chilly. Here, you can use my scarf. Thank you. Hee. I can feel your warmth on it. Levi smiled happily. This place should be way warmer than Ponsonia. But why does it feel like the temperature dropped all of a sudden? Paula said. Haha. Sorry, Paula. Stay low, okay? Okay. See you, Hikaru. Later, Hikaru-sama. The three parted ways. East was shown to an inn near the tower. Attendants of guests from foreign countries usually stayed there. For him, who had endured harsh training under Captain Laurence, the place was heaven. His room was small. After cleaning himself up, he changed into the clothes that they prepared for him. Pale blue-green, plain clothes that seemed a bit formal, but fitting for a night nonetheless. What now? Having successfully delivered the letter, East now had nothing else to do. Although he needed to send his equipment for repair and write a report to the order, but those could be done in half a day. After sitting on his bed for 10 minutes, he decided to take a nap. Surprisingly, however, his body was too thrilled that sleep never came. He was trained to sleep even without feeling drowsy, but since he didn't need to train today, he decided to indulge himself. Let's go check the city, then. East left the inn. He was too much in a hurry earlier that he failed to notice the liveliness of the streets. The city was much more orderly than Ponsonia, too orderly. In fact, I have no idea why my friends from the 6th Squad would be jealous about this grueling mission. I think they mentioned something about souvenirs. East started walking down the streets, images of his colleague on his mind, one who'd make a move on every woman he'd see in the married night, who seemed to be extremely composed. They'd gotten closer after their security mission in Count Morgstad's residence. Knights didn't just go to war. They sometimes accompanied the foreign minister abroad, but only as escorts. They basically never had free times like this. East felt like he was living luxuriously. What would the captain do at a time like this? The image of Captain Lawrence D. Falcon, a man East held in reverence, almost worshipping him, popped in his mind. I'm sure the captain would train. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. I should train as well. Yes. He was about to turn back to the inn when his stomach growled. It was too loud that a woman passing by let out a giggle. Is there a place around here with good food? East asked. It's my first time here. I'm not too familiar with the place. The woman gave him directions to a restaurant. Thank you. No problem. May Saint Beyond guide you always. As he watched the lady go, East thought about going back to the inn. But although he asked on the spur of the moment, he didn't want to disregard the lady's kindness in giving him directions. I suppose one can't train on an empty stomach. I don't think I had a decent meal on my way here, either. All right, then. Let's eat. East followed the woman's directions. One thing he didn't notice, however, was that woman was a young lady. In other words, the restaurant she pointed him to was the gaudy kind that young women frequented too. No mention of anything. Yeah, that means the holy mana items that Hikaru-sama found are extremely top secret. Lavia and Paula were at the church library's reading room, whispering to each other. They'd hit the notable books, but couldn't find what they were looking for, anything related to holy mana and the items Hikaru found. They had thought there would be records of them in the past. After all, these items were very rare. It wouldn't be strange for there to be records of them when they were brought in from outside the country. The girls didn't find the name Lugantz anywhere as well, the person who apparently created these holy mana items. All the more reason to increase our adventurer ranks. Lavia said. Rank C looks like a long way off. Hikaru's rank D. I'm sure it wouldn't be long now till he's promoted, but being rank C also has its fair share of troubles, like being called during times of war. Rank C and above adventurers were allowed to enter the Adventurers' Wisdom, a guild library located in Agiopol. Unfortunately, none of them met the requirement yet. They had considered using stealth to sneak into the place, but a magic lock made it impossible to get past the entrance. The windows were fitted with iron bars and equipped with magic traps. Hikaru could probably find an opening with his detection skill, but he had gone off on his own. The girls couldn't ask him to accompany them in reading books. They found themselves in a dilemma. They wanted to help Hikaru, but they couldn't do anything without him. I can't even do anything for Hikaru-sama. No, you're doing a lot. I think my abilities are barely useful. That's not true at all. You provide moral support to Hikaru-sama. I can say the same about you. Having you around lightens the mood. Oh, no. It's true. Lavia said. In any case, there's no point in doing this now. How about a break? Okay. I'm kinda hungry, anyway. You sure get hungry easily. What? No way. I'm so jealous. All the calories must go in there. Huh. Lavia eyed Paula's breasts. They weren't particularly huge, just the right size for her age. Lavia's, on the other hand, were rather modest in size. Hikaru said size didn't matter, but the heroes in stories all love big breasts. No harm in having bigger ones, Lavia thought, wearing a frown. What's wrong? Paula asked. I can't really hear you. Your voice is too. It's not small, okay? I'm still a growing girl. Lavia rose to her feet and slammed her hand on the table. The Grey Deacon managing the reading room looked at her, his cheek twitching. The girls left the church library. There was actually another facility behind it called a temple library, but one had to at least be a Grey Deacon to enter. While Paula was a girl who served the church and looked like an actual nun, she wasn't an official member. Registration was quite troublesome, with background checks and verification of one's abilities. Exactly what Sophie of the Four Stars wanted. Two big libraries, the Temple and Guild Library, were just around the corner. Yet they couldn't enter any of them. This filled Lavia with stress. Or so one would think, but she didn't feel that bad. Adyopol had a lot of books, and that meant a lot of bookstores, more than 100 of them. These stores were gathered in two areas: the Northern Bookstore District for religious and art books, and the Eastern Bookstore District with its novels, folklores, and memoirs. Let's go check out the bookstores in the afternoon, Lavia said, feeling enthusiastic about her plans to indulge herself in her hobby. She had actually been there yesterday, but it took her hours to visit 3 stores. Lavia's excitement was off the roofs after finding out she could buy a book, read it, sell it, then buy another one. You really love your books, huh? Paula said. Weren't you the one excited about finding some stories about saints in the Northern Bookstore District? I bet you want to read all the romance novels you can find in the East, though. Lavia hit the mark. Paula loved romantic stories. Reading wasn't allowed in the stores. The moment you took a book, you had to decide whether to buy it or not in under a minute. Anyway, where do we go for lunch? Lavia asked. You can decide. You can decide this time. What? Pia and Priscilla were never a fan of my choices. Now I'm really looking forward to it. You're surprisingly cruel. And so Paula made her choice. Oh, no adventurers would come here. See? You don't want to eat here, right? It's fine. This is an opportunity. We won't be able to get in here with Hikaru around. Let's go. The moment they stepped into the restaurant, they noticed majority of the customers were women. The place was furnished with round tables painted in either blue, green, or yellow. Thick cushions were stitched onto the seats. Display cases lined the walls. The place also sold stuffed toys, scarves, and accessories made of beads. Employees, women who wore multicolored bandanas on their head wove through the decorative plants displayed here and there. How many seats do you need? An employee asked. She had tanned skin, golden eyes, and pointy ears, all features of a dark elf, an elven race that lived in caves and dungeons. While not as greatly welcomed as in Iron Beast, demi-humans could live here without any trouble. Table for 2, please, you. The dark elf seemed to hesitate with her next words. We have a few vacant seats, but would you be all right with them? What do you mean? It will be faster if you come with me. The employee led them inside the restaurant. Customers filled every table, indicating that business was booming. Although, men who were dragged into the place by their girlfriends looked embarrassed. At the center of the establishment was a space with no customers. Why is there no one here? Lavia wondered. But she soon found her answer. A man was greedily gobbling down his food. All alone, with no company. From behind, Lavia could tell it was a knight. Even during his meal, his sword still hung on his waist. The way he devoured the food seemed almost blood-curdling. As you can see, there are vacant seats there. The employee said. I see. Customers must have left because of him. What now? Lavia thought as she looked at Paula. Then all of a sudden, the man turned around, wondering perhaps who arrived. Or maybe it was his way of saying don't stand behind me. Lavia's mouth hung open. The man stopped chewing his food. What's wrong, Lavia? Is it someone you know? Paula asked. Lavia. The man quickly rose to his feet. Lavia de Morgstad. Somewhere unexpected, the two met again. Lavia was just as surprised. You seem to be a knight. Unfortunately, I do not have such a grand name. I am Lavia, just Lavia. She presented her guild card. The name field only showed Lavia. East stared at it in astonishment. I see. You've abandoned your family name. Wait. How did you even? We're Undetectable, Sir Knight. East realized that customers and employees were staring at them, wondering what was going on. They were Undetectable. Even if Lavia was a wanted criminal in Ponsonia, the kingdom East served, he couldn't arrest her here. He would have to go through formal procedures first. You're right. But as a knight, I must. Let's go somewhere else, Paula. Lavia said. Good idea. Lavia and Paula left the restaurant. East hurriedly paid for his meal and bolted out. Please wait. He said. What is it? Lavia asked. There's something I need to know. Did you kill your father? Paula gulped. Shocking words came out of the knight's mouth, words that one wouldn't normally say while out in town in broad daylight. I did not. Neither did I detest him enough to want to kill him. Back then, I simply gave up on living. I envied the world. She wasn't allowed to leave the house freely. All she had as visitors were magic researchers. Even they didn't treat her like a proper human being. In their eyes, she was nothing but a lab rat. The only world she knew was found in books. I see. You escaped from the carriage. East glanced at Paula. With the help of bios, a powerful country like this could pull that off for sure. East arrived at his own conclusion. He thought Paula was affiliated with the church. Lavia knew that the knight was actually concerned for her, even following the convoy to make sure no harm came to her. But she also knew saying something now was a bad idea. One slip of the tongue could mean trouble for Hikaru. Lady Lavia, you seem to be full of life now. Fortunately, you're not wanted anymore, so you may return to Ponsonia. I doubt you want to go back, though. Lavia couldn't tell him that she was in Ponsonia just a few days ago. That case bothered me a bit, but after seeing you, I think I'm over it. East said. Well, then, I will take my leave. We might not see each other again. Even though East was a knight, the daughter of a noble still ranked higher than him. The present Lavia, however, was nothing but a commoner. Still, the knight bowed. He then turned around and walked away, not looking back. Eventually, he disappeared into the crowd. Lavia-chan, Paula said. Lavia froze. She and Hikaru hadn't told Paula everything yet. Lavia, in particular, didn't want to talk about her past and her father. There was no need to tell her. She thought what happened back then would be her and Hikaru's secret. Now that the night is gone, should we go back inside? Paula said. What? I'm starving. I don't think I can make it. Paula seemed to have her soul sucked out of her. She didn't want to pry any further, as though saying I don't care about your past. Okay. Lavia said. All right. Paula's concern made Lavia happy. The girls entered the restaurant once more. East pondered things over as he walked away. Was this really the right decision? I always thought she could never have killed her father. After the murder, she looked like an empty, soulless husk, but like she said, She had eyes that gave up on living. I could tell she was telling the truth just now. So who killed her father? East had no idea. It could either be someone from the outside, yet it also felt like an insider. In either case, the case was now a thing of the past. With the king dead, and the conflict between the prince and princess going on, even Count Morgstad's surviving family didn't care about the real culprit anymore. The second question is how she vanished from the carriage. The distant glittering stars must have something to do with it after all. I guess bios paid them off. Pond's submaster might know something since Pond's Adventurers Guild were the ones who stole the escort job in the first place. East shook his head. This case is closed. There's no point in bringing it up now. I just told the girl I'm over it. But should I report this to the captain anyway? The image of the young bandit crossed East's mind. The boy came to the royal capital as though following him. He then defeated a few squad commanders and even the captain. East couldn't imagine Lawrence losing to anyone. He believed that the captain admitted he lost as punishment for himself for having been wounded and suffering an embarrassing defeat. The boy might be strong, but he was up against a master swordsman. Winning was impossible. That night mentioned that the adventurer who arrived before me has black hair and eyes. I think the boy who attacked me had black hair as well. Every time he dug into his memories, he caught a glimpse of the sun god mask. It was infuriating. Lady Lavia, who escaped from the carriage, is here. An adventurer with black hair is in town too. The same hair color as the one near the carriage that time. Is this a coincidence? East stopped. He then heaved a sigh and tapped his nape before walking again. Of course it's a coincidence. It's not like it's certain that the bandit had black hair. I'm getting too hung up about this. It's important for a knight to be careful. But being too high-strung will dull your movements. The captain always told me that. It seems I still lack training. East slouched. All right. It's time to start training. He dashed for the inn like the wind, startling residents, but he didn't care. After that, East did nothing but train every single day. Soon, the people managing the inn started talking about how Ponsonia had some diligent knights. Around the time Lavia stumbled upon East, Hikaru infiltrated the tower once more. Now, then, where to go next? Hikaru delivered the letter in an unbelievably short time. 7 days, as some sort of a test to see if they would make a move on him. It wasn't as though he would gain anything out of it. This was more of a practice to determine if the other party were enemies or not. As a matter of fact, they did make their move. But who was behind it? He didn't know. It could be the Pope himself, or Konya was simply acting alone. I think it's someone in the middle, though. Like a purple aristocrat or a red priest. As he searched for information in the tower, he happened upon Scott Fair's notes. He also found holy mana items and a huge magic circle underground. Hikaru's interest had shifted. These things had his attention now. If he gathered information about them, he could have the upper hand, no matter who he was up against. He had no doubt that they were from the church, though. The problem is, there's too many places I can't enter. Security in the tower was surprisingly tight, as evidenced by the surveillance room underground. But not only that, even the priests' private rooms used magic locks. They must have secrets they don't want anyone to know about. Infiltrating rooms would be easy if windows were opened, but unfortunately, it was winter season. Everyone had their windows shut. Security near the Pope was even tighter. Magic traps were laid out all over the place. During cleaning time, a magic item specialist would accompany the maid, deactivating the traps one by one. The Pope, however, left his room at times, when messengers from other countries arrived, or if he had a meeting with purple aristocrats. Traps didn't trigger whenever he passed by. It most likely had something to do with a magic item he wore on his person, but there were too many of them that it was hard to tell which one was for the traps. I'm pretty sure the Pope has a secretary he works closely with. They probably have a magic item that allows them to walk freely without triggering traps too. Other servants can only seem to walk around certain areas. The traps were most likely the kind that sounded an alarm. Hikaru didn't bother trying to deactivate one himself. That would only make them worry. I should go after the secretary. As luck would have it, she's heading this way. Hikaru set his eyes on the Pope's secretary. He could sense her coming with his mana detection. I have to find out what this magic item that nullifies traps is. Hikaru was walking down a dark path located between the staff building and a huge chapel. In this distance, he spotted a familiar face. A cool-looking middle-aged man with brown hair and a goatee. His blue cloak swaying. The Blue Knight who went further down the magic circle underground. Oh, if it isn't the most exalted lady. The knight bowed to Katana. You're over-exaggerating, Mr. Gabaranth. I'm a mere secretary. Right back at you. Please, just call me Gilbert. While he appeared to be a refined man, he was ogling at Katana's shapely hips. His mouth curved in a lecherous smile. Katana heaved a sigh. Good grief. Act more decently, would you? You're a Blue Knight, adored by the citizens. If I was as earnest as Konya, His Holiness wouldn't entrust me with my job, would he? SSH, keep it down. Katana eyed their surroundings. They were in a rather dark path, which wasn't exactly a shortcut to other areas of the tower, so people rarely passed by here. Only country bumpkins unfamiliar with the place would end up here. It's fine. If someone comes, we can just make it look like we're having a tryst. That would only be a huge problem for a single woman like me. Wait. You have plans to get married? Oops. My bad. I'm really sorry. Just a slip of the tongue. Gilbert bowed repeatedly to the woman who was clearly more than 10 years younger than him. Forget about it. Anyway, here's your pay, Katana said as she handed him a bag of coins. Gilbert accepted it with a twisted smile. He. Now that's what I'm talking about. Can't survive the month without this. Now, then, let me hear your report. I already told the researchers. I want to hear it from you personally as well. What did you find? Gilbert's expression suddenly turned tense. That thing's bad news. It looked like a creature with 4 limbs, but it was simply a black figure. Darkness, like the product of something evil. Did you kill it? I did. I got black sticky goo all over my body, though. I had so much trouble washing it off. Katana frowned. She knew intuitively that it was something foul. You've explored the place before, right? And you didn't find anything? Nope. Nothing. Until now. I wasn't really surprised since I already heard something was in there. Nothing less. From Mr. Gabaranth, the best swordsman among the Blue Knights, I suppose. Please just call me Gilbert. Anyway, Mr. Gabaranth, did this black figure drop anything? Nope. Really? Drop what? Its guard or something? No, that's not what I mean. What happened after you killed it? It turned into a black puddle. That's it? Yup. Come on, just give it to me straight. What is this about? If there's nothing, then forget about it. Okay, then. The man looked puzzled, but Katana ended the subject there. After thanking him, she left the scene. Gilbert stared at her for a while. He then pulled himself together and started walking the opposite direction, humming as he tossed the bag of coins in his hand. Later that night, as white and ordered Agiopol was, it still had pleasure districts. The outside might appear sophisticated, but upon entering, one could still find vulgar places, outlets for men's desires. One such place was an establishment named Blue Butterfly. Cheers rolled from within, as its massive, soundproof doors opened. The semi-basement was furnished with round couches and tables. The moment someone sat on the sofa, a butterfly, a woman wearing risky outfit, would appear out of nowhere and take a seat beside them. This establishment, an affront to all the teachings of the church, could survive without much of a camouflage because Blue Knights often came here. Ha 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 ha. I'm loaded today. Keep the booze coming. Gilbert exclaimed. The employees knew the man and treated him well. "Wait, where's Kyankian? I don't want to drink without Kyankian around." As Gilbert threw a tantrum, the place's #1 woman arrived, a strained smile on her face. "You've had too much to drink, Sir Gilbert." "There you are." And so the night went on. A lodge was built next to the Blue Butterfly for customers who wanted a good time with the establishment's women. Completely wasted, Gilbert lay face down on the bed, snoring loudly. The woman called Kyankian chuckled as she took the heavy bag from Gilbert's pocket and checked its contents. It was filled with gold coins. She then left the room with the bag. "Ah, my head hurts. I may have drunk too much." "Crap. I can't actually remember anything." Gilbert woke up around the time the sun came up. He felt around his pocket, but found nothing. "What the? I'm out. Did I really spend that much?" Scratching his side, Gilbert got out of bed. He seemed familiar with the lodge. After gulping down water from the jug, he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and left the room. He raised his hand at the man at the reception, and the guy bowed until Gilbert was out of the building. Ugh. Too bright. The light of the morning sun pierced Gilbert's eyes. After blinking a few times, he started walking. He moved at a quick pace, embracing his own shivering body, shielding it from the cold breeze. "Damn. I put my life on the line for that money and it's all gone after a night. I must be, quite the sophisticated man." "Or not, Aku." The man hurried on his way home. In the distance, a boy watched him go and started walking the opposite direction. "I see. That's an interesting way to spend money." Hikaru yawned. "I should probably not tell anyone about this." Prince Ostranji Ponsonia's delegate had arrived in Agiopol. Security was tighter than usual inside the tower as foreigners entered. Confidential jobs were suspended for a few days, their respective offices locked. 3 days later, Princess Kajiatoriaji Ponsonia's delegate, the foreign minister, arrived. Preparations were already made in the tower to welcome him. The old man watched the view outside the window of his carriage as it trudged on the bridge over the moat. "My, this is quite an elaborate reception." Fully armed soldiers lined up not only inside the tower, but on the bridge as well. The foreign minister's attendants trembled at the sharp stares drilling at them. It felt as if they were envoys entering an enemy country even though Bios was a neutral state. "Shouldn't we protest this treatment, sir?" an attendant asked. "What will we tell them?" The foreign minister said, "We were summoned here for an arbitration, but they're being too harsh on us." Tension filled the air. It felt as though swords could be clashing any moment. "Even if we complained," the Pope would probably say, "two warring forces are being invited to the tower. We deployed soldiers to make sure there won't be any trouble." Prince Austrian's delegate would share the same sentiment and say we're disregarding His Holiness's thoughtfulness. "So it's already beginning." The attendant looked weary. The foreign minister, a man who had survived countless battlefields, simply laughed. His expression calm at all times. His long hair had all turned gray, tied to the back, his long, white eyebrows hiding his eyes. His wrinkled face did well to hide his expression. Above all, he was prepared to die in this place. He had lived a long life, and if he could spend his last moments to repay his beloved kingdom, then he would gladly do so. As such, he managed to stay composed. "Welcome, Ponsonians." The Red Priest who greeted the convoy looked a bit perplexed. Ostran's delegate was pale as a sheet from the tense atmosphere, and yet the foreign minister appeared to be calm. "Ha ha, I somehow survived the long trip," the old man said. "So, did the Queen's messenger arrive?" The foreign minister referred to Kajiastoria as Queen, implying the throne already belonged to her. His intention was to let them know Ostran was nothing but a rebel, and the present problem wasn't a struggle for who takes the throne, but simply an uprising by traitors. Yes, the princess's messenger indeed made it. The Red Priest, on the other hand, knew this. He referred to Kajiastoria as princess, indicating that they saw this as a power struggle. Katana taught him about this. Did they make it before the time limit? His Holiness's demands were quite difficult to fulfill. The foreign minister said, as though not making in time was understandable. They arrived in time without any trouble. Oh, our nights sure are promising. The old man thought 10 days was a tough ask. Arriving before then was something to be delighted about. They would have the upper hand in the arbitration right off the bat. The Red Priest, however, shook his head. The night arrived after the 10-day deadline. Apparently, it was an adventurer who made it in time. An adventurer, you say? The image of Senkun brimming with confidence back at the meeting popped in his mind. Nothing less from a rank A adventurer, I suppose. I feel thankful for his suggestion. The two parties were led to different buildings. The papers that the messengers brought beforehand had already been examined by the tower. They already made a list of the points to be discussed in the upcoming arbitration. All right, let us begin. The foreign minister's party were shown to the room where the meeting would be held. A massive door slowly opened. While tense atmosphere permeated the tower, the whole city was the same as usual. People were busy with shopping for the coming New Year's Eve. Every place was festive, and this one shared holiday across the whole continent. Good job. Today was a success. Huh? A monk called to Shuva Bloomfield as he got down the stage. Perhaps because a new year was coming, more people gathered to listen to his preaching, and they appeared to be more enthusiastic than usual. There were also many ladies present who only wanted to see the handsome young monk preach, but that wasn't new. Yes, quite wonderful indeed. The saints must be guiding us. I'm sure the people of Adyapol can now welcome a much better new year. For a moment, Shuva's expression darkened, but the monk continued, not noticing it. This is your last one, right? Are you going back to the tower? Why, yes. I still have some shopping to do, and then I'm heading back. I'll see you around, then. Bye. After parting ways with the other monks, Shuva started walking the streets alone. He greeted acquaintances along the way and dropped by familiar stores to buy things. All that's left is to visit the hardware store, and I'm done. I think this was a shortcut. The route Shuva took was indeed a shortcut, although it went through the back alleys. Even Adyapol, a city that boasted beautiful streets, had crude shops and rather lawless areas. But Shuva was a man, and the sun still being high up, he proceeded without any worry. He heard children's screams from a different direction. He checked it out and spotted a temple knight. Hey, brat. Do you realize what you've done? You bit me. It's your fault for showing that disgusting thing. And you want me, a boy, to suck it? The kid said. Let's go. He told his sibling. K. Sound like kids. They were about to leave when the knight grabbed the boy's back to stop him. Ugh, brother. Who said you can go? You're street urchins. You have no place to live here in Adyapol. To hell with that. We're trying our best to survive. Shut up and do what I say. No way, brother. The knight swung his fist, sending the boy rolling on the ground. The kids' faces were familiar to Shuva. Some grey deacons volunteered themselves to feed the needy, and these kids frequently showed up. The Pope's policy eradicated slums in the city, but it wasn't as though it worked 100%. There were young boys and girls like them who were left out, and would probably die if neglected. Saint Rusalka encouraged giving to the poor, and so even though he knew the church wouldn't like it, Shuva continued giving food. The knight tormenting the kids seemed to be getting too agitated as he tried to draw his sword. This is bad, Shuva thought. He was about to jump out when another man appeared. Hey, what you doing out here? Another knight appeared from the other side. Shuva immediately hid himself, for the knight wore a blue cloak. Lord Gilbert. It was Gilbert Gabranth. He looked at the knight who had his hands on the grip of his sword and then at the kids, before smiling. He seemed to understand what was going on. Looks like you're having fun here. Ah. The lack of discipline. Gilbert sauntered forward and kicked the boy in the stomach, sending him flying and rolling on the ground. Brother. Oops. I may have put too much strength into that. The girl ran after the boy and helped him up. They then disappeared into the other side of the alley. You're quite the eccentric guy, Gilbert said. What were you doing with those kids? Hee hee. It's still early in the day. Did you have a shot already? Yeah. I just had to patrol the perimeter and that's it from me for today. It doesn't matter if I drink before work. One day, I learn as much as you and go to those places filled with women. The men flashed vulgar grins as they walked. Shuva quickly left the area. That was a blue knight? How dare they call themselves knights? They're in no way similar to Saint Rizalka's knights. The incident he witnessed weighed heavy on Shuva's mind. After running for a while, his legs gradually became heavy. No, I'm no different. I couldn't help those kids right away. I can't save anyone. He knew all along. Getting rid of the slums didn't improve the lives of those who lived there. They were simply driven away outside of the city. He was aware that there were many red priests, grey deacons, and even blue knights who didn't follow the church's teachings. Shuva knew that feeding the struggling kids was nothing but a hypocritical act to deceive himself. What's wrong, Shuva? Why the long face? He stumbled upon Konya the Blue Knight. Konya Mercury the Blue Knight walked at a brisk pace. Servants were taken aback by her stern expression and quick steps, but no one could stop her. It was early in the morning, with not much people around. Lord Gilbert. Konya slammed the door to Gilbert Gabrant's office open. Who? Surprised, Gilbert froze on the spot, a bag of coins in his hand. It looked like he was just about to head out. What's the matter, Konya? It's still too early, Gilbert said as he quickly hid the bag. Compared to Konya's office, his was incredibly messy. Documents lay scattered about, even down on the floor. He awkwardly closed the door, locked it, and stepped out into the hallway. I have a question, Lord Gilbert. We're both Blue Knights. You don't have to address me as Lord. I cannot do that. You won 12 straight championships in the Temple Knights martial arts tournament. An unprecedented achievement. I do not think we're of equal status. That's what I always thought, at least until now. Gilbert's eyebrows twitched, as she seemed to be implying something. I heard you assaulted a bunch of kids yesterday together with a Temple Knight. Is this true? Troubled, Gilbert scratched his nape. I do not want to believe it, but the information came from a trusted source. It's true. What? I kicked a kid. So what? How could you? Konya turned pale. She didn't want to believe it. Why? I heard that when you were a Temple Knight, you were disciplined and kind to the weak. A model of the Temple Knights. It was also I could become a Blue Knight. What do you mean? Unlike you, I didn't have support from the regional churches, see? So I had to do things my own way. Anyway, there you have it. Wait. See you should relax once in a while. Try not to be too stiff, okay? Gilbert said as he walked away, waving his hand. Stunned, Konya simply watched him go. Adyapal, a city surrounded by a white wall. Outside of it lay several settlements. The walls weren't exactly flawless either. With its huge size, it was bound to have a few tiers. Looks like we can go through here. Hikaru and the gang passed through a tunnel dug underneath the walls and made it outside the city. We could escape through here in case of an emergency, Lavia said. True. I wasn't expecting to see this, though. Barracks made of wood sprawled along an area outside. The walls prevented the place from being seen from the tower, from the Pope's room. This place seems lively. You're right, Hikaru-sama. Not one person noticed the three of them as Hikaru had group obfuscation on. Kids came out of the camps, running and shouting cheerfully. Women drew water from the well and did laundry. Men were carrying packages. The elderly, wearing rather shabby clothes, were enjoying a board game. A town, Hikaru thought. A town with no white makeup applied. Since the tower was on high alert, many places were locked, so Hikaru couldn't explore to his heart's content. While checking out other places, they ended up here. Hikaru had a lot of things on his mind. What would be his next move? What should he do about the underground laboratory and the holy items? What about the sealed cave? Should he unravel the mysteries or get a signature from the foreign minister and just leave? Breakfast is ready. A man arrived, pushing a cart with a steaming pot on it. Children quickly swarmed him. "That soup looks delicious," Drake said. The dragon just wanted to try every food he could get his hands on. While it looked good, it was nothing more than stewed meat and vegetables. "Wash your hands first," the man said. "Also, the elder has an important story to tell you." "Oh, come on, I'm hungry," the children were complaining. But the man simply held the ladle in his hand, not serving the soup. Then, a deeply wrinkled old man with gray hair arrived. He wore a gray robe, though quite different from the ones the gray deacons donned. His was simpler, with nothing but a sash tied around his waist. "That robe he's wearing," Paula said, puzzled. Something seemed to be bothering her. "Let's see, what story should I tell? Since a new year is almost upon us, let's go with the first story." The old man said. "Long, long ago, when the word saint still did not exist, black clouds filled the skies, crops failed to bear fruit, waters were muddy, diseases spread, and demons plagued the lands. Those times were called the Dark Ages. Mankind could do nothing but pray to God. And he watched us, answered our prayers. As proof, he gave one young man a wonderful gift, wisdom, a great amount of it. The man then created various things. Later on, he told the people that he was blessed with wisdom from God. He then passed on early, sorely missed by the people. Blessing of wisdom. In other words, blessing given by a one-character job class in the soul card, the wisdom god." Hikaru turned to Lavia and Paula, wondering if they knew about this story. But they both shook their heads. The people were able to lead easier lives because of the man, and mankind survived. Through the Dark Ages, men came to believe in God, and soon people known as saints started emerging. "The saints gathered in Agiapol, right?" one kid said. "Exactly. So you remember." "Good job." Believers then assembled and built the church as a symbol of their faith. It was a story of how the church was founded. Hikaru already knew about it, but the wisdom part was new to him. This would mean that the man who created the soul card and therefore contributed to the establishment of the Adventurers Guild, was also related to the foundation of the church. "All right, then. Does anyone know the first saint's important teaching?" "The first saint's teaching?" Hikaru listened carefully. "Wash your hands before eating." "Exactly. Wash your hands and then have your breakfast." Didn't see that one coming. The story ended with a basic lesson. The old man watched children scamper towards the well before retiring to his little shed. "Drake, did you know about that story just now? The part about the wisdom god imparting a gift to a human?" "I don't really listen to such stories." "There's a story passed down by the church that goes like this. When evil spreads, dragons die, and blade reaches the gods. The end will come. A child of God, find heaven's messenger, and purge evil." Hikaru told Drake what he learned from Sarah. Apparently, it was the reason why Sophie was looking for someone with a heaven's messenger-related job class. "What did you just say? Dragons don't die? But that's a long time ago, right?" Yes. I think I might have heard about a time when lots of dragons died and darkness covered this world." "That's exactly it. The Dark Ages that they listened to just now. If the deaths of the dragons caused it, then the man who acquired wisdom turned things around." "Well, in that case, shouldn't the church be searching for someone with a wisdom god job class, not heaven's messenger?" "Did the man in the story have a messenger type class as well? I remember now," Paula exclaimed. "The clothes that old man is wearing is a really old version of the robes the monks wear. No one wears it nowadays because it's too warm for summer and too cold for winter." "I see. This old man intrigues me. I want to ask him a few questions. What do you think? I want to listen to his stories too," Paula said. "Count me in." "Of course." Lavia agreed. They made their way to the old man's shed and stopped at the entrance, which was nothing but a piece of cloth dangling down. "Now, then, I doubt he'll attack us out of nowhere, but let's check his soul board just in case. Young guns, please, come in. You were listening earlier, weren't you?" The old man called to them from inside. How? Hikaru had his group obfuscation on at the moment. While it was not maxed out, still 1 point short, he still had 4 points on it. No one had sensed them before. Must be because I summoned his soul board. Checking someone's soul board meant messing with someone's soul. Perceptive people could tell when theirs was being manipulated. Right now, the old man's soul board was displayed before Hikaru. Soul board: Gravy, age 62, rank 2816, vitality, natural recovery 3, stamina 1, immunity, magic resistance 3, disease immunity 4, toxic immunity 2, magical power, mana 9, dexterity 8, tool mastery, pottery 2, willpower, mental strength 12, faith, holy 8, healing magic 2, support magic 2, charisma 4, intuition, instinct 6. The man was 62 years old. Based on the way he talked, Hikaru assumed he was much older. He either aged quick or was just pretending to be really old. Unken, who had 4 points on his instinct, became wary of Hikaru when he summoned his soul board. He sensed something. With 6 points on instinct, one would be able to perceive things no normal human being could. What really caught Hikaru's attention, however, was the name. "What's the matter? Coming in or not?" the man asked. Hikaru nodded at Lavia and Paula before deactivating his stealth. "Good morning." "Oh, you're still kids. I thought for sure you were older," the old man said, smiling. Hikaru and the girls entered the shed. Woven mat covered the floor. The old man urged them to take their seats on chairs which were basically just chopped logs. He then handed them chipped mugs with tea in them. "Sir, you seem to have known we were coming." "Yes, but before we proceed, is that girl with the fine garment from the tower?" "No," Paula answered. "I was raised in a church, but right now I'm accompanying Hikaru-sama as a healer." "Hikaru." "I see. So that's your name?" "Yes. And this is Lavia and Paula." "We travel around together." "Yes." The man nodded, smiling brightly. "Drink your tea before it gets cold." "I actually had a dream that you'd come visit me." "A dream?" "Sometimes I get dreams about meeting new people." "I see. Did you dream about your friend Scott Fair's dying then?" The old man dropped his cup, spilling tea all over the table. What did you say?" "Further Scott is dead." "Oh, I see. How unfortunate." Gravy got up and walked back and forth. Paula took out a handkerchief and wiped the table clean. "Hikaru, whose father Scott?" "The owner of the notebook I found, which mentioned of Sir Gravy, a red priest who was demoted to a grey deacon, but he was supposed to be deployed in the countryside. I didn't expect to find him here in the slums, running an awareness program." "How much do you know?" the old man asked. "Not much." Shrugging his shoulders, Hikaru told the man everything he knew, although most of it was simply what he read in the notes. Scott wanted his notes to be given to someone else, so Hikaru couldn't hand it to Gravy. It would also mean telling the man that he sneaked into the underground laboratory and explaining his abilities. Hikaru explained that he was an adventurer and an informant to Scott. Gravy accepted his words without asking further questions. He seemed to trust Hikaru right off the bat. His dream must have played a part in it. Further, Scott was a pious believer, the old man said. He probably couldn't stop himself from wanting answers. "What are you doing in Agiapol?" "I knew the people who were forced out of town. Someone has to guide them." "Isn't that going against the tower's master's wishes?" "I am prepared for the consequences. I don't have much time left. I've lived my whole life serving God. No point in changing my ways now." A heavy resolve, Hikaru thought. Despite having people like him, the church was heading into a strange direction. Perhaps him looking too old was a way to conceal his background. "How do you know my name?" the old man asked. "Call it a hunch." "Hunch? Anyway, the story you told just now, it's different from what the church is teaching." "Yeah, I've never heard that version before." Paula cut in. You're a follower of the church, yes? What I know is something I learned when I was a child. The current pope changed the story and therefore, the textbooks as well. He changed the textbooks? There are too many unfathomable points as to how the world was created. The old books simply stated facts, while the newer versions included the church's interpretations. Did the Pope alter the books to hide something? Or perhaps to distract the believers? Is the current Pope the one who ordered to find people with a messenger-related job class? No, that's been around for some time. To be more precise, it was the previous Pope who ordered for people with the job class to be invited as guests. The church then asked them questions, treating them like caged birds. However, is the current Pope's doing? I see. The current Pope held a great interest in God, a being involved in the world's creation. Heaven's messenger classes were clearly related to gods and dragons. The church was probably studying the holy items for the exact same reason. The question now was, what were they trying to achieve with the information? Probably nothing good. So, Hikaru, how did Father Scott pass away? Gravy asked. I don't know the exact details, but it seems he sneaked into the underground laboratory. I only knew about his death because the magic item that was supposed to keep running as long as he was alive had stopped working. A laboratory, huh? Do you know about it? Father Scott mentioned it to me once. I only advised him to stay away. After that, Gravy told them that if they wanted to know more about his version of the teachings, the old textbooks would be best, but unfortunately, he didn't have any in his possession. Libraries owned by the church should have them, but probably only the one in Adyapal and the old churches in the countryside. You're still young. Don't poke your noses into anything too dangerous. In the first place, Adyapal isn't a place for people to live in. Saint Rusalka and Saint Beyond. Even the other saints were special people with incredible magical prowess. They tried to keep the believers away from Adyapal, but the people wanted to live by their side, so they built a city. Really? Only a handful of people from the town know about this. The story Hikaru knew did mention that Rusalka advised the people to stay away, but the believers followed him anyway, an act that emphasized the faith of the people. But what if Saint Rusalka wanted them away because it was dangerous? Dangerous? How? The magic circle underground. I suggest you leave soon. Once breakfast is over, people might come here. Okay, thank you for everything. You're welcome. If possible, I want to talk more. I sense some mysterious aura from you three. Exalted, yet pure. Is he referring to Drake? There are people who support this place, but it wouldn't take long before it's discovered. We might be driven out for good. I see. Take care, then. May God bless you. Hikaru activated group obfuscation and they left. Gravy probably advised them to leave because this place was dangerous too. After all, this was a gathering spot for people expelled from the city. That included criminals. The soup here is good, brother. Yeah, I'm glad we came here. As they returned to the city, Hikaru spotted a pair of siblings. The older brother had a few scratches, but was otherwise fine. They appeared to be street urchins. Hikaru didn't know those kids were the ones that Shuva witnesses being tormented. Hikaru made his decision. The Blue Knight went down the cave, past the magic circle. The man told the Pope's secretary that he fought some sort of a monster. There was something in there, and Hikaru wanted to find out what it was. I have to go. With the arbitration going on, the underground laboratory was locked, but guards were still stationed near the cave. The passage would be unlocked whenever it was time for them to change shifts. With his stealth on, Hikaru tagged along with the other guards down to the cave. Just like before, the magic circle cast light on the surroundings. The guards kept watch warily. Clearly, there was something down there. I really wanted to ask Silico about the magic circle first, though, Hikaru thought. He still hadn't heard from the 4 stars of the East who were invited by the King of Iron Beast to the palace. Perhaps they were on their way there. Then again, even if I asked, There's a high chance she doesn't know anything. Drake's reaction might be more useful. Drake wrapped himself around Hikaru's neck. The Draken had been complaining about the stench incessantly on their way underground. Hikaru didn't really smell anything off, only that the air was a bit damp and musty. I don't wanna go. All you have to do is tell me what's in there and you're good. I sense something awful. Is that enough? We'll go check out whatever it is you're sensing. That's not funny. They slipped past the magic circle and went down the stairs that led further underground. Hikaru didn't feel anything as they passed through the circle, but as they went deeper, he felt the air seem to coil around his skin. Ugh, it stinks. Suck it up, you freeloader. I'm sticking with you because of the no overtime, 3 meals included package. Where'd you even learn that? Anyway, this is well within legal labor standards. Hikaru was surprised that the Draken somehow learned a bit about of human culture. Eventually, the surroundings turned darker. The light from the magic circle still reached them, although it was weaker now, as they were already about 50 meters deeper. Realizing the guards would not notice this further down, Hikaru lit up his magic lamp. I see the end of the cave. The bottom of the cave was a flat, open space, just as wide as the upper section. The first thing Hikaru noticed was, what the hell is this? Yuck, it stinks so bad, I can't take it anymore. Hey! Drake leapt away from Hikaru's neck and went up the stairs before turning around at a distance where he could still tolerate the stench. The Draken was out of group obfuscation's range, but the guards above didn't seem to notice anything. Drake had been complaining non-stop all the way here. Hikaru understood how he felt. Even he could smell the stench now. Up ahead, about 5 meters, was a black mass, like some sort of a puddle. Because the ground was ashen, Hikaru couldn't tell if it was pure black or some other color. He didn't dare consider touching it, either. It stunk, real bad. Like meat that was left out to rot for days. A part of the gooey matter protruded about 20 centimeters high, and the rest simply looked like a water puddle about a meter wide. What is this even? Hikaru held up the lamp. Black puddles were all over the place. That thing's bad news. It looked like a creature with 4 limbs, but it was simply a black figure. Darkness, like the product of something evil. Did you kill it? I did. I got black sticky goo all over my body, though. I had so much trouble washing it off. Hikaru recalled Gilbert and Katina's conversation. A black figure, 4 limbs. The Blue Knight finished it off and left the corpse here. Carrying it would only be effort, so Gilbert probably wouldn't even bother, especially with the horrible stench. But there's a lot here. Hikaru could see more than 10 corpses within the range of the light alone. Something reflected the light from the lamp. It came from inside the black mass. Do I really have to do this? Hikaru thought as he drew his dagger of strength and stabbed it into the puddle. Black goo stuck to the blade, and he pulled out a rock. Wait. Is this a spirit rock? Hikaru wiped the blade clean with a cloth. After cleaning the black goo off the ore, what greeted him was a rock the size of a ping-pong ball, shining in 7 colors. He'd picked up plenty of these rocks back in the dungeon in Ponsonia. Most of them, however, were only the size of glowstone pieces and went for only 500 galans apiece. Its price increased with size, and something this big would fetch for at least 10,000. Hikaru tossed the cloth aside and shoved the rock into his bag. There could be more in the other puddles, but the unbearable stench prevented him from searching for more. What is Gilbert playing at? Anyway, Mr. Gabranth, did this black figure drop anything? Nope. The knight clearly denied it. I see. I get it now. As a matter of fact, Hikaru already had an idea what kind of person Gilbert was based on the information he'd gathered. He didn't really plan to do anything with it, though. Hikaru, let's go back. I wanna eat some food. We're not done here yet. In fact, we're just getting started. Hikaru proceeded even deeper. Black puddle littered the place. It took much effort just trying to avoid them. He was too focused on his feet. He only noticed what lay before him the moment he raised his head. What the? A huge double door, made of stone and about 10 meters high, loomed before him. There was no crack in between, but black goo was stuck on it. Did the black goo come from here? The design on the door caught Hikaru's eyes. A carving of flames and a face filled with agony, being kicked by a demon. The figure of a human impaled through the demon's spear. A three-faced dog, Cerberus, breathing out fire. A giant swinging down its club. And a dragon devouring a draken. Now this is quite something. Hikaru didn't even want to imagine what lay in wait beyond these doors. No wonder Drake didn't want to get closer. I see what Sir Gravy means. Something evil was clearly behind the doors. The arbitration meeting for the internal dispute in Ponsonia was nearing its end. The princess, who had a favorable position in the fight, demanded the disinheritance of the prince and the release of Leatherelka. In exchange, traitors would be allowed to keep their lives, assets, and status. It was a huge compromise, but in order for the kingdom to keep functioning afterwards, they couldn't punish the nobles. The prince, on the other hand, suggested the kingdom to be divided in half and ruled separately. A rather unrealistic proposition. The Red Priest favored the princess's proposal, who offered a compromise right off the start. I'm exhausted. While in Agiopol, the foreign minister stayed in the tower. As soon as he returned to his room, he slumped down on a chair, heaving a huge sigh, as though exhaling all the fatigue out. I'm surprised that Bios, a neutral state, is in favor of our proposal. A member of his convoy said. They want to finish this quick. Letting the civil war continue won't be of benefit to the church. Asking for a donation after rebuilding the kingdom is the best move they can make, so they don't care about the legitimacy of the ruler. Ein Beast separates our kingdom from this country. Or Verishin, if you go by sea. The farther the country is, the less they care. Although, I'm glad we were on equal terms right from the start. I still don't know why His Holiness ordered a letter to be sent under such conditions. The 10-day limit. We managed to avoid earning the Pope's displeasure because the messenger succeeded in his mission. Then, a knock came at the door. Sir, an adventurer named Hikaru wants to see you. Oh, speak of the devil. Let him in. Are you sure, sir? He's a low-ranked adventurer. It's fine. If the arbitration proceeds smoothly and in our favor, it would all be thanks to him. A few moments later, a young boy with black hair and eyes entered the room. I take it you're Hikaru? The minister asked, smiling. Yeah. The boy answered calmly. His attitude caused the other men's faces to turn red. After all, the boy was a commoner talking to a noble. His tone lacked the proper respect. How dare you speak to the foreign minister like that? It's fine, the old man said. The men didn't seem satisfied. Ignoring them, Hikaru pulled out a sealed letter from his pocket. May I have your signature? Proof for the guild that I delivered the letter within the time limit and thus completed the request. Why? Of course. Hikaru quickly handed the letter to the foreign minister. Seeing this, the other men present grew even more furious. Handing something to a noble directly was unthinkable. Normally, his attendant would receive it first, check if it was safe, before giving it to his lord. But since the old man happily accepted the letter, there was nothing else they could do. After checking the contents of the letter, the foreign minister quickly signed it. Here you go. Thank you. Well, then, if you'll excuse me, wait a minute. The old man stopped Hikaru as he was about to leave. I wanted to ask you how you managed to deliver the letter in just 7 days. Do you really think an adventurer would reveal his secrets? Why, such disrespect will not go unpunished. The member of the foreign minister's convoy shouted in rage, while the bodyguard placed his hand on the grip of his sword. Hikaru simply watched them with cold eyes. Stop. The foreign minister, a usually gentle man, roared. The men present gave a start, their bodies trembling. Sorry about that, Hikaru. There are surprisingly many people who care so much about nobility even when in foreign lands. It's fine. Such a shame, though. Nobles tend to be arrogant, but I thought those working in the government were selected based on their abilities. Ha ha, that's quite an interesting take. What would you have done then? If I'm in a foreign country attending an arbitration meeting, I would use anything I could get my hands on. Who cares if someone's being rude? Unless of course, you're in a formal gathering. Indeed. You know your stuff, young man. Would you like to work for Princess Kaguya? The foreign minister's retainers had no clue why the old man snapped at them. Seeing him try to recruit Hikaru just made them more confused. You're quite strange. I'm just a kid. Only a learned person could give such an answer. As an adventurer, you completed a difficult mission. I'm sure plenty of people have their eyes on you. You should know that the princess is building a new kingdom. We'll need talented people like you. I'll pass. It's too much responsibility. Is that so? Just come to me if you ever change your mind. The foreign minister held this cheeky adventurer in high regard. Yet Hikaru rejected the offer. The men listening had no idea what was going on. Then, a voice came from the hallway. Why you can't come in here? There's confidential information about the meeting. This area is off limits to unauthorized personnel until the arbitration is over. I'm a Blue Knight of Bios, fair and impartial. I swear I won't leak any information I might come across here. So let me through. The adventurer Hikaru is suspected of violence against a Grey Deacon. The door slammed open, revealing the Blue Knight, Konya Mercury. 15 minutes earlier, Konya was in the room, deep in thought. Why did Lord Gilbert do such a thing? Shuva Bloomfield told her what he witnessed. When she asked for confirmation from the knight, he admitted to it. Konya admired Gilbert, who was known as the strongest knight in Agiapol. His fast swordsmanship had earned him the nicknames Gilbert the Light Sword and Sword Flash. It wasn't clear where he came from, and the man himself didn't talk much about it. He climbed to the top using his skills alone. Konya's parents were the heads of a church in the countryside, and they spoke well of Gilbert too. When a vicious monster attacked her hometown and resulted in many casualties, it was none other than Gilbert who took care of it. Being only 5 years old back then, Konya couldn't meet Gilbert, but she'd heard stories of the knight's bravery from many people. That's when she said she wanted to be a knight. In the end, with her talent with the sword, she managed to be deployed in the tower as a Blue Knight. Unlike you, I didn't have support from a regional church, see? So I had to do things my own way. Anyway, there you have it. As Gilbert said, it was mostly thanks to her parents' recommendation that Konya became a Blue Knight. She'd heard similar things from envious people ever since she was appointed to her post, all of which she tried her best to ignore. But hearing it from Gilbert himself was a whole other thing. Did Lord Gilbert really work hard just so he could become a Blue Knight? Konya still remembered the time she first met Gilbert in the tower. He was dead drunk in his office. After that, she heard all kinds of stories about the man. He stood out, for better or worse, so a lot of people knew him. All she heard were negative things: a drunkard, a slob, a truant, doesn't do his job, doesn't carry a sword, greedy, spotted walking with a prostitute. No trace of the hero that once saved her hometown. Still, Konya believed in him, that he was just taking a break. He'd been rushing it all this time to get here, and was now simply resting. He was only human, after all, but if his only goal was to become a Blue Knight, then it would only go downhill from here. Blue Knights are swords that protect the tower. They are the model of all knights out there. Konya repeated the words her parents taught her. She was from a remote town in Bios. Right now, her parents were continuing their religious work, guiding the lost and healing the hurt, while she was at the center of faith. Yet, doubt and fear crippled her, respect crushed, and she was lost. Mom, Dad, what should I do? She heard footsteps running in the hallway. Lady Konya. The adventurer named Hikaru is in Ponsonia's foreign minister's room. What? She quickly got up and stared at the man who brought the news. How? I gave an order for him to be detained at the gate if he ever came. How did he get into the foreign minister's room? He should know that we're looking for him. Given that he never showed up at the appointed time and even moved out of his hotel room, it's clear he's hiding. So why did he come to the tower? Various questions popped into mind. What do we do? Let's go. Now was not the time to think. She had to grab the opportunity while it was still there. Konya gathered a few temple knights and made her way towards the minister's room. Konya barged into the foreign minister's room and found Hikaru, who was neither flustered nor ashamed. In fact, his attitude seemed to suggest he was waiting for her to come. And that irritated Konya, which surprised her. She had never harbored such hostility against someone before. The foreign minister stared at her, astonishment on his face, bringing her back to her senses. Lord Gilbert is probably getting to me, she thought as she calmed herself down before speaking. Adventurer Hikaru, you are suspected of assaulting a Grey Deacon. Please come with me for questioning. I don't recall ever hurting anyone, and I don't have time for this nonsense. If you truly believe you didn't do anything wrong, then just tell me everything. Let me ask you, then, if you were in an unfamiliar land to carry out a mission and you were accused of something you have no knowledge about, the authorities even using force on you, would you follow them quietly? We're not using any force. We are fair and impartial, not siding with anyone. How can you insist you're harmless when you bring armed men with you? That's because you didn't keep your word and instead went into hiding. What word? You mean about waiting at the Adventurers Guild? I was there, but you didn't come so I left. Nonsense. I went there first thing in the morning. I already know you left in a hurry after learning of our visit. I had a stomachache that day. Why, you. Now. Konya was flushing when the minister cut in, raising his hand. I'm having a hard time following. This adventurer is a messenger our kingdom hired to deliver a letter. I didn't receive news of any trouble. The old man said, that's because there isn't any. Hikaru said, oh, there is. Konya said, I heard you hit a Grey Deacon on the face. I did no such thing. Like I said, come with me to explain. Now. The foreign minister sighed. We won't get anywhere like this. Miss Blue Knight. You're aware that we're delegates from Ponsonia, yes? I believe you are the kingdom's foreign minister. Then you should know that coming here armed is a diplomatic problem. In case a delegate is suspected of a crime, we Blue Knights have the right to arrest the suspect. Indeed. Then we will use our special right as diplomats as well. Konya's expression turned to shock. The temple knight with her didn't seem to follow and whispered to her. What's the matter, Lady Konya? I thought Blue Knights had the right to arrest without question. The special right would mean he can't lay a hand on them until the arbitration is over. So it's a truce until then. Konya nodded, biting her lips. I understand, she said. Let me just confirm this, sir. The special right applies to all members of the party. So you're saying that adventurer is a member? Indeed, but after the arbitration, the right applies only to the ambassador. In other words, you, sir. Surely, you're not going to tell me afterwards that this adventurer is the ambassador? Ha. Of course not. This assignment was given to me by Princess Kudyatoria. I can't hand it over to someone else. Understood. That's all from me. Konya turned round to leave. Hey. Hikaru called to her. What you see isn't always the truth. I hoped someone of high status would understand this. What do you mean? Only kids are allowed to play the innocent card. But for someone in a position of power, ignorance is a sin. Hikaru wore a displeased look. Konya turned around. What are you trying to say? That face and voice. I wish you'd get straight to the point and say something that would surprise me. I know I'm just being selfish, but still. He muttered in a low voice. I apologize for stopping you. He continued. I have nothing more to say. If you'll excuse me, then. Konya turned her back once more and left the room. She had no idea at all what Hikaru was trying to say. All right, then. Hikaru said. Was making me a member of your party really necessary? Look, they're all fuming. The other men's eyes glinted with rage. They didn't understand why the foreign minister treated the boy with great care. "You're the one who used me, though," the old man replied. "I hope you don't mind. You benefited from it. Anyway, I must say, your creation of an established fact was excellent." "Ha ha. You did well in inducing me to use it." "I didn't expect you to know about the special right. Listen. How about actually studying diplomatic relations? I just happen to be friends with a noble who had the knowledge." "Well, then, I'll be taking my leave. Are you sure about this?" "You'll turn back into a wanted person once you leave the tower. Now's my best chance to leave since they probably won't expect it. They'll think I'll be staying here for a while." "I really just wanted to talk to that Blue Knight." "I see. If you'll excuse me, sir. Thanks a lot for the help. I'm sure the kingdom will enjoy peace with you around." Hikaru shoved the signed papers into his pocket and left the room. As soon as he was gone, the foreign minister burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. He even predicted the night to barge in here. What an amusing boy." "Sir," the men who were quiet until now finally spoke. "Please explain yourself. We're on a very important mission." "I know those were just empty words. But how could you let that boy into our group? He did a wonderful job as a delegate." "You mean his mission to deliver the letter? That was a request through the guild." "No." "What? He mentioned an established fact, correct?" "I exercised the kingdom's special right, which the Blue Knight acknowledged." "In other words, I made her acknowledge that Princess Astoria had royal authority." "Ah." The men froze. They knew exactly what that meant. Konya was a person of high status within the tower, a Blue Knight. Even though the Red Priests were in charge of the arbitration, and it also might have just been a slip of the tongue, Hikaru still made a Blue Knight acknowledge Princess Astoria's right to the throne. Hikaru was hinting at wanting the foreign minister's protection. He knew the special right was the only option the old man could use for that. The foreign minister himself was aware that only the diplomat of the rightful ruler could exercise the right. He concluded that making the Blue Knight acknowledge that would be to their benefit. "Why, you thought of all that in such a short time?" "Yes. This is what it means to be a diplomat." The man went completely silent. "He thought I would exercise the special right. If I didn't get the hint and failed to help him instead, the opposite would have happened. He would have given up on me." "No, the whole kingdom." "Not just him either. If someone incompetent held a position of power, even the citizens would turn their backs on the kingdom." "That boy was trying to tell us that." The foreign minister's expression turned gentle. "Although, he seems to have some attachment to that knight." "I suppose his young age has something to do with that." After exiting the foreign minister's room, Hikaru activated his stealth and left the tower. He returned to the hotel room to find Lavia and Paula already there, reading books piled on the table. They were looking into a few things, though in Lavia's case, it was probably more of pure pleasure in reading. "We're back. I smell cookies." The starving dragon jumped from Hikaru's neck and onto the table, gobbling down the cookies left on the platter. "Welcome back," Lavia greeted. "Wait, what happened?" "You look angry." Hikaru touched his face. "Angry? What would I be angry about?" "Ah, that night." Konya the Blue Knight resembled Hazuki, while their hair color and the manner of speaking were different. They had a similar face and voice. Deep inside, though, they were completely different. Hazuki-senpai would have known what I was thinking and would be 2 to 3 steps ahead. "I'm pissed because that Konya girl can't do that." "This is stupid." Hikaru understood very well that Konya wasn't Hazuki. The latter wouldn't be in this world. Yet, he was mad, perhaps somewhere within himself. He wanted her to be the Hazuki he knew. He pushed the thoughts to a corner of his mind. "I'm just mad at myself for thinking about stupid things. I'm fine." "Really? Anyway, I found something past the magic circle." Hikaru told them about what he found further down underground, and how he visited foreign minister for a signature afterwards. "You completed the designated request very easily, Hikaru-sama. Getting the signature is the easiest part. Is it really that surprising?" I just realized that it's finally over." Paula gave a strained laugh. Hikaru had just completed the request issued by the Adventurers Guild, something not even the knights could accomplish. Gathering attention was unavoidable. It might be best to lay low for a while, Hikaru thought. He didn't want the guild's eyes on him. They might give him more troublesome requests. If he were promoted, he'd be recruited to war, and he wanted no part of that. "Is that all?" Levi asked. She didn't seem convinced. Hikaru didn't want to tell her about Konya since he still had trouble sorting it out in his mind. Levi might have sensed that Hikaru was hiding something. "Actually, there is something I haven't told you too." Women's intuition sure is scary, Hikaru thought as he started talking about the knight named Konya. About how she looked like someone he knew back in his hometown. Just similar looks, though. Hikaru said. "They're completely different on the inside. Did you like this Hazuki girl?" Levi asked. "No, not really." Hikaru thought about it for a bit. "I didn't dislike her. She knew things I didn't know about. But what he felt he wasn't love. That much he was sure of." "All right. That's everything from me." "Thank you. Anyway, I'm curious about that sinister door underground." Levi said. "Me too. It's quite interesting." Paul added. Drake didn't see the door directly as he refused to proceed deeper. He didn't want to get close to the black puddles. When Hikaru told Drake about the door, the Draken simply said he could sense something horrible from beyond it. That was all. He didn't know anything more. 2 holy mana items, a magic circle, black puddles, and a sinister door. Curious. But is there anything to gain by delving deeper? From a practical standpoint, there didn't seem to be any. Digging further would be pointless. Hikaru guessed that the reason saints gathered here was to guard that door. They wouldn't dare open that. That's what Hikaru thought. At least the Pope seemed to be interested in using the holy mana items, but they were not making progress. "Do you want to leave Agiopol already?" Levi asked. "I think so." Hikaru replied. "We can just come back once we have new information." "What about that Konya girl?" "It's fine. She's just a stranger who looks like Hazuki-senpai." Hikaru quickly answered, but somewhere in his mind, he thought about her. It felt uncomfortable, like a tiny thorn pricking at his heart. He never considered that just because they looked alike, she would bother him this much. "Anyway, did you find anything?" Hikaru asked. "There's a lot of books here." "Oh, right. Nothing about old history or scriptures, but we did find something interesting." Levi pointed at a book, a catalogue, of all the saints and people who served the church. It contained a table of contents, names, and more. Whoa. It even lists their job classes. Most of them were 5-character classes, with a few 4-character ones. What caught Hikaru's eyes was the 4 legendary saints who achieved great feats during their time. They had job classes with 3 characters: 2 healing magic god, 1 holy faith god, and a support magic god. Hikaru pondered it over. You'd probably get the healing magic god and support magic god job classes once you're an expert in healing and support magic, respectively. Case in point, Paula. I'm sure these 2 types of magic helped greatly in spreading the church's teachings, exterminating monsters, and helping people. As for the holy faith god, it might be related to the holy stat under faith on the soul board. Is there a benefit to increasing the holy stat? Gravy had a ridiculous 8 points on it. Does he have the job class, then? Paula, do you have any job class related to faith? Hikaru asked. None at all. It's my first time finding out about it. The account on this person with the holy faith god class is actually interesting. Lavia said, and read it out loud. The person in particular was devoted in walking the path of God, but he shared something in common with the other 3 saints. They seemed inhuman, seeing through everything and never getting angry at trivial matters. The people around them had this impression that they had transcended humanity. Hikaru recalled something, the description on his soul board. Heaven shot a skill that reaches the domain of God, a being who controls divine providence. Lose a part of what makes one human. Max 5. Losing one's humanity. Hikaru guessed Heaven's Sword to have a similar description. Lawrence D. Falcon, who had 1 point on it, did seem superhuman. It was likely that the saints on the catalogue had stats related to heaven. Hikaru still left his at 0. With all this new information, Hikaru could now look at the heaven-searching God, sinner job class differently. Since he had both this class and the skill on his soul board, he could assume that the saints had heaven-searching God on their cards as well. This raised a problem. How would someone react if they were shown a job class that read sinner? A religious person would surely try to hide it. Hikaru shared what he thought to the girls. I see. It definitely isn't something you show to others. How many job classes do you have, Hikaru-sama? Hikaru didn't know the world average, but he felt he had more than normal. Is it because I can modify soul boards? Anyway, since you have a healing magic god job class, that means you're in the same league as the saints. Hikaru told Paula. What? I can't be. The church would surely desperately try to recruit you if they found out. I don't want to. She looked troubled, but Hikaru just laughed. It's safer to just keep it under the wraps. Anyway, if you get this kind of class when you have a holy related skill, what would those with points on evil? Do they get to a cursed magic god class or something? Sounds like a disturbing god. You shouldn't use accursed magic, or else you'll succumb to evil, Drake interjected. He was done eating. What do you mean succumb to evil? Your soul gets tainted with pure evil. Even dragons are warned not to succumb to temptations, says the dragon who's fallen to the temptation of food and devours just about anything. Hikaru thought. So there's like evil dragons or something? Yup. Dragons that eat that black gooey thing turn into one. You eat that thing? You've got to be kidding. We can't allow that black thing to contaminate hallowed places. So dragons clean up by eating it. I don't really know much about it either. But apparently there was a dragon that turned pure black because of it. What happened to the dragon? It couldn't stay in the realm of dragons and left. So after cleaning up all that mess, he got kicked out? That's just horrible. Just eating that thing won't get you kicked out. But afterwards, they crave for more to eat. Eventually, they'll become well versed in accursed magic and eat dragons. You can't yield to that temptation. What? Eating your brethren? So consuming that black mass taints the mind, huh? A chill ran down Hikaru's spine. Beast's capital was strategically relocated in the middle of a wasteland, where trade routes from different tribes merged. Once you entered the city, however, the level of enthusiasm in the air would make one forget about the wilderness outside. Various races gathered here. Cat-eared girls, female reptiles, pale-skinned elderly, winged men, among others. There's been a steep price jump in iron. We've been notified to even make use of scrap iron to melt and turn into weapons. Harvest was abundant last year, but the rice and wheat we've stashed away are all sold out. Everything. Now, we're struggling a bit on food. People from all over the place are gathering here. Looks like a large-scale recruitment. Sorry, human girl, but Bonsonia discriminates against us beastmen too much. They got too cocky. A girl was going around town, listening to gossips. She had short pink hair and curious eyes that blinked incessantly like a mischievous child. She donned the fluffy wool coat and wore short leather pants, tights over her legs. Alice Sunborn studied the information she had gathered and arrived at only one conclusion. Beast is raring for war. But why? There should be a ceasefire with Bonsonia right now. Alice was a spy who trained under Uncan. She wasn't that skilled. In fact, she only had a low-level imperceptibility which allowed her to sneak into an ordinary person's house unnoticed. When he was still alive, Uncan lamented the incompetency of Quinblen's spies. Hikaru thought Alice wasn't fit to be a spy either. Still, she continued her work, partly because she had no other source of income. There was also the fact that Quinblen's spies were not all that competent. The Empire couldn't part with Alice, who could do her job fairly well. Alice was in Hopestadt by the Empire's orders. I didn't expect a direct order from His Majesty himself. He was right on the money, though. That man's got a keen eye. All right. Alice walked the streets while eating roasted sheep intestines on a skewer. While it was considered a bizarre food, this country loved food with strong aroma. At first, Alice had to force herself to eat so she could blend in better, but eventually she grew to like the food. She loved how the spices tingled her tongue. Hello. Oh, Alice. Hi. Alice entered an adventurers guild in Hopestadt. There were many adventurers in this city, so 3 guild branches had to be built. Alice came to the smallest one of the 3, the receptionist, a pretty lady with bunny ears. At the counter seemed like she had a lot of time in her hands. She would be getting married this coming spring and retire from her job. She had too much free time that she even told Alice about this. Slow day, huh? Alice said. Yeah, nothing we can really do about it. There was a reason the receptionist didn't have much to do. Not because there were 3 guilds here. Normally, all 3 branches would be packed with adventurers. But something happened in the last few days. The adventurer party that the incredibly popular and charismatic Lion King of Iron Beast, Gerhard Vatex Anchor, summoned to the palace, had entered Hopestadt. A B-ranked party. Its members were all beautiful ladies. It was no wonder that adventurers had taken an interest in them. The 4 stars of the East arrived at the biggest guild in the city, so adventurers flocked there. The ladies went back and forth between the royal palace and the guild. Adventurers desperate to catch a glimpse of them gathered at the guild, some of them even challenging the ladies to a fight. Their leader, Selise, took on the challengers and beat them utterly in no time at all. This only made them more popular. All this, however, had nothing to do with Alice. She didn't care. In fact, she could avoid drawing attention this way. Can I use the back room? She asked. Sure. I must say, that's an interesting request. Market research, correct? Haha. Yeah. What do you call this kind of job again? Price hunter? Alice said as she handed her guild card. Adventurer guild card name Alice Sunborn registration Quinbland Empire Capital Adventurers Guild rank E job class. Alice had a face that said she was an adventurer who simply wanted to fulfill requests. Her low rank and the fact that the guild card couldn't be forged made it easier for her to gain people's trust. The registration field might show that she was from Quinbland, but it didn't matter. Requests made for a good cover, like a delivery quest to Iron Beast, or like the job she was working on right now, market research. She went around checking prices of goods and sent the information to Quinbland using the communication device that the guild possessed. Alice entered the back room where the device, Linger's quill pen, was kept. She already knew how to use it, so she just handed the receptionist the payment. As for the catalyst, she brought her own. Alrighty, then. Time to report to the boss. Alice quickly wrote down the prices of minerals, iron, and food and sent the information. Prices had gone up, an indication that Iron Beast was preparing for war. There was no need to write that down as well. There were rumors that Linger's quill pen could be tapped, so sending top-secret information as is would not be wise. She ended her report with "I'm heading to Ingolstadt after this," a code that meant the army would be heading there. A town, near the border between Iron Beast and Ponsonia. Linger's quill pen was an extremely convenient means of communication. Other magic items would be too expensive for one spy to use. Fast horses were very unreliable. Not only that, if a problem arose, intel wouldn't reach the recipient. Worse, it could get stolen. Even though Linger's quill pen could be tapped, all you really had to do was encrypt the intel as something harmless. The only downside to it was higher-ranked adventurers would have a harder time gaining the trust of the guild. Phew. And we're done. After confirming that the message was sent, she used a brush to scatter some catalyst, disguising intel as market research. Smart. What? Alice jumped about 30 centimeters. WHWH, who's there? SSH. Quiet now. When she turned around, she found a blade by her throat. A familiar person stood there. The hood on his cloak hung low over his eyes, and a silver mask on his face. A boy with a weak presence who seemed to disappear if you didn't keep your gaze on him. Silzel. Stop calling me that. Alice met Hikaru back when she infiltrated Margrave Grugschild's residence, where she got busted by the sharp instincts of Lawrence and Aglaia. Hikaru chased her as she made her escape, after which she brought him to her master, Unken, on the condition that he punched the guy. Hikaru introduced himself as Silverface. Then, they hadn't seen each other since. Ultimately, Unken threatened her, causing her to run for dear life. In the end, Hikaru didn't have much of a bad impression of her. Wait. Did you see what I sent? It's supposed to be confidential. I did, but it's fine. It's probably for Kaglai, right? Well, how do you know? Wait. You're speaking of His Majesty like you're close. The boy's mouth curved into a smile. I arrived in town just a while ago, but I already learned a lot, he said. Thanks. So Einbeast is keen on crushing Ponsonia. How do you know all that? My report only mentioned market prices. You're too loud. Let's take this outside. Hikaru felt just a bit sorry for this naive girl. He revealed himself because he was worried about her. It could be seen as being nosy, though. They left the guild, Hikaru using his stealth, of course, and went around the back where no one could see them. Hikaru still had his mask on. So to answer your question, you, a Quinbland spy, being here means the Empire is wary of Einbeast. You are checking up on prices of weapons and provisions. The sudden price jumps mean that Einbeast is preparing for war. Can't believe you got all that in no time at all, she said with teary eyes. I put a lot of time and effort into gathering intel, you know. All right, I'll share some info. The princess and prince's delegates are negotiating a ceasefire in Bios. The arbitrators seem to favor the princess's side, so I think her proposals will get accepted. Wait, what? Where'd you get such valuable info? Hikaru couldn't possibly tell her he was in Bios just yesterday. Incidentally, the prince ignoring the arbitrator's decision was highly unlikely. After all, they were the ones who called for an arbitration in the first place. What's more, the Pope himself imposed a difficult condition for the princess, delivering a letter in 10 days, which the kingdom managed to pull off. The prince would have had an advantage if the princess's side failed on fulfilling this condition, but it didn't work out for them in the end. Ignoring the ruling would also mean besmirching Bios's name. Hikaru had nothing to worry about the arbitration for now, and so Hikaru used Drake's power to travel through the Draken Passage and made it to Hopestadt. He wanted to know about Einbeast's movement. He didn't care about who ruled as long as the ceasefire continued and Pond was safe. But if Einbeast was raring to go to war, that would mean trouble. If they attacked as soon as the 4 stars of the East were gone, the arbitration would be meaningless. In fact, the prince and his followers who were isolated in Leather Elka would get swallowed whole by Einbeast's army. He wanted to know why the 4 stars were summoned to Einbeast. Fortunately, he got the information he needed right away. Feeling sorry for Alice, he gave her some intel in return. What are you doing here anyway? Alice asked. Nothing much. Don't mind me. Of course I mind. I haven't seen Master Unken ever since that night. Yes, that's right. After asking Hikaru to deliver a letter to the Emperor, Unken went to assassinate the King of Ponsonia. He succeeded, but was killed afterwards. Only the Master Swordsman could possibly do that. Fortune wasn't on Unken's side. If only Lawrence was somewhere else that night, he would still be alive today. Unken is dead. Dead? He was a crafty old man till the bitter end. But he cared deeply about Quinbland. Stop joking around. It's not funny. Do you see me laughing? Anyway, see you around. Wait. Alice chased after Hikaru, But when she turned around the corner, she couldn't believe her eyes. He was gone like the wind. Hikaru walked the streets of Hopestadt, lost in his own thoughts. Unken did a splendid job. He killed the man responsible for the war between the kingdom and the empire, but that resulted into the prince and princess fighting. And now, even Ein Beast was making a move. While Ponsonia's alliance with Quinbland was a good thing, it seemed as though the flames of war just kept spreading anyway. There was no doubt, however, that Unken was the man behind these series of events. 50 years ago, he assassinated Quinbland's tyrant, and recently, the king of Ponsonia. He altered this world's history. If killing is the only option for things to change, sparks will always remain, I suppose. Hikaru's abilities were greatly suited for assassination as well. He even had a disturbing job class called Assassination God. Relying on this power will only bring chaos to this world. Gotta think things through before making a move. Hikaru made his way to the biggest adventurers guild in Hopestadt. He already knew that adventurers gathered there, wanting to catch a glimpse of the 4 stars of the East. He removed his mask and hood and acted like a normal adventurer. After a 30-minute ride on a carriage, the guild building came into view, a huge structure made of sandstones. Above the double door was a sword and axe crossed together, a symbol of power. Perhaps. Voices rolled through the open door. Unlike the quiet guild he was at a while ago, this one was booming with life. Hikaru. Lavia? Why are you alone? Lavia came straight to him, hood over her head. Hikaru told her and Paula to come here to look for the 4 stars. Since the ladies were popular, the receptionist should be more accommodating to girls like them. I was just about to look for you. Where's Paula? Inside, she said, pointing. Hikaru followed Lavia's fingers. Please stand in line, you rascals. You heard Paula. What? You're the one who cut in line, you moron. That's only a scratch. Just spit on it or something. A line formed in front of Paula. Well-built adventurers were glaring at each other. What's going on here exactly? Hikaru asked. Hardly makes any sense. I know. Let me explain. Apparently, Paula was healing the men, and depending on the degree of the injury, the guild offered a reward. That part Hikaru could understand. But why on earth are there so many injured adventurers? Today's winner is Johann Kostenlos Jaeger, a member of the rank A party Polar Tiger. The people cheered. Apparently there was a knockout tournament going on the guild every day. At that, whoever won earned the right to challenge Sellies of the 4 stars to a fight. Are they stupid? Hikaru said. I thought all men were like that. Well, not me. As a result, injuries kept on coming that the guild and even healers threw in the towel. That's where Paula came in. Apparently, she thought the men were involved in a large-scale battle against monsters, and introduced herself as a healer. The only healers around were older men and women, so the adventurers were excited to see a young girl. Did you give her permission? Hikaru asked. Yup. She's just too nice. While Hikaru told Paula to only use her magic for him, he also gave Lavia the authority to make decisions with regard to her abilities. Hikaru sat on a chair and watched Paula as she healed a birdman. Lavia gave a smirk. What is it? He asked. You like how she's too nice, though. Hikaru felt embarrassed that Lavia saw right through him. Paula had something he didn't have. A pure heart. It's all part of the plan. Of course. Lavia said. By making the guild owe us one, we might be able to talk to Sellies. Exactly. Nice thinking. I don't mind her using healing magic. As they were talking, the adventurers that Paula healed started recruiting her to their parties. All right. Time to save our healer. I'm sure she'd be happy to see us. Sure enough, Paula's eyes brightened as soon as she spotted Hikaru. Hikaru-sama. Needless to say, Hikaru drew some fierce stares from the adventurers. The 4 stars of the East arrived in the evening. Hikaru, who had 2 pretty girls as company, drew scornful stares from the adventurers, but he remained cool and ignored them. As soon as Sellies stepped into the guild, Johann of the Polar Tiger, A man who clearly needed to be in leather Elka challenged her to a fight. Johann was an elf with long, blonde hair and a slender body. Pretty sure things won't settle down until this whole fight thing is over, so might as well wait before I talk to her, Hikaru thought. Oh, Hikaru, what are you doing here? Selise completely ignored everyone else and approached Hikaru, who was sitting in a corner. Oh, come on, he muttered. The stares became more intense. Selise noticed this and smiled. This woman did it on purpose. Don't you have a fight to attend to? Hikaru said. How about you fight in my stead? I don't want to get in the way of rank A and B adventurers. Selise then realized she was going up against a rank A adventurer today. Yup, I'm your opponent today, Johann said. He appeared to be just an effeminate man. The fact that he was a tall and good-looking guy annoyed Hikaru just a bit. But that was neither here nor there. Hikaru found it strange how this guy could win in a knockout competition where most of the participants were ruffians. And so he checked the elf's soul board. Soul board Johann Costello's Jaeger age, 392 rank, 6829. Vitality, stamina 4, immunity, magic resistance 1. Toxic immunity 2, perception, hearing 2, touch 1. Magical power, mana 6, spirit affinity, air 4, earth 3, magic principle 1, magic creation 1, physical strength, strength 2, weapon mastery, bow 5, throwing 2, agility, balance 7, stealth, life obfuscation 1, mana obfuscation 1, imperceptibility 1, dexterity, dexterity 5, tool mastery, pottery 3, willpower, mental strength 2, faith, evil 4, accursed magic 2, appeal 1, intuition, instinct 3, not fair, Hikaru thought. Elves lived long lives. A quick computation revealed that they gained 1 skill point every 10 years, but if they gained ranks at the same rate as humans, those with longer lifespans would have more time to farm points. With 5 points on bow, 4 on air and 3 on earth, Hikaru could infer that Johann was the type to use diversions and fight from a distance. Selise had 5 points on sword, but considering Johann could use magic, he was stronger. What's more, he had points on accursed magic. If he had wholly related stats, Hikaru would have hated the guy even more. Being on the evil side balanced things out. Hikaru had checked the other adventurers' stats as well. The best among them only had 3 points max in either weapon mastery or spirit magic. Adventurers here were a dime a dozen, but there were only 4 of them with those stats. To make up for that, in a way, adventurers here had more points on strength than other places. As he studied Johann's soul board, Hikaru felt something strange. He'd seen soul boards countless times before, but the way he saw it was a little different somehow. Ah, so you're my opponent today, Selise said. I believe you're Johann of the Polar Tiger Party. Yup, I'm so happy you know me. Of course, you're higher ranked than me. Selise gave a strained laugh. I can't actually fight today. What? We're in middle of packing up. We're leaving Ein Beast today. Johann stared at her blankly. The adventurers stirred, some disappointed, some yelling about Selise being scared of facing a rank A opponent. His Majesty seemed displeased. After seeing us today, he asked us to leave. What? Hikaru thought. After inviting them over, he just kicks them out like that? Maybe he wants to start the war sooner. Selise glanced at Hikaru. So anyway, there you have it. I have to tell the guild about our whereabouts. After this, I'll head back to the palace and leave with my party members. Sorry to disappoint you, Sir Johann. Unfortunate, yup. Still, if it's the orders of our beloved king, then nothing much we can do. Johann looked like he was about to cry. Shoulders dropped. Selise made her way to the counter to inform the guild of the situation. The receptionist looked a bit relieved. Finally, they'll take requests again, she muttered. Sorry for the trouble, Selai said. Apparently the 4 stars' presence affected the guild's operations as well. Selai waved her hand and left the building. How about a talk on the way to the palace? She said to Hikaru, who was already outside. Selai told Hikaru everything. The king didn't see them the day they arrived. Instead, they made appearances on parties held by representatives of various clans. They weren't hostile. They were simply interested in how strong the ladies were. Asking about others' abilities in the middle of a war was unheard of, but to them, this was extremely natural. In this country, the strong was mighty. They also believed that the strong should help the weak, a sentiment shared by the adventurers as well. Selai and her friends kept a watchful eye out. Of course, after idling around, they finally met the king today. You there, Celica? Yes? Are you the Solaris mage? The king asked out of nowhere. No. Celica answered immediately. What about you, Sarah? Are you the mysterious dragon slayer? I'm not. I can't kill a dragon. Gerhardt closed his eyes, arms folded. After a minute of silence, the meeting was suddenly suspended. A big shot from the intel department, a member of a fiend-type race, retreated somewhere with the king and got yelled at. Soon after, Gerhardt returned. 4 stars of the East. Thank you for coming, he said. You may return to Ponsonia. The visit ended right then and there. Hikaru wanted to heave a sigh. The king is looking for me and Lavia. So the king thought that the Solaris mage and the dragon slayers were Silico and Sarah, respectively. Hikaru said. Yeah, surprisingly. Hikaru felt sorry for Silico and Sarah, but he was also relieved to find out the king wasn't onto him. All right. The palace is right over there. I can't really bring outsiders with me. Selai stopped at a path that led straight to the palace gate. 100 meters ahead was a drawbridge, and beyond it was a huge gate. Can I ask you a favor? Hikaru said. You're asking for a favor? That's unusual. I have a question for Celica. Can you call her for me? Okay. Selai smiled. In exchange, you can deal with him. Saw that coming. A man had followed them on their way here. I just wanted to talk. Yup. Johann said. Johann was an elf and a rank A adventurer. People usually had this impression that elves lived in forests, but that wasn't always the case. A few of them actually lived with humans, like Lena would, but only a few. And the reason for that was simple. While elves could procreate with other races, the offspring would always be that of the other species, never an elf. Elves could only be born from 2 elves copulating. In rare cases, the child would possess ancestral powers. As such, the long-lived elves who had a hard time reproducing preferred to live in elf-exclusive settlements for their species to survive. Those who lived with humans were considered the odd ones. Are you an adventurer? Johann asked. The boy seemed to be annoyed, but answered the question anyway. Yeah, I am. You wanted to fight Selais. Beautiful ladies like her are wonderful. All the more so when they're strong. Yup. Cool. But our beloved king is sending them home. How sad. Yup. I feel you. But aren't the polar tiger and 4 stars of the East practically enemies? Johann looked surprised that the boy knew that much, that he was aware he was talking to a rank A adventurer. Yet he didn't seem to show much respect. We may be enemies, but her beauty is a different matter altogether. The boy simply shrugged. As expected from a long-lived elf, Johann didn't have a short temper, but he felt irritated. Selais didn't even entertain him, but she talked to the boy like they were close friends. Johann glanced at the girls beside the boy, the healer that the adventurers at the guild were after, and a pretty girl with a doll-like face. Must be his friends, the elf thought. I know. How about you fight me instead? Johann said. If I win, I earn a right to go on a date with those girls. No way. What's in it for me? If you last at least a minute, I'll give you 10,000 galans. The boy shrugged once again. Before Johann could open his mouth again, the boy spoke. You know that rank A party from Ponsonia, right? Sweet pleasure. Their leader, Senkan, bet 100 million galans in a fight. 100 million? That can't be true. He thought Johann would be receiving 5 million in this war. Sweet Pleasure's three-man party was actually paid 200 million gulands every war. But that was mostly because Ponsonia lacked military assets, so they splurged on payment. Polar Tiger, on the other hand, had Gothold, who was already a soldier. As such, the party only received 50 million. With 7 members and the minus some expenses, their share was even lower. Still, if Johann amassed all his wealth, forking out 100 million would be possible. But when he thought about how grueling it would be to save up that much, he couldn't do it. Not at a moment's notice. I suppose comparing you with Sweet Pleasure is not fair. Hikaru muttered in disappointment, which fueled Johann's irritation even further. That's no big deal. I'll bet 100 million. What are you doing, Johann? A voice called to him. He didn't need to turn around to know that it belonged to his party leader, Gothold. Hikaru. So you came. Wait. What's going on here? From the direction of the castle, Johann heard an unfamiliar voice. A black-haired mage. He knew who she was. Of course. Silica-dan. Gothold looked at Silica and frowned. Silica herself walked slowly, wary of the man. Their behavior made sense. After all, they would be fighting each other in the battlefield as enemies. Challenging your enemy in a mock battle was simply not normal. Hikaru clicked his tongue. What on earth is going on here? Silica asked. I just missed the chance to earn some good money, he answered. Gothold watched Silica warily and dragged Johann away. As a result, Hikaru lost his chance to get another 100 million. Hikaru, you had this terrifying look on you for a second there, Lavia said, shocked. A terrifying Hikaru-sama is so cool too. While Paula said something shocking. Sorry for calling you out here. You must be busy packing up. It's fine. I'm used to traveling, she said. Hey, Lavia. When did you start wearing a scarf on your neck? Well, I have my reasons. Silica was referring to Drake, but Hikaru decided to keep that secret for now. Since they were out on the street, he used Japanese instead. I'll keep this short. I just have a question. Are you familiar with this magic circle? Hikaru showed Silica a sketch of the magic circle he found underneath a pole. Silica's reaction was immediate. Where did you find this? This magic circle theoretically cannot exist. What do you mean by that? I saw one actually working. Where? I may or may not tell you depending on your info. Okay. Silica pointed at the circle, and Hikaru peered into the image. Lavia and Paula closed in as well. Explaining is a pain. Can I just speak in Japanese? She asked. Sure. Even if people somehow heard us, they won't understand at least. Do you know that the incantation for casting magic is basically an abbreviated version of a magic circle? Hikaru shook his head. The incantation is a means for the caster to reach out to the spirits for help. Furthermore, depending on the sound quality, the spirits can draw a magic circle that makes it easier to invoke their power. Basically putting mana into your speech. I can't really use magic, so... Oh, right. I think it'll be much faster if you just take me to where the magic circle is. Just cut to the chase. While I'd like to take you there, it's not an easy place to get into. I figured. So anyway, magic circles come in many shapes. A hexagram or a combination of squares. But it's said that an enneagram doesn't exist. Why not? In this world, 9 is a symbolic number. The 9 paths. The first thing that came to mind was the 9 weapons that the god of war selected. Hikaru's weapon mastery on his soul board had these 9 types of weapon as well under it. Yup. Also the 9 levels of proficiency, Silica added. What's that? You don't even know that? It's something they teach in martial arts schools. Magic has the same levels too, but that's beside the point. Anyway, when you train and reach a certain level, you notice a change. It starts with the amateur level called beginner class. Then adept class, skilled class, master class, and then expert class, champion class, ultra class, holy class, and then Dragon class. Some martial artist from a long time ago compiled it. This was new information for Hikaru. He couldn't hide his astonishment. It's just like the levels on the soul board. While humans from long ago didn't know about soul boards, they noticed that certain levels of abilities existed. Now this raised questions. Let's assume that the beginner class refers to complete amateurs, 0 points on the soul board. Then adept class means 1 point, skilled 2 points, and so on. Is there some other class higher than the last one? What do you mean higher than Dragon class? What do you call someone who's higher ranked than that? Well, it's obvious. Silica smiled. That means you're a god. If having 9 points on the soul board meant being a god, what about 10? Hikaru's throwing was already maxed out. I don't have much time, so let's continue, Silica said, not noticing Hikaru's discomposure. Ah, right. So, an enneagram is unthinkable or something. Yup. 9 is no doubt a special number, so they think the shape cannot exist. No combination of magic could create an enneagram. There was one experiment that got close, a combination of high-level healing magic and high-level accursed magic. But the two users couldn't really synchronize with each other perfectly. Healing magic and accursed magic. In other words, holy and evil. So to seal whatever is beyond that door, those two types of magic are needed. In any case, this was all just speculation. If only they could enter the church library in Agiopol, they could gain more information. Is this magic circle used to invoke some kind of a spell? I don't know. Maybe yes. Maybe no. I already said this circle can't exist, I suppose. All right. I need to go. Oh, and you owe me one, okay? Silica hurried back to the palace. Coming to Ein Beast's capital, Hopestadt, just resulted to more trouble and mystery. The king would most likely ignore Bio's ruling and attack Bonsonia. His army was already stationed and ready in Leather Elka. So were members of Polar Tiger. Gothold earlier stopped 5 meters short from Hikaru. He has instinct for sure. The man was wary of him, even though he knew nothing about Hikaru. Stronger adventurers seemed to have points on instinct, and that annoyed him. The only way around it was to use stealth beforehand to get close. So, did you solve the mystery? Levi asked. Nah, the mystery just deepens. Let's head back to the inn for now. Hikaru thought of ways to make the king stop going to war. It appeared as though the army would make their move in a few days. It was a difficult task, since he didn't know what kind of a man the king was. First, I gotta buy time, Hikaru decided. Early morning the next day. The 4 stars of the east already left Hopestadt yesterday. It had been a long while since the palace didn't have guests. Everyone who worked in the palace knew that this was a sign that something important was going to happen, like a change in the ruler, or a war. But what happened that morning was a different kind of important. It spelt danger. Oh, what's a bunch of soldiers doing in the king's chamber so early in the morning? An old fellow, the representative of the Turtle clan, arrived in the wide room facing the courtyard. Like the old man said, fully armed soldiers from each clan were in the room. King Gerhardt, lightly dressed, sat down on the bed with a thump. We received a message that something serious happened to His Majesty, but he seems to be as healthy as always. I'm fine. More importantly, over there, displeased, the king directed his gaze at the desk in his room, scratching his hair. Oh. The old fellow walked towards the desk. A dagger was stuck on it, pinning down a piece of paper. Saint Top YRR my rig HT away. The handwriting was poor, but the turtle man was able to read it. He assumed that whoever wrote it used their non-dominant hand. It would appear that the pen they used was the one in this room. So this was here when you woke up? The old fellow asked. Yeah. The king said. Not one of these brawn for brains touched it. So someone sneaked into your room. I know that. The issue is that dagger. It was a military dagger. Its blade blackish in color, with serial number 09. Apparently 9 daggers were stolen from the station last night. Oh. So this fellow is probably saying, He's not a fellow. You old fart. Yes. This scoundrel is probably saying he'll sneak in 8 more times. This cannot be. Go and review our surveillance system. All of you. Gerhardt roared. A resounding yes, sir, came from the soldiers before they gave their salutes and left. So why did your majesty call for this old geezer? The old reptilian's face was unreadable, which only fueled Gerhardt's irritation. He noticed that the king actually drove the men out on purpose. I'm sure you know that one of those guys did it. The king said. Oh, why do you think so? They may be morons, but they're skilled enough to steal military weapon and sneak into my room. What about the 4 stars of the east that you were enamored with? Whoever left the note does not want you to attack Ponsonia. Come on. Those kids can't do that. They're still virgins. I prefer experienced women. That does not have anything to do with this case. Doing something as elaborate as this is too risky for an adventurer. Besides, they would know that they'd be suspected. What's more, they didn't seem interested in stopping the war. They must really have faith in their abilities. His Majesty knows how to study people. The old man was genuinely impressed. I believe, Your Majesty, that the enemy is not from among our men. What? Going after your life at this point, or rather, bragging about how he will come back 8 more times, suggests that he is an outsider. It is highly likely that they are Ponsonian. I see. Even if I was drunk, I'd notice anyone standing by my bedside. As a matter of fact, the distance between his bed and the desk was just the precise range that Gerhardt would notice someone. The intruder, then, barely stayed at just the right distance. Gerhardt and the old man guessed that the intruder only managed to escape because of luck, and he didn't know that. That's why he implied he'd come back 8 more times. Every one of the king's men knew just how aware Gerhardt was of someone else's presence even when he was fast asleep. As such, the intruder couldn't be one of them. Will he come back? I believe so. I suggest making grand preparations. Gerhardt let out a hearty laugh. A warm-up before the war. I like it. Let's make this rat dance. Gone was the king's foul mood. He failed to notice the boy listening to their whole conversation. After their conversation, the king and the old man left the chambers. A maid came in and started cleaning. The bed, in particular, was a mess. When Hikaru sneaked in around 3 in the morning, he found the king sleeping with a few women. He was fortunate he didn't witness them doing the act. Hikaru slipped out from behind the curtain where he was hiding and went out the window to the courtyard, pondering things over along the way. The king mentioned he could sense someone even while asleep. However, Hikaru actually got closer than they expected, but his stealth was too high-leveled for Gerhardt to notice him. Hikaru's instincts, however, did whisper to him not to get too close. How close? He didn't know. He assumed that if he got close enough to pull out a dagger and stab Gerhardt, the king would have woken up. He wasn't absolutely sure, though. Instinct sure is handy. Maybe I should put more points on it. But I might end up in a situation where I need more strength or stamina. A good old typical grinding was necessary to gain more skill points, killing monsters and earning money. Just like an actual adventurer. Unfortunately, war had been keeping Hikaru busy. Unless he stopped the war, he wouldn't be able to grind in peace. Hikaru threatened Gerhardt directly to see how the man would react. He even stole the military-used daggers to show that he had the upper hand, but it only served to fuel Gerhardt more. From this, he arrived at a conclusion. Gerhardt has a lot of confidence in himself. He's driven by a strong conviction and decided to invade Ponsonia. Hikaru stifled a yawn. He made his way back to the inn to get some sleep. Later that evening, when the sun was about set, Hikaru returned to the palace. Preparations for the war were going smoothly. Numerous carts, most likely carrying provisions, were leaving Hopestadt, manned by soldiers holding the national flag. I could delay things by burning their supplies. Then again, whoever's in charge of it will have their heads cut off for sure. Lavia and Paula gathered information during the day about Gerhardt's nature. He was stern, yet warm-hearted. While he appeared to have a one-track mind, he would look at things in the long term. Many called him a wise king. There were also many who incurred the wrath of the king and got executed. This resulted in Gerhardt having plenty of enemies as well. Using these enemies, however, would only bring about another civil war. Hikaru wanted to avoid causing further trouble. To stop the war without any casualties, Gerhardt himself had to declare that the war be stopped. In that respect, directly threatening him was not entirely wrong. If I recall correctly, the tournament to select the next king starts next spring. That's also when Gerhardt's term ends. He wants to crush Bonsonia, a kingdom that Einbeast had despised for a long time. Before then, Einbeast had developed greatly under the rule of Gerhardt. They now had the power to fight Bonsonia. The kingdom, on the other hand, was weak from the civil war. There couldn't be any better opportunity than this. Einbeast despises Bonsonia for its supremacist views, discriminating against beastmen. But there are humans in this country too, and they're not really being discriminated against. Hikaru felt that the country's official stance and the citizens' opinions differed. The citizens didn't like Bonsonia, of course, but surely, they cared about that no more than their daily income. Who cares about issues of a foreign country? First, I need to gather data. Hikaru infiltrated the palace once more. 5 more days till New Year's. A beastman patrol said. Yup. You got plans? His partner, a dwarf, asked. My wife's parents' home is in this city, so we're spending the eve there. I see. Oh, you just got a kid, right? Yeah. The soldier scratched his cheeks bashfully. He took a key from a bunch dangling by his waist and inserted it into a keyhole. After muttering something under his breath, he twisted the key. The lock shone blue, and not long after, the soldier felt a response through his fingertips. The door had been unlocked. The patrols stood before a small U-shaped building. Everyone who worked in the palace knew what the place was. The treasure house. The beastman entered first, followed by the dwarf. They held up the magic lamps they were carrying, illuminating the whole building. Red carpet lay on the floor, treasures were displayed on the side, and thick stone pillars with elaborate designs lined the walls. Hey, did you lock the door? Rules say we have to lock it even when patrolling. Reciting the words every single time is annoying. Nevertheless, he muttered the words anyway. This time, the whole door shone blue, a sign that it was now locked. In the meantime, the dwarf turned on the lights for the whole building. Faint and warm, orange light filled the interior of the treasure house. Different things were on display: a huge sword, a huge spear, a helmet, old grimoires, among others. There were even jewelries embedded with fist-sized gems. Only a few people were allowed in here, but everyday cleaning made the place spotless. The displays stopped midway, even though they hadn't gone the full length of the treasure house yet. What's more, there was one pedestal with no item on it. I wonder what the king will donate. We're talking about King Gerhardt. It's got to be a huge sword. This building housed the treasures that a king donated once his term ended. In other words, Gerhardt would have to present one such item soon. It made sense that their whole place wasn't filled yet. The ruler's name and the name of the item were carved into the pedestal. A sword, huh? The dwarf muttered, downhearted. What's wrong? The weapon that the Dragon King left from 12 generations ago was a sword too, right? You know, the one that got stolen. I just thought His Majesty would choose to leave something else because of that. This one here, huh? The beastman said, referring to the empty pedestal. If I recall correctly, even with the dwarves' technology, they couldn't analyze the weapon. The two approached the pedestal. 64th King, representative of the Dragon Clan. Michael Vatex Holger. Holy Mana Arms, Blade of Severance. It was none other than the Holy Mana item that Hikaru found underneath the tower in Agiapol. Security doubled ever since the day an intruder snuck into the king's chambers, and 5 times more men were guarding the king closely. Even the women who would usually be Gerhardt's side, serving him, were kept at a distance, which annoyed him. Damn it. This is just too sad. Why am I surrounded by a bunch of filthy men? It had to be done. They're all elite soldiers, capable of protecting you. The old man from the Turtle Clan said as he gathered documents. Gerhardt had finished eating dinner. Up until now, he had been doing nothing but paperwork. 2 soldiers stood by the room's only entrance and 1 on each of the 3 windows. So, how are preparations going? Gerhardt asked as they stepped out of the office. Oh, hasty, aren't we? We can make our move during spring. Spring? You didn't say anything about this. You old bag. That's too far away. We'll launch our attack right after New Year's. Surely, you're not serious. My king. Ponsonia is much colder and it might even snow. A little snow is nothing to our army. We should secure a sure victory. We of the Turtle Clan don't do well in the cold. I don't care. We're going anyway. Oh, dear. You are a handful. The old man said. What's wrong? Gerhardt stopped all of a sudden. They were in the most innermost part of the palace. Beyond this point was the king's chambers and the dining room, and across the courtyard was where the throne room was located. Why, Your Majesty? The old man asked timidly. He rarely lost his nerve, if at all. The terror he felt at the moment was an indication of just how much Gerhardt was seething with rage. Even the 4 soldiers guarding him were terrified, their teeth rattling. What's strange was Gerhardt wasn't looking at the old man, but beyond the moonlit courtyard. He's really mocking me. What's the matter, Your Majesty? He's here. Who? Most likely the guy who entered my chambers. What? Where? In the throne room. What? Before the old man could say anything, Gerhardt started walking in huge strides, crossing the courtyard. The turtle man followed him in a trot, but still couldn't catch up. Ignoring the guard's warnings, Gerhardt pushed the door to the throne room open. Someone was inside. Not a bad seat at all. Quite comfortable. A black hood hung low over his eyes, silver mask covering his eyes down to the tip of his nose and his right cheek. Save for the design carved into the edges, it was overall a simple silver-colored mask. His physique and voice suggested he was a young boy. A ray of moonlight cast down from a high window, shining on him and the throne. That's no seat for the likes of you. Gerhardt muttered in a low, terrifyingly icy voice that made the old turtle man shiver. Even the guards turned pale as a sheet. The boy pissed the king off. The strongest man in 9 Beast who won the king selection tournament 3 times in a row. The old man was taken aback. That mask. Are you the one who stole Rising Falls' weapon? Gerhardt asked. Rising Falls, a rank A adventurers party that participated in the war against Ponsonia. But they withdrew from the upcoming fight, claiming they were betrayed when their weapon got stolen by a masked man. The intruder's mouth curved into a smile. Stole? You hurt my feelings. I just returned it to its rightful owner. By return, he meant freeing the white dragon sealed inside the Dragon Ball. Gerhardt knew nothing about this. Of course, the boy chuckled, took 8 daggers from his pockets and tossed them onto the floor. A declaration that it was him who snuck into the king's chambers. I decided to stop playing around, he said. What do you want? Us to stop the war? Yup. I don't plan to work for free. Bullshit. You'll pay for your mockery. A sound echoed, like something bursting open. Gerhardt had kicked the floor and dashed forward, reaching his top speed in just a few steps. He was surprisingly keen and nimble for his huge frame. Gerhardt quickly closed the distance. He was only 10 meters away from the boy now. Clicking his tongue, the boy produced something out of his pocket. Immediately after, a huge fireball appeared out of nowhere. The king groaned as he knocked the fireball away with his right arm, causing it to burst, scattering embers into the air. Flames licked at the carpet and the decors hanging by the walls. The sudden increase in temperature resulted in an uneven air pressure inside and outside the room, triggering strong winds. But Gerhardt couldn't care less about any of that. The boy perched on the throne had vanished. "At least listen to what I have to say." The voice came from behind Gerhardt. He turned around to find no one. Once again, he lost sight of the boy. At this point, the king finally realized his mistake. Gerhardt assumed that this masked boy was simply lucky he didn't get close while he was asleep. But what happened just now proved him wrong. The intruder could easily get close to him. About 2 meters away, Gerhardt's right arm stung and flamed from knocking the fireball away. His skin suffered a serious burn. He had no idea what kind of attack that was just now. It looked like magic without incantation. But he'd never heard of anything like that before. "Your Majesty." "Guards, protect the king." "Yes, sir." The men quickly surrounding the king. The sounds of running footsteps echoed in the distance, soldiers who heard the sounds of fighting rushing to the scene. "I told you to listen," the masked stranger said. "Bastard." The boy was sitting on the throne once more. "I know where the blade of severance is." What the boy said caught Gerhardt completely off guard. The king was at a loss for words. The blade of severance, a weapon that was enshrined in the treasure house. It disappeared a few years into Gerhardt's term. Everyone knew that the weapon's disappearance, most likely a case of theft, troubled the king deeply. While Gerhardt may appear to be self-centered, he harbored profound respect for the past rulers of Iron Beast. "I can take it back for you if you want." "Ha, you're probably the one who stole it in the first place." "Nah, holy mana items call for each other. That's how I found it." "What do you mean? You got a taste of my own holy mana weapon, right?" "That fireball he let loose just now," Gerhardt thought, grinding his teeth in anger. "He has a holy mana weapon and knows how to use it." The thought only fueled his frustration. "I go by the name Silverface," the boy said, standing up from the throne as though lording over his vassals. "I'll get the blade of severance back for you." "I never said I wanted it back," Silverface scoffed. "Once you learn the truth, you will carefully consider what you should do. Look at your citizens. Think of this country's future. You might not win the next king selection tournament." "What did you just say?" "Now, then, like I said, I don't plan to work for free." "You already know what I want, right?" Silverface turned round and disappeared behind the throne. "What's going on, Your Majesty?" A platoon of soldiers came barging into the throne room. Their eyes widened in surprise as soon as they saw the fire. The soldiers wasted no time in going after Silverface. No one was behind the throne, however. After pretending to leave, Hikaru waited inside the palace with bated breath. Surprisingly, he only found a few traps with his mana detection. Perhaps an indication of the king's confidence. This worked in Hikaru's favor. Gerhardt was sitting on his throne, annoyance clear on his face. He might be thinking of the boy who was here just a while ago. Besides the old man from the Turtle Clan, more and more representatives from the other tribes arrived. Working hard even in the middle of the night. Huh? The darkness of the night was Hikaru's friend. Even if people with instincts were around, he should be able to keep himself hidden. The representatives had already heard what happened before coming here. They didn't have to ask every single time about the utter embarrassment that happened earlier in front of the king. A wise king. "What do you propose we do?" the old turtle man asked. "Huh? What do we do?" "Do you want to say something?" "Surely, you will not give in to that intruder's demands. It has been our dearest wish to crush the kingdom of Bonsonia. Now is our best chance to free the ones imprisoned in the castle under false charges." "Exactly." "Indeed," the representatives agreed. "So there are falsely charged prisoners inside the castle, huh?" "I'm pretty sure Princess Kaguya will release them if they just asked," Hikaru thought. "But the Dragonette King's blade of severance." "That is not your problem, Your Majesty." "It was an oversight on the part of the custodian. Only the ones present here, high-ranking adventurers, guards, and maintenance personnel can enter the treasure house. Perhaps some guests as well." but we can exclude them. When the Blade of Severance was stolen, I recall you saying we shouldn't search for the culprit, it'll only sow discord. And now this Ponsonian kid barges in here, saying he knows where it is. What the hell is going on here? So your majesty thinks Ponsonia stole it? Then all the more reason to attack. No, you moron. Even when verbally abused, the old man didn't seem to care a bit. He was acting stupid to make the king explain. Somewhere in the king's mind, the part that still barely retained its composure. He knew this, which only annoyed him further. If we assume that the kid works for Ponsonia, then having the Blade of Severance here inside the country is much more favorable for him. All he has to do is move it around somewhere in Einbeast. The representatives looked surprised. Why, your majesty, are you saying the thief is among us? In that case, they're not just a thief, but a traitor to the country. Impossible. Hikaru already expected this to happen. He knew, of course, that the blade wasn't in Einbeast anymore, but in the capital of Bios, Agiopol. But they didn't know that, which raised suspicion among themselves. Silverface showed he could sneak into the palace. Everyone would then think that sneaking into the representatives' houses would be easy for him, that he could take the blade back from the traitor. All Hikaru had to do now was wait for them to be at each other's throats and everything would be perfect. They couldn't go to war knowing there was a traitor among them. All right, guess it's time for me to return to Agiopol. Hikaru watched chaos ensue before leaving the palace. Hikaru already had an idea who stole the Blade of Severance. Whether he would tell the king or not, he'd decide at a later time. 3 days later, in Ponsonia's royal castle, Princess Kudurstoria received a report. Einbeast suspended their preparations. The word came from the high-ranking official. Being the princess's close aide, various kinds of information reached him. Yes, Emperor Kaglai himself informed me in secret. Quinbland's intelligence network reaches even Hobstadt, Einbeast's capital. He believes the information to be accurate. I wonder what happened. That we do not know. What do we do? We must not be complacent. The foreign minister should be back in a few days. We'll keep our alert status to maximum. The princess said. Lawrence. Yes, your highness. Can you come with me for a bit? Of course, your highness, if it's something I can do. This is something I have to ask of Lawrence. I understand. For a moment, the high-ranking official who wanted to know Kudurastoria's every move looked vexed, but quickly regained his composure and watched the two go. Kudurstoria left the room together with Lawrence and started walking inside their castle. She never brought people around with her before and she didn't intend to change that now. As for security, there was no better guard than Lawrence. I see. So we're going underground? The captain said. Yes. They were headed to the underground dungeon where those deemed guilty of crimes by the late king were held. Kudurstoria knew about the prison long before, but she couldn't make a move. What kind of people were in there was top secret as well. But with Prince Ostrin and his followers gone, she could now enter it. What surprised her at first was how filthy the place was. Those in chains soiled themselves. Kudurstoria quickly ordered the prison to be cleaned. Right now, while it was still damp as a result of being underground, the stench and filth were all gone. An iron door separated the inside from the outside. The princess could feel eyes watching them from the surveillance window. Barely any records of the prisoners' crimes remained. Most were already lost. As such, she couldn't let them go immediately. If she released a guilty criminal, that would be an irredeemable mistake. The prisoners' records were being re-examined at a rapid pace, but it would still take some time. While they were free from their chains, the prisoners' fear, suspicions, and anger remained extremely strong. It's you again. A cell in the deepest part of the dungeon held a jade-scaled girl of the Dragonet race. Dragonets were a race that came from dragons that used magic to transform themselves into humans and mated with them. Very few in numbers, they were a species with high physical strength and magical abilities. Reviewing Einbeast's history, one would find that many past kings were dragonettes. I came to ask for advice. Daughter of the dragonette king, Agility. Lawrence opened the iron door for Astoria to get in. The girl's body was human, but the back of her hand and part of her back were covered in jade-colored scales. I don't need your apology. You will pay for all you've done with your own blood. Agility glared at Astoria with bloodshot eyes. Why did my father leave such a burden on me? The princess thought. Hikaru returned from the palace and took a nap before heading out for Agiopol. Drake wrapped around his neck. Before he left, Lavia and Paula provided him with some interesting information. By the way, apparently the current king feels ashamed around the dragonette king. Lavia said the Blade of Severance's theft plays a part in it, but also because the dragonette king's daughter was kidnapped while traveling in Ponsonia. She still hasn't been found. I heard that when the Beastman King was young, he learned martial arts from the dragonette king. They even competed under the same tutelage. So the Beastman King's weakness lies with the dragonette king. My plan to stop the war might just work, Hikaru thought. After thanking the girls for the crucial information, he asked them to gather more intel about the two kings. One had to move their feet, roaming around, in order to gather the kind of info that most citizens knew about. Hikaru welcomed the girls' help. Hikaru, of course, had no way of knowing that the dragonette king's daughter was in fact held captive in Ponsonia's royal castle, vowing for revenge. It doesn't really feel like we've come to a faraway place when using the Dragon's Passage. Such a shame. That very same day, Hikaru arrived at a town a day's distance away from Agiopol. Lavia shared some of her mana to Drake, but unfortunately, they couldn't use the Dragon's Passage all the time. We're leaving first thing in the morning, so let's go to bed early. Let's go to a food cart first. Food cart? You sure love your junk food. There are no food carts in Bios anyway. What? No fair. What do you want me to do? Geez. In the end, they booked a room in a dingy, but lively inn targeted at adventurers. When they stepped into the dining room, more than half of the 10 tables were occupied by adventurers having dinner. I've never really eaten meals in a rowdy place like this, Hikaru thought as he sat down. He had deep-fried chicken, the inn's special, and gave some to Drake as well, who lay curled up on his lap. Are you sure? Yeah, the capital is in an uproar right now. Oh, sounds interesting, Hikaru thought as he strained his ears. Blue Knights committing mutiny. Blue Knight. Even without any proof, the first person that came to Hikaru's mind was Konya Mercury, a girl who resembled Hazuki and the only person who evoked feelings of nostalgia inside him. As restless as Hikaru was, they couldn't move at night. He was painfully aware how inconvenient it was. Try as he might, sleep wouldn't come. Rather, he was getting more and more irritated. Why am I getting impatient? Is her resembling Hazuki really that important? I already have Lavia. Darn it. I'll get there and settle things once and for all. The inexplicable feeling of meeting someone who somehow resembled a person he knew overwhelmed him. I'll make this the last time I go to the tower. By daybreak the next morning, Hikaru was already up, although he didn't get much sleep. He headed straight for the well to wash his face and gave his cheeks a good slapping. He then got on a carriage that took him to Agiopol, where he arrived just past noon. However, there was a long line in front of the gate, the entrance to the city. Well, this is unfortunate, the coachman said. It's unusual for this place to be so crowded. Did something happen? The passengers voiced their frustrations, while Hikaru quickly got off, activated his stealth, and proceeded onward. There were still shadows he could use with the sun still shining bright. With his skills and the power of his job class, no one should be able to spot him, except those with instincts. As he got closer to the gate, Hikaru noticed something off. Not only were there soldiers around, even temple knights were present. He listened closely to their conversation. I doubt a careful inspection will help us find their helpers, probably just making doubly sure. The red priests sure are distrustful. Are you sure you should be complaining? The blue knights now have vacant spots. If we discovered a friend of theirs, one of us might get promoted. There was no doubt in Hikaru's mind that a blue knight was arrested. After some sort of mutiny, they were immediately subdued. The temple knight's carefree attitude suggested that the authorities had everything under control now. Hikaru wanted to gather more info, but he was also in a hurry. With his stealth on, he slipped through the gate and made his way to the tower as quick as possible. As usual, the streets had a well-organized bustle to them. The difference this time was the number of patrolling soldiers had increased. Nothing had changed with the people, which suggested that the uproar had no effect on ordinary citizens. There's the tower. Although he took a carriage inside Ajiapol, traveling for 3 hours still left him exhausted. But complaining right now would do him no good. He needed to find out what was going on. Since the foreign minister had gone home, the tower had returned to its normal operations. Not a lot of people. The temple knights are out patrolling, but I don't see any blue knights or red priests. Hikaru recalled what was happening in the tower. Unfortunately, he hadn't seen a jail here, but he had an idea where it was. What I need to do right now is secure Blade of Severance. I can look into this mutiny thing later. After a moment of pondering, Hikaru headed to where he thought the jail would be. If someone found out the blade was stolen, it would cause an uproar. If that happened, prison security would tighten as well. At the very edge of the tower grounds where the light of the sun barely shone was a square building with only a few windows. Hikaru guessed it to be the prison. Bingo! He arrived at just the right time. A servant was pushing a cart that carried food. Its rather poor quality suggesting it was for the prisoners. The servants entered through the front entrance. A guard simply nodded at them and let them in. The sun was setting, and under the cover of dusk, Hikaru followed them inside. They didn't have points on instincts, but that didn't stop Hikaru from getting scared of getting busted. He was even surprised at himself for being this daring. Relax. Calm down. Now. He passed through the soldier's office and found a door made of iron bars. After asking for it to be opened, the servants proceeded inside. The magic lamp provided plenty of light. Should I go? No. I have to be careful. Hikaru turned around to check if there were other routes he could take. While the ceiling was high, the corridor was extremely narrow. The soldier near the door has the key, and he's not moving from his spot. What now? The guards had an unobstructed view. Hikaru felt the urge to bet on his stealth, but only because he wanted to move fast. His calm self managed to suppress the urge. Based on what he saw outside, the windows were 3 meters high and fitted with iron bars. It didn't seem like humans would fit through there. No other choice but go through the iron bar door. After checking around, Hikaru returned to the door. I'll make my move once the servants return. The servants finished serving the food as usual. They had brought the prisoners a pot that contained soup, a bland mix of meat scraps and leftover vegetables, plus some bread. For commoners, this would be decent food. Prisoners kept inside the tower were people of status, until they were deemed guilty. This was the kind of treatment they received. All right, let's head back. There's still quite a lot left. One man muttered. Most of the time, this prison was empty, and having 2 cells occupied was rare. The food prepared was a little bit too much. As they returned, pushing the cart along, the soldier standing by the door stood up. Are you done? Yes, sir. A simple, meaningless exchange. Like always, the servants only had to step out once the door was opened, but something else happened. Huh? The cart suddenly turned to one side, causing the pot to fall off, spilling its contents on the floor. What are you doing? Sorry. The wheel seems to be broken. Wait here. I think there's a rag here somewhere. The soldier left in a trot. It worked. Needless to say, the wheel breaking wasn't a coincidence. Making full use of his maxed out throwing, Hikaru hurled a pebble at the wheel. He then quickly turned the corner, climbed the narrow walls with his arms and legs and stuck to the ceiling. He watched as the soldier ran past below him. Time to move. Hikaru jumped down and broke into a run. The servants crouching down on the floor, wondering what to do with the spilled soup, raised their heads and looked at the corridor, but found no one. Hikaru had already leapt over them and into the other side. Not only did he have his stealth on, he barely made a sound when he landed. Professor Smoll's short sword lessons were paying off. It was a good thing too that he practiced by himself even outside of classes. He headed into the deepest part of the prison, crouched down, and held his breath. I think I'm far enough. They shouldn't see me even with a light. After cleaning up, the servants bowed and left. The door to the prison was firmly locked, but the soldier on watch was sitting with his back towards Hikaru. All right, let's do this. He already knew that two cells facing each other across the corridor were occupied thanks to his mana detection. I knew it. Hikaru heaved a sigh after seeing the two. He expected this to happen, but this was too soon. The first one was Konya Mercury, as he guessed. The other was Gilbert Gabranth, the unshaven blue knight he saw in the underground research facility. Konya was in her cell, sitting on her shabby bed and staring at her hands. Hands that always held a sword. Power was necessary in order to protect someone, and so at a very young age, she started studying the ways of the sword. Gilbert also inspired her, of course, but more than that, her parents taught her when she was a kid that swords were meant to protect people. Her father was a high-ranking priest, governing multiple regional churches, while also managing several orphanages. Konya grew up watching her father extend a helping hand to the weak and her mother supporting his efforts. Was what I did wrong? She had lived her life in accordance to her beliefs. She didn't think for 1 second that her way of life was wrong. If she did, that would mean that her parents lived their lives the wrong way too. Right now, however, she was locked up in a cell, a decision from none other than the church itself. A pebble wrapped with a piece of paper rolled into the corner of her cell. Surprised, Konya looked up and realized it came from the little window on the upper portion of the iron door. She didn't sense anyone outside. Eyeing the paper suspiciously, she tore it off and read its contents. I want to talk to you. I'll be using a magic item so the guard doesn't notice, and for that I need you to stick your hand out through the meal tray slot. The meal tray slot was a small opening on the lower part of the door used to pass food through. Kids could probably get out from there, but not adults. Is this some kind of a prank? Konya thought. No one could blame her for being suspicious. The guard had an unobstructed view of the corridor. He would notice if someone was there. Or maybe the guard knows about this. Someone powerful enough to make him look the other way is here? They have to be someone from high up, like a purple aristocrat, or His Holiness himself. Konya stuck her hand out gingerly through the slot. Eek! She felt a cold hand touch hers. SSH. They shouldn't be able to hear us anymore. Just make sure you don't let go. WH what? I thought you were using a magic item. The voice belonged to a boy, deep and mumbling, as though he didn't want to let her know who he was. We don't have much time, so let's get this over quick. What do you want to do? What? Konya froze at the unexpected question. WH what do you mean? You saw the slums outside, right? The Pope mobilized soldiers to get rid of them. Shouldn't knights follow his orders, then? People who couldn't continue living inside the beautiful white city of Agiopol and street urchins formed settlements called the slums. The Pope, however, wouldn't allow such foul places to exist within the walls. As a result, the slums were moved outside. Father Gravy, a priest, was expelled from the tower. He then pretended to leave Agiopol, but instead entered the slums. He believed that people there needed guidance too. I didn't know such a place existed near Agiopol. The Pope hates filth. I'm sure he doesn't want a glimpse of the slums. The settlement survived up until now because of its location, but it wasn't gonna take long before it was discovered. He's right, Konya thought. The first time the Blue Knight saw the slums, she was shocked. The others, however, red priests, grey deacons, temple knights, and soldiers, didn't seem to care and proceeded to demolish the shacks. Residents scurried away, screaming. Children cried. Then Further Gravy appeared. Is Further Gravy? Is everyone all right? There were red priests present who knew Further Gravy, but they didn't listen to what he had to say. We're eliminating the filth, was all they said. Konya knew about Further Gravy as he was friends with her parents. She had heard he was traveling in the countryside to preach, but she didn't expect him to find him in the slums. He refused to back down in front of the red priests, prompting a soldier to draw his sword. You're more worried about them than yourself? The next thing she knew, Konya had lunged at the soldier, sending him flying. As she brandished her sword to protect Gravy, the red priests ordered the temple knights and soldiers to attack her. Eventually, she was overpowered and arrested. Of course, my purpose is to protect the weak. It's only natural that I'm worried about them. Konya gritted her teeth in frustration. Protect the weak? Yeah, right. All this time, she was unaware of the people that needed help outside the walls. They're fine. Gilbert apparently managed to let them escape. Right after Konya was arrested, Gilbert jumped into the fray and began helping Further Gravy and the residents escape. Why did he help them? Konya wondered. He kicked a helpless kid to the ground. He said he became a Blue Knight for the money and power. Gilbert secretly supported the slum. The person beyond the door said, as though reading her mind, did you know that he went out at night whenever he received payment? Yes. That was camouflage. He made it look like he was dead drunk in a brothel. Then a woman, a friend of his, takes his money to provide food for the slum. What? SSH. Keep it down. Sorry. I just wasn't aware of that. Oblivious to the truth, she questioned Gilbert, doubted him. He said he didn't care about the duties of a Blue Knight as long as he kept his status. Deep down, she even despised him. I ask you again, Konya Mercury. What do you want to do? Hikaru knew Gilbert was secretly helping the slum. He followed the man one night and witnessed him enter a place called Blue Butterfly. Afterwards, a woman named Kyankian left the brothel with his money. What the? I'm out. Did I really spend that much? He left the brothel mumbling those words, noticing that someone was watching him. After that, Hikaru followed Kyankian. The money was passed on from one person to another until it turned into food for the slums. That was all Hikaru needed to see. Gilbert kicked that one kid for a good reason. If he didn't do anything, the temple knight would have come up with any excuse to cut the boy down. The man in fact saved the boy by kicking him. Hikaru knew nothing about this incident, however. After talking to Konya, Hikaru went to Gilbert to hear his side, using the same group obfuscation so the guard wouldn't notice. He had some reservations about holding hands with a guy, but there was no other option. For a moment, Gilbert was surprised at how much Hikaru knew. Well, no point in lying if you already know that much. You'll help, right? I have a question first. Why did you lie to the secretary? What are you talking about? That huge hole underground. Rocks come out if you kill that black thing. Sensing danger, Hikaru quickly pulled his hand back. He could feel the murderous vibe coming from Gilbert. How much do you really know? The knight asked. His voice was low enough that even without using obfuscation, no one but Hikaru could hear it. Yet the aura coming from the man was enough to make Hikaru extremely cautious. A vicious urge to kill directed only at Hikaru, like a sharp master-crafted blade was at his throat. I could ask you the same thing. What do you know? Why did you help the slums? Why did you lie to the secretary? No, the Pope. What's beyond that door? When asked about the ominous door, Gilbert went silent for a while. Don't ever get close to that door ever again. It must never be opened. His tone was hard. Hikaru checked the man's soul board. Soul board: Gilbert Gabranth, age 37, rank 55, 1, vitality, natural recovery 12, stamina 8, immunity, magic resistance 3, disease immunity 1, toxic immunity 1, perception, sight 2, magical power, mana 4, physical strength, strength 9, Weapon Mastery, Sword 6, Great Sword 2, Shield 4, Armor 4, Agility, Power Burst 2, Balance 1. Willpower. Mental Strength 6, Faith, Holy 5, Healing Magic 2, Support Magic 2, Evil 2, Accursed Magic 1, Intuition. Instinct 4, I knew it. He has points on instinct, Hikaru thought. Those with high-level combat abilities and fought in the front lines almost certainly had points on instinct. They had probably went through plenty of life-threatening situations where the lack of instinct meant death. In terms of pure physical prowess, Gilbert was a little bit inferior to Lawrence the Master Swordsman, but the former could use both healing and support magic. Not only that, 1 point on accursed magic. How he had accursed magic was a mystery. I have no intention of opening that creepy door. Ah, I get it now. The Pope is studying the Blade of Severance to find a way to open it. Man, how much do you actually know? What's a Blade of Severance even? Gilbert asked, astonished. His murderous aura had all but vanished. All that was left was plain shock at how much this mysterious boy, who appeared out of nowhere, knew. Hikaru was actually surprised that Gilbert didn't know about the blade. I guess even Blue Knights aren't told everything. Or perhaps the Pope didn't trust him. I don't really care about you, personally, but I wanted to ask you anyway, what do you want to do? Let me out of here. There's something I gotta do. And what would that be? I doubt you'd get anything by knowing. In fact, I think not knowing will be better for you. Try me, I might even be able to help you. Hey, big words. Alright, then. It's simple. Gilbert was once known as Agiapol's strongest. People called him Light Sword Gilbert and Quick Slash. I'm gonna destroy this tower. Gotta get rid of the pus, you know. What would happen if this man turned his sword to the tower? How many would die in the carnage? You'll die for sure. You may be strong, but you're alone. I thought you were gonna help me. One more guy won't really make much of a difference. Plus, I have no desire to destroy this tower at all. I can't live in this country anymore. My life doesn't amount to much anyway. Gilbert said with a sigh. Do you know that only those suckers who listen to every word that the Pope says have power in the tower? I do. Of course you do. You basically know everything. So, your thoughts? Can't say I like it. You want to urge me to join you on your one-man crusade. That's not what I meant. What happened to this place? If we follow the saints' teachings, only a few strong people should remain here to guard the seal. But the Pope realized the significance of the tower as a symbol. Now he's assessing people's worth like he's some kind of a god. Gilbert was an orphan who learned of the more traditional version of the church's teachings. He understood further gravy precisely because the things he'd learned were the same as the priests. His being an orphan was also why he couldn't ignore the slums. I wanted to be strong as fast as possible. I thought that by becoming a Blue Knight, I could guide a lot of people to the right path. But once he entered the tower, he noticed the corruption spread throughout the place. Those belonging to the Pope's faction bought their positions. Purple aristocrats earned their titles through heritage, but more than half of the red priests and gray deacons sold and bought their status using ill-gotten money. Holding the majority of the positions, they became the dominant party. The Pope did nothing to prevent this, and instead used them to achieve his dream of a beautiful holy city, by eliminating orphans and vagrants. All Gilbert could do to help was support the slums secretly. This might be as far as things can go anymore, and madness will start to consume the city. If further gravy survives, I'm sure he can save more lives. So you want to destroy the tower? Kill the Pope? I don't know if I can get that far. I'm just gonna get killed anyway. So might as well try. Gilbert understood the situation he was in. Stopping the demolition of the slums was an act contrary to the Pope's wishes. He knew it was the death penalty for him. He didn't fight back, but instead let himself get captured for a good reason. If he drew his sword, several temple knights and soldiers would have died. These people had families living in Agiapol. If they found out it was Gilbert who killed them, There was a high possibility that they would direct their hatred at the slums, and not at the famous Blue Knight. Gilbert didn't want that to happen. If something big happens in the tower, the regional priests will come here in droves. They have the ability to take action. Now if only we had that opening. The Pope is extremely secretive, you see. He had not once given himself away, and discloses important matters to only a select few people. An opening, huh? Hikaru muttered. Gilbert was trying to give meaning to his eventual death inside the tower. Ugh, I hate this. This man would lay down his life for a reformation. He believed that by doing so, he would save a lot of people. At least, it would be better than letting the Pope do whatever he wanted. Gilbert was a man who'd die for his ideals. For a split second, Hikaru thought he saw the late Uncan in him. So you're saying that if an opportunity presented itself, you won't do anything stupid? Stupid, huh? Well, you're not wrong, but all I can do is swing my sword, and if I can do something with it, you would even commit mass slaughter? Man, you're a lot worse than I expected. You're like a psychopath with nerves of steel. What did you say? I really don't like that kind of attitude. No one has to get their hands dirty, except me. Is that what you're trying to say? What a load of crap. Do you want to be a hero so bad or something? Now you've said it, what about you, then? What can a guy like you, who only knows how to sneak around, do? An opportunity is all we need, right? One big enough to draw the regional priests to this city. Have you been listening to me? We don't have one. I'll show you what someone who only knows how to sneak around can really do. So just stay put and cool your head off. I'll let you out when the time comes. What? Hikaru took a deep breath. I can't believe I got dragged into this huge mess. No one heard his words as he already had his stealth activated. What do you want to do? I want to help. Konya answered. I won't make the same mistake ever again. This time, I'll lend a helping hand to those who really need it. Don't worry, you'll get your wish. Trouble will soon rain down on this city. Hikaru returned to Konya's cell, stuck his hand through the meal tray slot, and motioned her to hold it for group obfuscation to take effect. I'm breaking you out. What? My word is absolute. From here on out, don't make a sound and don't ask questions. Understand? He then let go of her hand and with stealth still on, took out the wakizashi from the Dimension Dragon box. A leather strap was firmly attached to the sheath, the design a complete mismatch with the grip of the weapon. As Hikaru drew the wakizashi from its black sheath, faint images of the dragon popped up around the edge and gradually vanished. Drake, who was wrapped around his neck, groaned. The white dragon had been sleeping a lot more lately when not eating. Sometimes, Hikaru would feel worried about his lazy lifestyle, being a dragon and all. I feel my own aura. What? Anyway, someone who doesn't know about you will be joining us, so stay put. I'm hungry. You had food before coming here. You're probably half asleep. Oh, right. Okay. I'm going back to sleep. Soon enough, he wasn't moving. What a carefree creature. Hikaru pulled himself together, readied his wakizashi, and thrusted it at the cell's lock. After putting more strength into it, pierced into the door easily. Hikaru heard a gasp inside the cell. The lock was now broken, and as the door opened, Konya stood there with her eyes wide open. She wasn't wearing her usual Blue Knight attire, but instead had on some shabby clothes. Obviously, the tower didn't want her to wear the prestigious blue uniform. What? Is someone there? Right. I still have stealth on. Over here. Konya let out a shriek and jumped back a little as Hikaru touched her hand and switched to group obfuscation. Who are you? The mysterious person was wearing a silver mask, hood pulled over the eyes, and a white scarf around his neck. Silver face. Let's go. Make sure you don't let go of my hand, or you lose the effect of the magic item. But no buts. Just keep your mouth shut. Hikaru pulled Konya out of her cell. She found it strange how the guard didn't notice the door being wide open. They started walking, hand in hand. Konya felt uncomfortable, but so did Hikaru. Hazuki-senpai and I talked a lot, but I never once touched her, not even a little. Perhaps that was why she only appeared as a faint silhouette in Hikaru's mind, giving off a perpetual dim light. The two quickly made it to the entrance. On the other side of the iron door, the guard was sitting on his desk with his back turned, working on some documents. Hikaru turned around to Konya. "Can you knock him out cold?" he whispered. "I can." "So you don't want to kill him, even with such a handy magic item, wakizashi in hand?" Hikaru had sensed Konya's intense stare. She must have felt the immense power from the weapon. If not for group obfuscation, its presence could probably be felt for miles. Ignoring Konya's comments, Hikaru destroyed the lock just like he did earlier. Even with the loud sound he produced, Konya wondered how the guard didn't even budge an inch, but followed Hikaru's order and refrained from asking questions. Hikaru opened the door for Konya as though telling her to proceed. Confused, she stopped beside him, and let go of his hand. The guard seemed to have noticed something and turned around, but a chop from Konya to the back of his neck made his body shudder. Supporting him with both hands, she lay his face down on the desk. A fine display of skill. "I could have asked Gilbert to use accursed magic, but if I let him out now, there's no telling what he'll do," Hikaru thought. Hikaru closed the door so the breakout wouldn't get discovered right away. "Let's go," Hikaru said as he held out his hand. "You're worried about Gilbert?" Konya nodded. "We're leaving him here. He's dangerous. Can you wait for a bit?" she asked, a worried look on her face. "Fine. You got 1 minute." Konya opened the door and headed to Gilbert's cell. Hikaru could hear a bit of their conversation, but couldn't pick out anything significant as their voices were low. After a while, Konya returned. "Let's go," she said. "Are you sure about this?" "Yes." "I apologized for doubting him and leaving him behind. I also told him that you'll help him out." Hikaru scoffed. Konya's expression turned sour. "Is there something funny?" "Who knows? Why don't you figure it out yourself?" Hikaru grabbed her hands and started walking. No sounds came from what seemed to be the guard's break room. It was overall quiet, with only one person guarding the entrance. They managed to make it outside and slip into the cover of the night without trouble. Help him out? No, Hikaru thought. Gilbert lived his life sticking firmly to his beliefs. He pretended to obey the Pope, basically working as a double agent. There was no saving him. If left behind, he would receive the death penalty. If let out, he would launch a suicide attack. The only one who can save him is himself. That was the case for Uncan. It was already too late for Gilbert. No words from anyone could ever change him. He had to change himself. All Hikaru could do was to set the stage for that. 3 hours had passed since the Blue Knight broke out of prison. About a 2 hours walk from Agiopol was a forest where a group made camp. Lady Konya, Father Gravy. It was the slums residents. Unable to return to their homes, half of them had dispersed to different places. Still, a handful of them remained with Gravy and made it all the way here. The priest was surprised to see Konya with her shabby prisoner clothes, holding nothing but a sword. "I'm glad you're all right," the man said, teary-eyed. The light from the bonfire revealed children sleeping, wrapped in small blankets. They were better off, as many didn't even have blankets, and used their overcoats as sheets to sleep on. The lookouts approached them, wondering what was going on, but Gravy eyed them, telling them it was fine. "Yes, I'm not really completely all right, but I somehow managed to get here." Konya told the priest about how a person who called himself Silverface rescued her. After stealing a sword from the armory, they went together outside the walls before splitting up. He said he had something he needed to do and directed her to this place. "He also told me to give you this." Konya handed Gravy a leather bag filled with gold coins. The priest looked at the coins and then at her. The money amounted to a few 100,000. Silverface said to use this money to escape. He also told me that if we really wished to follow the saints' teachings, then we should stay away from the holy city. If going to the countryside is difficult, he said Ein Beast might welcome us with open arms. Really? He seemed to know that you were using the money that you received from Lord Gilbert to send people to the suburbs. Ah. Gravy got down on both knees and clasped his hands together. Bowing deeply, he closed his eyes. Father? Oh. Thank heavens. Truly. We don't deserve him. What's wrong? The people who were awake gathered around. Gravy was overcome with emotion, his voice trembling. This person is no doubt a being sent by God. What? You're saying he's a messenger of heaven? He's a saint who had appeared before us in our time of great need. I never thought I'd be a witness to this most auspicious moment. There was a stir among the people. For real? That cheeky kid is a messenger? He did carry an extraordinary weapon. Konya didn't seem to buy it. Gravy actually hit the mark. If only by chance. Hikaru did have a job class called High Class Heaven's Messenger, Greater Angel. Once dawn breaks, we'll gather as many people as possible and leave this place, away from the holy city. Whether we'll head to the suburbs or not will depend on transportation. Gravy's voice brought Konya back to her senses. Father, she said, kneeling down. I, Konya Mercury, swear to protect all of you. I will never make the same mistakes ever again. An oath to protect not her status, but the weak, and guide them to the right path. She would raise her sword for that sole purpose. Konya made her first step in her journey to become the second coming of Saint Rusalka. While he didn't don lustrous garments in the middle of the night, the old man still wore fine quality robes, praying in his austere bedroom. The moon sat high in the sky. Praying for an hour before bed and after waking up was the Pope's daily routine. Even popes have names, and his was Evangelos Theodorakis. He started walking the path of God at a very young age. To him, setting aside time for prayer was a must. Who's there? And so when he heard footsteps behind him, he didn't even bother hiding the displeasure in his voice. Still, he remained in his position, knees on the floor and hands clasped together. To be honest, I expected a gaudier room. This one looks simple, though. An unfamiliar voice that didn't belong to an adult. Rising to his feet, the Pope turned around to find someone, most likely a young boy, wearing a black hooded cloak. There was no one else around. The silver mask he had on prevented the Pope from seeing his facial expression. The only colored thing he had on his body was the white fur wrapped around his neck. I asked who you are. Answer me. Who knows? Do you work for Princess Kaduastoria? The masked boy shifted just a little bit. Nope. Unfortunately, we don't have any connection whatsoever. The Pope actually guessed that perhaps the princess, or someone close to her, had a skilled spy. He thought the adventurer who delivered the letter was the guy, but he never joined the foreign minister in the talks. It was rare for the Pope to guess wrong. I'm Silverface. The boy introduced himself, and I'm here to teach you a lesson. Evangelos didn't expect the boy's next words. Teach me a lesson? Yes. You seem to like keeping things clean, even going as far as demolishing the slums. So I'm thinking of dirtying the tower a bit. Ha, how foolish. One call for help and temple knights will come rushing here. Do you know why I'm not doing that? I want to know who you're working for. You can call all the temple knights you want. It doesn't matter, because I have this. The boy pulled a huge pair of blades from his cloak. How he managed to fit it in there, the old man didn't know. For the first time, Evangelos's expression changed. Where did you get that? A huge pair of scissors that worked by fixing it on one's arm and grasping the handle, the blade of severance, one of the holy mana items kept inside the underground research facility. I'm sure you of all people know the answer to that. Oh wait, I guess I put it on like this. Get your filthy hands off of it. It's not to be used by the likes of you. Silverface had already fixed the blade on his arm. As he gripped the handle, it started moving, producing a snipping sound, but that was all. Save for its huge size, It looked like an ordinary pair of metal scissors, but for Evangelos, holy mana items were extremely important tools for raising the church's prestige and spreading the Pope's creed throughout the whole continent. Letting a strange boy hold one was nothing short of blasphemy. The old man rang the bell on the shelf, a magic item that notified not only his personal bodyguards of any danger, but all the knights in the tower as well. The knights in their nearest station would be here in under a minute. Your Holiness, intruder spotted. Don't let him escape. Spread out. 5 temple knights barged into the room, each of them as skilled as the other. A high-pitched alarm echoed outside the window, signaling the other knights to come. Lights illuminated the whole place. It was almost hard to believe everyone was asleep just a while ago. Silverface, however, didn't seem to care at all, as he fastened the metal fixtures of the blade tight. Men, you may kill the intruder, but make sure the weapon he stole is not damaged, the Pope said. Understood. The knights were determined to kill him, but Silverface didn't even bat an eye. My opinion on you has changed a bit, Mr. Pope. You're a pious believer who spends his time praying in his simple room. I understand that wearing extravagant robes is important for the Pope as a symbol of the Church. Let me through. In the meantime, the Pope's secretary, Katina, arrived, pushing the knights aside. She was surprised that an intruder got in. But what really shocked her was the blade of severance he had on his hands. She glanced at Evangelos, who only nodded a little. But the way you do things is just wrong. You shouldn't impose your beliefs on others. I just can't stand it. Any more last words? More temple knights appeared on the hallway. Now I have an overwhelming advantage, Evangelos thought. All I have to do is run away and let the knights deal with him. I won't even get hurt. One of the knights inside the room motioned him to escape. Now's my chance. You don't know how to use this weapon, do you? Evangelos had started running. I'll show you. Once again, Evangelos would realize how wrong he was. He stopped in his tracks and turned around, but it was already too late. No, don't. Before the knights could make a move, the boy raised his arm overhead. Blue light streaked across the surface of the blade, tracing a pattern. As the boy turned his body, a slicing sound came from the weapon as though it cut something. One knight glanced at the ceiling, 5 meters high with nothing but a roof above it. Evangelos followed his gaze as well, but what he saw made him speechless. Countless blue lines were running in different directions, and a second later, the ceiling exploded with a blinding light. Your Holiness, protect His Holiness. The blast caused debris to rain down. Knights quickly rushed towards Evangelos, using their bodies to shield him. Where's the intruder? He's gone. TSK. I can't see. Dust filled the room. With the ceiling gone, the light of the moon poured down on the whole room, but visibility was poor. When the dust settled a few minutes later, the intruder was already gone. Knights filled the hallway, but not one of them saw the boy. That day, Evangelos learned that the blade of severance and the Dark Knight cloak had disappeared from the underground research facility. Some suggested Coney Mercury's escape was related to it, but there was no proof. Gilbert Gabrant's punishment would be postponed until a later date. It didn't take long for the Pope to know where the blade of severance ended up in. 10 days later, a messenger from Einbeast arrived at the Holy City. We were able to recover our national treasure, the blade of severance. Our intel says it was kept here in the tower. Is this true? If it is, we demand an explanation. If we don't like the answer, Einbeast might become Bios's enemy. As for your close aide, the rank A adventurer Sir Ivar, the king himself has him under custody, so please rest assured. Can you give us an answer, Your Holiness? The old man from the Turtle Clan looked the Pope straight in the eye. Riva was Evangelos' trusted retainer whom he sent to join the party Rising Falls in order to watch the Dragon Ball staff. None should have suspected him of sending reports to the Pope using a rare magic item. Did someone find out? The Pope wondered. If that's the case, then there was high possibility that they discovered it was him who stole the Blade of Severance. Although River himself didn't know of the studies done on other holy mana items, Evangelos ground his teeth. Beast was saying they might attack bios. Everyone knew that they would not hesitate to start a war. He would have been fine just watching Ponsonia and Beast destroy each other. Now the thought of those battle-hungry demi-humans entering Bios' domains filled him with intense rage. Right after the start of the new year, a national crisis befell the suzerain state of Bios, the likes the country had never seen before. "Curse you, Silverface." Not one soul heard his muttering. One morning, 2 days before the new year. "Ah, that asshole. What in the world is he?" King Gerhardt Vatek's Anchor's mood was at its worst. When he woke up this morning, he found the lost treasure Blade of Severance on his table, including a note where it came from. This weapon was in the holy city Agiopol's tower. River, a rank A adventurer, is most likely the one who stole it. He works for the Pope. Gerhardt and his men knew River was from Agiopol, but the adventurer never stepped foot in a church. He worked with Rising Falls without a problem, much to the king's surprise. Indeed, River had entered the treasure house and had the qualifications to do so. Right now, his party was heading back to Hopestadt after withdrawing from the war against Ponsonia. The king sent a platoon to bring him in for questioning. "I believe you already know the price for bringing this back." Silverface. Gerhardt knew indeed. The masked boy wanted Beast to stop its attack on Ponsonia. How could he sneak in so easily? "Are you all a bunch of brainless twats?" "We're terribly sorry, Your Majesty." The knights hung their heads low. They were in the audience chamber. The throne had already been replaced as Gerhardt didn't want to even catch a glimpse of the one the intruder sat on. A new throne was brought in a hurry. By throne, however, it was nothing more than an extravagant chair. After all, procuring a new throne wasn't easy. While a replacement was being built, whether it would be finished by the King's Selection Tournament this spring was doubtful. Gerhardt might not even win. In that case, the throne would quite literally be handed to a new king. "I understand your anger, Your Majesty, but please try to understand." The old turtle man tried to calm him down. He told the knights who were tasked to guard the king's bedroom to leave them, and they did. Crestfallen, "It's not like they were slacking. They're the best soldiers we have. You won't find anyone better than them." "Right?" The clan representatives present nodded in agreement. "We even set 82 magic traps, but not one was triggered. It's quite admirable." The old man seemed to have given up on dealing with the intruder, and Gerhardt didn't like that. "Whose side are you on?" "What I'm saying is, unless we have a platoon of soldiers as strong as you, he can always sneak in here." "So he got us wrapped around his fingers?" "First, our intel unit can't operate smoothly in Ponsonia. On top of that, the adventurer we hired is a traitor. We still don't know if Sir River is a traitor or not." "Maybe we should just crush Bios." "You mustn't, Your Majesty. It is the wish of the clans to rescue Lady Agility safely." Several minor clans, the Turtle Clan included, owed a debt of gratitude to the Dragonet King who ruled the country for a long time. During his term, he let the minor clans participate in national politics. There was information that his daughter was most likely being held captive in Ponsonia. "Pardon me, Your Majesty. We just received an urgent message." A soldier burst into the room and kneeled down by the door. "An urgent message?" Gerhardt nodded at the old man, who also nodded back. "Out with it." "Will that be all right, Your Majesty?" "It's fine if the clan representatives hear it." While violent and hot-headed, Gerhardt always maintained transparency, immediately disclosing any sort of information. Clans supported him precisely because he didn't hide anything. "Understood." A secret transmission came from Princess Astoria of Ponsonia just now. She said, "I want to release all the citizens of Beast held in the castle. We have a list of the names for the first batch." "Your Majesty." It was understandable that the soldier looked puzzled. Perched on his throne, Gerhardt seemed greatly perplexed. Even the old turtle man had his head turned towards the sky. "Hey, geezer," the king said. "I understand. Just to make sure, is Lady Gillity's name included in the list?" "Yes, sir." Heavy silence descended upon the room. The soldier wondered if he did something wrong. A moment later, the old man approached him and received a copy of the message, then ordered the soldier to leave. "I'll never forgive that brat," Gerhardt said. "If there's one thing I hate the most, it's being toyed with." He thought this was Silverface's doing as well, considering the timing. "Go meet His Holiness in Ajapal, old man. Depending on the circumstances, we might fight bios first." "Are you certain about this?" "You just said you hated being toyed with." "That's true, but I don't want to always be on the losing end." "You could say the same for Ponsonia." "Then, we'll just take Leather Elka for now and deal with them later." "What if we incur the wrath of the assassin if we occupied Leather Elka?" "No need for sarcasm. I'm sure that brat saw this coming. Am I wrong?" "No, it is just as you say. Now then, I will go request an audience with His Holiness." "Make sure you come back alive." The old man's narrow eyes opened wide. "Oh, my. Did you hear that, everyone? It is an honor to receive such words. I can brag about this to my grandchildren. So I will come back alive, no matter what it takes." "Oh, cut the crap. You already have great-grandchildren. I want you to tell the Pope this. You'll pay for playing us like fools." "Understood." And thus, Einbeast sent a messenger to demand an explanation from bios. Inside Bonsonia's royal castle, Kaduastoria heaved a deep sigh unbefitting a 17-year-old girl. "You seem tired, Your Majesty." Her close aide, the high-ranking official, said. "Who wouldn't be?" Lord Valles was right. "I didn't think returning Lady Gillity would make Einbeast back down." Gafrasti N. Valves, a surviving member of the ancient Poinxinia royal family, visited Kaduastoria late last night. It was still fresh in the princess' mind how his accusation of the late king caused the kingdom's nobility to be divided in half. After the king's death, Margrave Grugschult and Captain Laurence, who was now in this room, nominated Kaduastoria to be the next ruler. Gafrasti had been staying in the Margrave's place, but moved to the royal capital yesterday. The moment he arrived last night, the first thing he blurted out was, "We have a chance for a ceasefire." He was waving a jet black cloth, surprising the princess. The historian said he received the Dark Knight cloak from a boy who called himself Silverface and that it was one of the holy mana items from the ancient Poinxian dynasty. He also talked about the conflict between Einbeast and Bios, the cause of which was the Blade of Severance, another one of these holy mana items. I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, but this Silverface fellow left this. It is no doubt the Dark Knight cloak. It matches the records that my family has on the item. This means King Gerhardt's rage is currently directed at Bios. This is our chance to settle things with them. To do that, they would return Gillity to them. The kingdom could have just apologized and blamed all the wrongdoings to the late king, which would stop Einbeast, but fortunately a different target for their wrath appeared. Bios. Releasing the prisoners was nothing but a measure to buy time, but if there was something Kaduastoria desperately needed, it was time. Time to solidify her rule. Gafrasti suggested the idea as they wouldn't really lose anything by sending a message anyway. Fortunately, half a day later, they received a reply acknowledging the deal. The message also contained instructions on how the prisoners would be delivered, but this means Leather Elka will be taken. The delivery would be done at Leather Elka. Choosing the place was the same as saying they owned the city. "If I may, Your Majesty," Laurence spoke up, "losing Leather Elka is indeed unfortunate, but luckily, the land there is not fit for agriculture. We have plenty of substitutes. First of all, we must fortify Pond as it is located between Leather Elka and the royal capital." "Yes, you're absolutely right. There will be a tournament this year to choose the next king of Einbeast. There's a chance that they will have a new ruler. They will need time for things to settle down. In the meantime, we'll fully prepare ourselves. We must come to a mutual understanding with Emperor Kaglai as well. So this civil war didn't all result in losses. The request for an alliance provided great relief to Kagyu, who was completely stumped. It didn't matter that Quinbland simply didn't want Ein Beast growing in power. There's a silver lining and we should make sure to take full advantage of that. Kagyu switched her mindset. She really is fit to rule this kingdom. What splendid recovery. Deep down, the high-ranking official and Lawrence were impressed at the change in her expression. This wasn't an easy thing to do for a 17-year-old girl. Anyway, Silver Face, Suddenly, she recalled the night when Lawrence was attacked. The enemy, a boy wearing a sun god mask, saved her from the collapsing building. Kagyu saw the boy's face by coincidence. She thought it bore a close resemblance to Roland Enzaresa, a name she hadn't heard of these days. I wonder what happened to Roland. Her words simply drifted in the wind. Hopestadt's climate was such that not wearing any coat would be chilly. But putting one on was enough to endure the cold. Snow should be falling in Scholars right now, and that made Hikaru feel just how long the continent was. It's like there's a festival going on today. It was already late, but lights were still on in the city, which wasn't surprising. After all, tonight was New Year's Eve, the last day of the year. During this day, the citizens of Ein Beast would sing and dance all night long. Hikaru, Lavia, and Paula were out walking the streets of Hopestadt, with Drake wrapped around Lavia's neck. It wasn't just the food carts that were selling fast food. Restaurants set up tables outside to serve customers as well. Eating while walking was common. Musicians leaned out of windows, strumming their lutes, singing songs of love, of good harvest, while the hasty ones were already singing New Year songs. Since we're out here anyway, how about some food? Hikaru said. I've been waiting for this. Drake was the first one to react. Letting out a bit to laugh, Hikaru asked the girls what they wanted. They then bought different kinds of food, and secured mini tables where people could eat while standing. Drunkards sang while joining shoulders. Girls wearing their best clothes danced before the boys they liked. Hikaru watched them while eating his grilled mutton. Spicy, hot meat juices filled his mouth. He could feel his body warming up inside. I didn't think it'd be over by the end of the year, Lavia said, sipping hot tea that Paula brought her. If not for the Draken Passage, it wouldn't be. You were a great help, Lavia. Sorry for letting you expend so much mana, though. It's fine. We couldn't really do much for you in the end. Lavia and Paula looked dejected. No, I could move around easily because of the information you two gathered for me. The girls actively looked for any intel about the government and its internal conditions. Lavia in the Adventurers Guild, and Paula in the church. Hikaru could make precise moves because of the information they collected. With the help of the Draken Passage, everything was finally over. Hikaru-sama, will the war really stop? It's not 100% guaranteed, but I think there's a high chance of a ceasefire. Ponsonia will lose Leatherelka, but this will be the end of the civil war. Ein Beast has their treasure back and the previous king's daughter is coming home. I think it's an okay compromise. Things actually went the way Hikaru expected. It might seem that Ponsonia was only losing in this case, but it was Prince Ostron who dragged Ein Beast's army into the kingdom in the first place. Kagyu should consider the losses as due to the civil war and be glad that the war didn't escalate to the point that the kingdom was divided in half. Thanks you, Paula. We were able to give Ponsonia the push they needed because of the information you had on Agility. I just happened to hear about it. I didn't do much. Paula was fidgety from being sincerely thanked. Lavia watched them with a smile, which bothered Hikaru a bit. What is it? He asked. Getting along is so wonderful. I have no idea what you're saying. Hikaru shrugged. When he glanced back at the food, half of it was already gone. The culprit, of course, was none other than the white creature smearing sauce all over Lavia's chest. Ah, what a mess. Wait, Drake. Lavia wiped the sauce off her clothes. Hikaru-sama, what will happen to bios? There's a chance that Beast wages war on them. Right? For Paula, bios was the headquarters of the church where she grew up in. It would make sense that she showed concern. That's all up to the Pope. Then again, if the tower falls into chaos, the regional priests will go to the holy city in droves. Am I right? Yes, I think so. If something serious happens at the city, the provinces will rise up, and conversely, if something happens in the provinces, the city will control the situation. That is how the church works. Beast won't wage war out of the blue, but they will probably file complaints. If that happens, the regional priests will head to the tower. I think that will be most critical moment. From what Hikaru saw, corruption ran rampant in the tower. He didn't know what the regional priests were like, but if they were decent people, they should be able to do something about the tower, using the chaos to their benefit. The church's ability to purify itself would surely be tested. I set the stage for you, Gilbert. You should forget about launching a suicide attack and use your power instead. What Gilbert and Konya should do is up to them. Hikaru didn't plan to get involved any deeper. This is a problem concerning their beliefs, and as such, only they themselves can solve it. I gotta say, all the traveling has left me completely exhausted. The hot lemon tea he sipped was a tad bit too sweet, yet still surprisingly pleasant to the taste buds. He didn't pay much attention to it, but fatigue was finally catching up to him. After leaving Agiopol, he delivered the lost treasure to Beast, and then met secretly with Gafrasti and Ponsonia. Hikaru ended up handing over 2 holy mana items, but to him, the revolver, also known as the Almighty Pipe, was all he needed. He had no intention of keeping power that exceeded human capabilities. They're all clean. You should learn to eat more properly, Drake. Lavia reprimanded the Draken. I'm sorry. Not a trace of dignity from a Draken, Hikaru thought. What about you? Drake, are you tired? I did drag you around to places. Not at all. I just clung to your neck the whole time anyway. I see. The Draken passage is quite handy. Sucks that we can't use it without you around, though. Anyone can use it as long as they can provide the holy mana needed. Good point. If it's just a problem of technology, we might be able to address it. It's not like you'll be with us forever. Wait a second. Are you trying to get rid of me? You're a great help with the Draken passage, but that's it. No. No. I'm pretty sure I'm doing a great job as the group's adorable mascot. Wait, what's going on? The rowdy people suddenly went quiet. Hikaru wondered what was happening, and from a distance he heard the tolling of a bell. You see, when that bell rings for the 12th time, that means it's a new day. It'll be a new year. Paula said. A dignified silence blanketed the city. A little bit later, the year would end. Hikaru felt Lavia's hand on his. She looked at him, smiling. A lot of things happened this year. He reincarnated in this world and rescued Lavia. He met Paula, destroyed a dungeon, and even got involved in Forestier's issues. He also killed an Earth Dragon to stop a monster raid. Now the war between countries. I'll be with you next year and then the next. I'll be with you forever. He grasped Lavia's hand tight. Lavia squeezed back as well. The bell rang for the last time. Cheers and applause filled the air. Couples embraced each other. People bowed to those around them. Lavia, Paula, and also Drake. Happy New Year. Happy. What? Right. It's a greeting from my hometown, and an expression of joy. I see. Happy New Year, Hikaru. Happy New Year, Hikaru-sama. Let's eat a lot this year too. Lights filled the night sky, followed by loud booms. Fireworks. Unlike the fireworks on Earth, these were more primitive, and produced clear, distinct lights, flashing like a stroboscopic lamp. The fireworks came in various colors, making for a magical scene. The fireworks didn't use gunpowder, probably using magic instead. Smoke didn't hamper visibility, just a purely beautiful display of lights. Ein Beast called the celebration on New Year's Eve the Flower Festival, with the fireworks display as the finale. All the racket and merrymaking would end here. After this, people would either drink until dawn or retire to bed. For a moment, Hikaru and Drake thought they spotted a creature's silhouette among the colored lights above. It disappeared a split second later, however. Hikaru thought he was seeing things since his mana detection didn't pick anything up. Or perhaps there was something out there, but it was too far. The two exchanged glances. It didn't seem like anyone else noticed what they saw. Probably just seeing things. Hikaru, can I buy everything? That's not really something you say with a straight face. They decided to forget what they saw. Perhaps it was just the lights. Even if it was a living creature, Hikaru thought it had nothing to do with them. How they would come to know about this creature is a story for another time. Let's go back and sleep. I'm kinda tired. Hikaru said. Same here. Lavia agreed. I still want to eat. Let's just buy your food for takeout. Paula said. I'll get you some tea as well. The four walked the streets of Hopestadt. No one would think that they played a huge role in stopping a war between nations. For Hikaru, that was best. The colorful lights illuminated their path. A new year was upon them.